Are we live? Are we live? Let us know if we're live. Are we live?
I think we are.
Live.
Oh, I think we are.
I feeling live.
I need the chat to let me know if we are live.
I feel alive.
Are we live?
Are we live?
Are we alive?
We're live. What's going on? What's going on? It's day 2 of the NFL draft, round 2 and round 3. The Giants have pick 57 and pick 89. But if it's like last year, they will add picks, But I don't see that happening, being a pick 57, where I think it's more likely they trade up. But we'll talk about it all. It's myself, Bobby Skinner of Talking Giants, Justin Pennick as well.
Hello.
We got Robert Schmitz of Windy City Gridiron, does some Bears and general NFL analysis. He's been joining us. Last day with us too, Robert. And then the football grump of the Just Giants podcast. It's not about anything else, just the Giants. Even though there's a lot of Florida Gators rants on there from Cranky.
Look, I can only do what I can do, right?
Justin, how are we feeling?
I feel good. One day later, the fact that I would say there's a lot of consensus people that feel pretty solid about Deontay Banks. I know you, Robert, you feel good about Deontay Banks. Mm-hmm. Grump, I think you're feeling pretty good about Deontay Banks. I'm betting on the athleticism, right? And I think that's a good thing to bet on in the NFL. And I'm also really betting on that the Giants have an awesome DB coach and they have awesome coaching, which we haven't been able to bet on that as Giants fans in the past. So picking at 25 is very different than picking in the top 10, where it's like you're going to walk away and you're like, this guy is probably going to be a stud because he is a top 10 player in this draft, right? Where picking at 25, the Giants felt like they needed to trade up to get a player that was probably on the back end of their first round grades. They got that guy. They're investing in athleticism. They're investing in traits, and they're believing in their coaching to coach this guy up. Now today, I'm looking at the Giants passing offense and the Giants offense in general, bottom of the league, bottom of the barrel in 20-plus yard passing plays and 20-plus yard plays in general. How can we maybe beef up this offensive line? How can we add wide receivers? They kind of seemed like they wanted to add wide receiver yesterday.
So I'll be honest, I'm a little more nervous today because, again, I think there's going to be some good players there at 57, and then 89 is where you're getting, picking the guy that you just think is the best. I want a center, man. I don't know if it's, Mozzie Smith and what the Eagles did last night, where it's like, man, we need, we're going to get torn up. We will get torn up next year on the interior, where it's like, I went from, I really like John Michael Schmitz, would be sick at 57, where I'd be willing to trade up for John Michael Schmitz. So I really want to get a center out of this. Obviously, the wide receivers that are up there, I know, Justin, me and you like Jonathan Mingo. I mean, we all basically like Jonathan Mingo really well. Marvin Mims has been, linked to the Giants with that speed. So wide receivers obviously a want. But, if you ask me right now, what do I want, besides Brian Branch falling to 57 for some reason, it is John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota. I want to get myself a center.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it has to be in the second round, but I think I said this yesterday. They cannot leave tonight without knowing who the center is, and it shouldn't be Hassenauer, if I'm even saying that right.
I mean, I don't even think he's I would rather roll with Bredesen and
but even then,
he could maybe play over Anderson or Lemieux. But yeah, Bredesen. Even if John Michael Schmitz, the Giants draft him, should be the starting center day one.
Pretty much.
If it's any other center in this class, unless you move like a Vila there, I'd want Bredesen to hold that to start and let the other guys work. Just
let him compete, right? If he earns it, then earns it.
Yeah, if I love Ricky Stromberg, I don't really want him starting day one. So so we'll see. Maybe we'll get my guy Ricky Stromberg. But John Michael Schmitz would make me feel the most comfortable out of this draft. So Robert, how are you feeling with your Bears? What's the board like for you guys today?
Come on, let's get there when we get there. I don't want to take the focus off the Giants, because the Bears and the Giants here are going to be competing for similar positions, and when you bring up center, then you're talking about all kinds of dudes. I mean, the big question, of course, is whether or not you feel comfortable with the rookie center slotting in at one of the more intellectually challenging positions in football. I mean, there's a lot of fronts that all kinds of defenses will throw at you, and a rookie center hasn't been around the block, hasn't seen a lot of those. That's a good way to end up getting fooled on a stunt or on a slant or on a twist or something like that with a rookie out of place. That said, guys like Cody Mauch, guys like Steve Avila, Joe Tipman, Ricky Stromberg, Juice Scruggs later in the draft, there's a lot of solid options for center in this class. Luke Whippler didn't make the original cut. I guess he's in there too, absolutely. And so it's just a matter of which center is going to fall to 57. And I mean, the Bears have 53, 61, 64, so we should be pretty busy this evening, though apparently there's rumors about a trade up. It wouldn't surprise me if, based on what we saw yesterday, this second round could be just as busy as the first round was yesterday with teams just moving all over the place. That was wild.
I'm hearing a lot of different fan bases and maybe fans thinking that, oh, I'm interested in trading up. And here comes, kind of what I envisioned happening yesterday. Here comes I don't know if a lot of teams like the board maybe like in the first round, but when you start getting to picks 40, 50 and after, there are a lot of fun players there,
right.
Of the value you can get. And, maybe when you can drop I feel pressure to take a premium position here, then you get guys like the interior offensive line. Then you start talking more guys in the secondary. Brian Branch is still floating around too. Some different players could be taken. Even some off-ball linebackers like Drew Sanders. And
Henley is still sitting there.
For sure. So I'm more excited to see. There's a lot of more players that I'm kind of excited to see where they go, and just players that we've looked at in general that we can project that they have solid careers, even though it's we're getting towards the second and the third round today.
And I've got like 25 guys that I've evaluated, obviously, that are like that late second, early third, so Giants pick 57. But even like the high second guys that I have, like, are, Drew Sanders, Tyreek Stevenson. Giants might be out of the cornerback market. Michael Schmitz, DJ Turner, Osiris Torrance, Avila. Like, a lot of those guys are still there. And even like a guy I have a first round on is B.J. Ojolari. I think he's the only – him and Joey Porter Jr. is the only – and Brian Branch are the only first round guys that are still available for me. But yeah, so I am very excited about pick 57, because there's going to be a stud there. But despite what I've been preaching, position is creeping into my mind, where it's like I really, I don't want to. I'm not going to force position, but I'm praying that best player available meets need for the Giants, because I want. What the Eagles did, what the Cowboys did, what the Commanders have on their D-line, which may arguably be the best interior in the division, even though we're talking Cowboys and Eagles, like that's 6 times a year, right? And that can wreck games, the Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, what the Eagles
could wreck
have.
A season, 6 games a year.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. Can wreck a season. So I really would like to get out of here with John Michael Schmitz, but I also we get Mingo, dude. That's a celebratory pick 57.
Grump, what's the balance for you between talking about what we're talking about right now, and maybe this is I'm going to ask you this question. Maybe we're going to pin this conversation because we are back on the Bleacher Report app, and we are going to go live for them at 7 p.m. So we'll kind of do a little bit more of a formal introduction here. But the question that I'm going to pose to you, and then we'll revisit, is what is the balancing act that you take between looking at what your division rivals are doing and how they're just the strength is a strength, and right now that is the interior D line, and even just in general the front seven. The Eagles, most sacks ever last year. Cowboys, they have Micah Parsons, and obviously Washington's doing what Washington's doing too. What is the balancing act that you have to take, kind of between all it all? But I am going to wait on that.
Okay.
Because I texted Bleacher Report and I said 6:59. I'm going to count us in. And then guess what? The clock just struck 6:59. I'm good.
Oh, we're good.
I'm good at what I do. So Bleacher Report, I'm going to count us in. Ready? Bleacher Report.
Everyone welcome in Bleacher Report.
Welcome in Bleacher Report. Also, go to the Bleacher Report app. Watch us on YouTube. Go to the Bleacher Report. Watch us twice at one time.
At least give us the hits on Bleacher Report.
You have a computer and a phone.
Let's do it. In 5.
Set your TV up with it.
4, 3, 2, 1. Bleacher Report.
All right, what's going on? Bleacher Report. It's the Talking Giants crew, John Boy Media, day 2 of the draft. Day 1 is obviously the day you look forward to the most. Day 2, I think, is really the most important. Like, obviously, hitting on your first round is most important, but it's easier to hit in the first rounders. Day 2 is like being good on day 2 is so much more. It's very valuable to building a Super Bowl contender, and that's what we're all trying to do. And then day 3 is where it's like we want to get some guys who can be serviceable players, and then find a guy here or there. Day 3 is the most enjoyable. It's relaxed. So very excited for day 2 or night 2 of the NFL draft, Jelson.
Yeah, Yeah, definitely for sure. This is where, championship rosters are kind of made. This is why you lift all them weights in the words of Bill Parcells, right? So I'm excited to get to it. Giants obviously had quite the eventful, quite the exciting night last night. They invested in athleticism. They're investing in trades. They're investing in their coaching staff and getting the most out of their first-round pick. Drafting a corner in the first round is kind of risky business, but it's also a premium position. And as Giants fans, we're not used to taking a guy in the back part of the first round. So even like the reaction and the evaluation's a little different. But what's different about this year and what's different about this regime compared to past regimes is we're taking a guy that needs to be coached up but has the awesome traits, awesome athleticism, but we have the coaching to do it. And he has the pedigree. There's license plate guy.
License plate guy,
Friend
what
of the
up?
show.
There he is.
ESPN.
I'll get these commanders off the screen, my boy.
License plate.
So why should Giants fans feel more safe about Deontay Banks than DeAndre Baker? Both corners that are fairly aggressive
Well,
and picked at the
say it
end of the
again?
first round.
I have an
Why should
answer.
Giants fans feel more secure about Deontay Banks than DeAndre Baker?
I have a very clear
Well,
answer.
Go for
here because DeAndre Baker, if you just look at it in a vacuum, was a really good prospect. Now we don't know this with Banks, but we haven't heard anything. There's been no reports out there like there was with DeAndre Baker.
Mm-hmm.
Work ethic, right? Like cornerback is a very huge work
Right.
ethic issue, and we are gonna play him to his strengths. Like he has, like right now he's got some issues in press man, but you see like those highlights in press man that he can do. DeAndre Baker is also a press man. They had him sitting in zone all year because they were so afraid of getting beat. And even with Janoris Jenkins, they didn't let guys like Janoris Jenkins fall. Where that defensive coaching staff, I actually think the offensive coaching staff that year wasn't bad, wasn't great, but wasn't bad. That defensive coaching staff to me was
Yeah.
Was that
was-
Betcher? Or
that
was
was
that
Betcher.
James
yeah.
Betcher.
And
yeah.
that was
that was
Betcher,
horrendous.
In a system where they're playing zone, they're playing off ball, and you drafted DeAndre Baker, who was the best press man corner of that class that year.
And
It
also just
made
work
no
ethic.
sense.
Work ethic too, where
Yeah.
DeAndre Baker was sleeping in meetings. Obviously, had the off-field stuff. Now, again, there's been nothing reported on Deontay Banks. By the way, he likes Tay, but Deontay just feels a little smoother.
Especially when you're dressed that cool.
From what you hear is like the guy's gonna freaking work. So
That's good.
That's a huge difference too.
And we need
and Deontay Banks is a much more athletic
Yes.
player than DeAndre Baker too. Even though I like DeAndre Baker, like you said, if he had a good work ethic, I would like DeAndre Baker as a prospect. And like you said, Banks is an elite athlete.
Still play cards with him.
Baker was not that. So even though Baker probably had like better film at Georgia than Banks had at Maryland.
Maryland.
Before since we're still on Banks, before we revisit the whole Eagles conversation, NFC East opponents conversation on how.
By the way, Eagles fans got big mad at us last night.
Yeah, it's all right. Whatever.
Over
I
what?
don't care. I don't even.
Because we were
check.
making fun of Real Mommy Eagle, ESP.
Oh yeah. That's
Someone
right.
I saw there were some funny comments in there. Like obviously they overreacted, but there was like that room smells like bad dreams and meth. I was like, okay, like that's kind of funny, right?
Yeah.
What was I about to say? Deontay Banks, confidence. Oh, this is what I want to talk about. So Grump, you're like a big corner guy. That's kind of like how we like first got connected. Is kind of your ability to kind of evaluate corners, and at least I think you're somewhat confident in your ability to do it. Versus Bobby and I, we're not the most confident. I'm hoping, like part of my hope for Deontay Banks' rookie year isn't necessarily just hoping that, we're going to see a good player, but I hope we see a confident player with good moments. I'm willing to embrace that there may be rookie year struggles, and it's not even necessarily like a reflection of Deontay Banks. It's just a reflection on the position that he plays and the position he may be put in the NFL in year one. But I'm hoping he's a player that's confident, that's willing to play through his issues and play through possible struggles, stay confident, stay with it, so that he can further develop in year 2 and 3. How important is confidence for corners?
For corners, I think it's huge. And I think that's usually why we were kind of discussing last night the bust rate of first-round corners. And I don't know that we have the quantifications of that. But it seems to be that there's a lot. And in my opinion, a lot of that has to do with forcing corners to play before they're ready because of their draft pedigree, right? And when a corner gets down on himself, he loses one of the most valuable things that he has in that confidence. And that makes him play more safe than he should. It makes him play, not in his comfort zone. I mean, when these guys are confident at the college level, they're playing at their peak. And a lot of that has to do with their ability to trust their instincts to jump routes or to understand what's happening in front of them. Like, you start second-guessing yourself, especially at the NFL level, where every fraction of a second – I mean, we do this 40 time and we criticize guys over hundredths of a second. Mm-hmm. Those hundredths of a second don't matter if you are second-guessing yourself. So I think confidence at the corner position is probably the number one intangible thing you can have other than work ethic.
Do you agree?
I mean, I definitely think so, because confidence to me is a factor of film study. It goes with the work ethic piece, exactly like you're talking about. We're going to say the same things, and we're going to say them in different ways, right? Where to me, like you mentioned, falling asleep in meetings probably means that somebody like DeAndre Baker isn't going to put in the extra work to learn his matchup. And if you don't learn the guy's matchup, then you're going to fall for his, I don't know, making up a receiver here, but like their patented move or their big stutter step or whatever it is, because they watched film on you and they figured out how to make things or how to challenge you. One thing I do think really, really helps corner. Look, I'm going to state the obvious, but when you're a super athlete in a position that has to manage space down the field, it makes a huge difference whether or not I'm about to read off some of DeAndre Baker's testing numbers.
I know where you're going, and there's a very big difference. You asked the difference between DeAndre Baker and Deontay Banks. There's one huge difference between the two.
Let's use percentiles, because if I told you one guy ran, what is this, is he 4.36? He's a 4.35 40, and another guy ran a 4.52 40. That sounds like we're splitting hairs, but let's use percentiles.
Right.
DeAndre Baker was 23rd percentile in his broad jump, and that's a general measure of explosion. So bottom quarter in how explosive they are per step. Then he was bottom third in the 40, 36th percentile. Compare that to Deontay Banks, who's 97th in his vert jump. He's 98th in his broad jump. He's 92nd in his 40, and his 10-yard split is 89th percentile. It's not that this makes you a good corner by default.
Right.
It's that it gives you that little bit more time to think, that extra step to screw up and recover.
Right.
Because when you can catch a guy down the field, it means you're toast later in the rep, right?
You
It
see
takes
that with
more to
Banks,
beat
that
you.
he's able to recover
Yes.
pretty well.
And that recovery, in my opinion, Bobby, is a great way for a guy to keep his confidence, because without the ability to recover, you got to be perfect from Jump Street or you're done. Whereas as soon as somebody recovers, I mean, we're talking about a Wink Martindale defense that wants to blitz like crazy.
Yeah.
So we're talking about sending 5 and having 6 back in coverage. And if the quarterback lets up a throw off of blind faith towards Banks, and Banks challenges the throw and picks it off, you better believe they're not going to throw at him again
Right.
unless they know he's beaten. And that any second of hesitation, I mean, we're talking about a game, right, where 3 seconds in the pocket is a really long time. If you can force just an extra clutch, an extra step in the pocket because of your athletic ability translated to corner play, you're going to do a lot of things for your defense.
Not even that. I mean, just forcing early throws, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all of those things they factor directly into the scheme.
Right.
All right, it's day 2 though. Now let's get some. I'm excited to see where guys go, because there's so many high second round grades that I have, and some a few low firsts that where it's like, I just really like that guy and I can't wait to see him as a pro. Not even just talking about. It's funny they have the Bobby's day 2 guys to watch where.
Yeah.
My guys, people have literally threads of my guys. I just copied and pasted 70 into a 5-tweet thread.
There you go.
Of my guys. And I had a lot of people be like, that's a long list, man. I was like, yeah, I got a lot of guys.
All right, so let's revisit that conversation we were having right before we went live on Bleacher Report. And C. Perry won on Bleacher Report. He said, I don't want to center right now, but I am so nervous about the Eagles' defensive line that it's giving me anxiety. So this is the balancing act. So what is the balancing act with you guys between, you don't want to feel like you have to take a center because the rest of the NFC East's interior defensive lines are like some of the best interior defensive line rooms in the entire National Football League, all in one division. So how do you have that balancing act?
But if John Michael Smith is there at 57, that is amazing value.
Right.
Yes.
So, but you may have to trade up. I think there's a lot of teams that may look at John Michael Schmitz and be like, I am prioritizing that guy.
I agree.
Now.
Joe Tittman out of Wisconsin, obviously has all the athleticism and strength to play the center position. Needs to clean up his game, kind of in a similar light to Deontay Banks as a prospect. Obviously Deontay Banks is a much higher prospect. Ricky Stromberg, if he's there, pick 89. Like, I don't see there being many other people I want more than Ricky Stromberg at pick 89, and I think it's very likely he could be there. So, and on day 4 there is some guys, John Gaines, Steve Avila. Steve Avila is like pick 57. I think that's really good value despite him being a little older. And Avila has experience at center too. So, I think there's going to be that need meeting value.
Yeah.
Again, unless we start this draft in the first 20 picks, you got Osiris Torrance, JMS, Titman, and Avila are gone. Then it's not going how you want. Then you're going to hope that a guy like Ricky Stromberg falls to 89. But again, if we get a wide receiver in round 57, I'm excited about that too. As long as it's the right guy.
Well,
yeah,
Justin, to your balancing act question here. Look, right now, normally you'd say if you're the Giants in the situation that they're in, typically you went to the playoffs last year, you won a playoff game, you have a lot of hope, you've now re-signed your quarterback, you feel more like retooling than rebuilding this year, correct?
Yeah.
More like retooling.
Yeah.
Normally, I'd say you need to worry about your division rivals and how you're going to win your division sometime around now. But they also finished 3rd in the division last year.
Yeah.
So right now, this team needs to worry about getting better. I don't think that they need to worry about getting a center this year to deal with their NFC East rivals in.
I think they need to do it.
They need to do it because they don't have one.
Yes,
right.
yeah.
But as far as normal right now this year, and I said this last year as well, when the Eagles got A.J. Brown and everybody was getting worried, the Giants just need to worry about their own roster.
I agree with that too, but it's like we knew we needed a center, and then that happened last night, and it's like, wow, we don't have a center.
But again, they like before any of those picks happened, even if those picks didn't happen, I would have said the same thing. They can't leave tonight without knowing who the center is.
Well, it doesn't help anything, and I'm not staring at some magic list that has the answer for me, but I would swear to you the NFC East right now has 3 of the top, maybe 5 fronts in football.
Right.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a crazy thought, man.
Normally, you can't really worry about your own division, but this is getting out of hand. Like
you kind of have to include the Giants'
yeah.
defensive
the
line
Giants
is in there
are
too.
really,
Kayvon
really good.
takes another step forward, and the Giants are right.
I mean,
We got
it's
ourselves
still
a
early.
damn
Quarterbacks
good
in the
front
NFC
4.
East are in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, Bobby, I can't
Evan
help.
Neal, get better, big dog. We need you.
So tell me, Bobby, in a nutshell, how do we feel about the Giants' guards right now? Like them? Meh?
Well, Mark Lewinsky, bad. Josh Azudu, hope, but not confidence. But I like Josh Azudu. Really like that draft pick last year. And that's it. Like, Ben Bredesen is moving to center.
Makes sense. I don't feel like the pick has
Pick is
to
in
be
for the Steelers.
sweet.
Do the Steelers have to go Joe Porter Jr. at this point? Like, there was so much smoke with them taking him at 19.
I don't know that they have to, but it's weird to
Or
envision.
Brian Branch would be a great pick
It'd
here.
be such a cool story. His dad played for the Steelers.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, but all that to say, Bobby, real fast, I feel like any of these interior line guys, like you and I have talked about this, but the projecty ones that could theoretically play center, like Mock, like Avila, like those guys fit just as well, even if they play guard their first year, so long as the Giants line gets better. I would love for center to be the pick, but don't take Stromberg at 57 just because he plays center.
Right, absolutely.
If the guard
Mock
is
a
the better
wild card in
choice,
this too.
you take you take the guard.
Yeah.
Cody Mock is definitely a wild card.
Oh,
in this
definitely.
too.
NYQNZ on Bleacher Report. What's the probability of the Giants trade up in the second round for their wide receiver? And then you see Jordan Ronan with the tweet above. My understanding is that the Giants are not going to be afraid to trade up if there's players sticking out on their board. Joe Shane has already shown a propensity to be aggressive making trades during the draft, especially this year. It could cost a 3rd or a 4th round pick, though early in day 2. So, and also, I don't know if I want to.
Robert,
I
how
think
do you
Joe
feel
Shane,
right now that the Steelers have the first pick of the second round? And
I would give Claypool back if I could.
It's got to be eating you up inside a little bit.
Already did. I've been going through this while you guys were talking about offensive line, trying to stay connected, but losing myself in the process. Like I've got REM playing through my head, but like that's me in the mirror. The Claypool trade was a lot of fun when anything in Chicago that has felt like the Bears organization is investing in Justin Fields has probably felt as fun as you guys felt like whenever anybody was investing in Daniel Jones, because watching a guy struggle and then get supported, it's kind of a nice feeling, right? It's a feel-good story.
Look how
We got the
skinny
pick.
Alan Faneca is. Pick 32. This is basically a first-rounder. The Pittsburgh Steelers are selecting.
Yeah,
See, here's the thing
it's
with
the right choice.
With no volume, Joey Porter Jr. Okay. So this answers the question: was this medical issues? Was it off the field? No, this this is where he was viewed as like the 32nd pick player. Let's talk about Joey Porter Jr. just in general. Obviously, this was kind of a hot topic. I think this guy's going to dominate the sideline in the NFL, right? Like people talk about him being grabby. I see a guy who's physical, like J.C. Horn, who was like known as being an alpha physical. J.C. Horn was grabby at the top of the stem. I didn't really see that with Joey Porter Jr. Like I didn't see a guy who was super handsy down the field on the route or would get beat and try and tug on you. I saw a guy who was just very physical within that limit of what you're allowed to play. The weaknesses are like some of the underneath stuff. Like he doesn't pounce out of his back pedal, versus the slants and stuff, which is obviously a big part of the game. But I think Joey Porter Jr. is going to be really good. Obviously, you got to put him in the right situation. But this guy is physical. He's a long freak. I'm very excited for him in Pittsburgh.
To your point about being grabby, Bobby, okay, so I've got a couple friends in the coaching world. It's not a big deal. I'm talking about a guy who coaches safeties at a D2 school. But one of the things he talked to me about was that his defensive coordinator at one point came in red hot mad, yelling, "Our defense is not taking enough penalties," and basically made the argument that as neat as it sounds to commit 2 penalties in a game, if you can get away with 3 defensive holds, if you can get away with the defensive pass interference, that brings serious value to your defense. All this to say, Bobby, I think scouts these days have gotten a little touchy about what grabby is. Like, it's okay to be physical. We just saw the season that Sauce Gardner had, right? Yes, everybody's going to have to learn how to toe the line like it's college. I'm not expecting these guys to be done growing yet. But I would rather coach the physicality out of a guy than have to coach the physicality into a guy. And Joey Porter is so good in these zones. Like, he understands where he needs to be, how to alter his zone, what route combinations are coming to him and which ones aren't. I love the player. Like, obviously, his issues in the ground game must have made some people frustrated with him.
I mean,
that's like it.
I could even see. I mean, you have 34-inch arms, but I mean, I could even again. I'm just reaching for explanations as to why he fell a little bit. He isn't the best athlete.
Yeah.
We were just talking about a guy like
97th percentile.
You never want to compare a guy to DeAndre Baker, but a guy that doesn't have long speed or a guy that maybe doesn't have the best athleticism, that may turn off NFL teams as wide receivers continue to get more quicker and as they get smaller too.
And to Robert's point about rather coaching physicality out of a guy than into a guy or aggression or whatever, I would argue that you cannot teach a guy to be more physical or more aggressive. I think that's just something you have in you. Like he's got that dog in him, whatever,
sure.
dot meme. But yeah, I think that that's usually the way to go. My only problem is, and I don't think that this is Joey Porter, is relying on your grabbiness to win at the college level.
But I don't see a guy who's grabbing. I see a guy who presses guys up.
Right.
I would agree with. I think that there's times where the right shifty receiver can pull away from him at the right time that causes jersey tugs. But a lot of the stuff that you see where he's just like hands all over, like that's not going to get called. I don't think that that's too grabby.
It's legal. Like, well, what if most of what he does is legal? Like, obviously it's going to be, but like, he was not heavily like. There's a lot of guys in this class, Cam Smith, Banks, and other guys who were very penalized. Joey Porter Jr. wasn't one of those guys. While this is on my mind for the people in the control, or this is actually just for Julian or social
Cardinals
media.
just traded with
Cardinals
Tennessee.
trade the pick to the Titans.
Will Levis.
Yeah.
Julian or whoever, when the Giants make their pick, Lawrence Tynes is going to be the one announcing it, and I know he's going to talk shit. Make sure we clip up his announcement for it and put it on social media, please.
Pick is in immediately. It has to be Levis, right?
Well, I mean, I don't think you trade that pick and not have the pick in immediately on day 2. I think that kind of shenanigans.
Be
lands like
hilarious
they
for
were.
them to trade
Titans
up
back
for
to back
Brian
year.
Branch.
Titans back to back years taking the quarterback that falls.
Ryan Tannehill is still on the roster, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
What a situation. What a situation, some might say.
I wonder if they traded Malik Willis to the Cardinals.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Let's see, where do they go? They're pretty happy.
Could you imagine being the Texans last night and like, all right, we got our quarterback. Bam, we're on the clock again. Like that's got to be such a whirlwind of brain action.
This could be Brian Branch, actually. I don't think.
What
it
did they
is.
trade up from? Like 40 something?
I don't know. I don't have the.
There we go.
41st, a third this year, and then next year a third. So Cardinals get some. Cardinals are gonna have a ton of picks.
We have a lot of picks.
They moved up 8 spots. That feels fair.
So Cardinals have traded down twice in this draft.
I would argue that these picks at the top of the second round are incredibly valuable.
Very valuable.
Every
I
single
completely
year,
agree.
like you think, like Landon Collins is sitting there at the
Yes.
top of. When did McKinney go?
He was the fifth or sixth pick in the second round.
Yeah, I would say these top 5 picks in the
he
second
was the
round are
fifth pick.
super valuable.
If anything, you could make the argument that there's like an artificial demand that gets created because somebody falls out of the round.
Exactly.
In this case, it was Joey
Joey
Porter,
Porter.
Jr., and then it was Will Levis, and then it was probably Michael Mayer
Brian
and
Branch.
Brian
I mean, we're
Branch.
naming all these guys.
Right, exactly. The guys that people said, no way we're going to get him in the second round. And then all of a sudden, starting on midnight, hey, this guy could be yours, Justin, for the low, low price of your future second rounder and also a pick swap. And so suddenly these guys have to make snap decisions.
Tennessee Titans select.
Mayonnaise man, Kentucky.
It's got to be, right? You don't trade up this much to not
Yep.
take your quarterback.
you
Kentucky
go.
quarterback.
Good call, good call.
Will
Good call.
Levis.
So I feel like he's super polarizing. People have him really high, or people think that he's like going to be absolutely 100% horrible. I could see him doing well. I don't think I hate this landing spot for him. I think this is one spot he could develop.
Yeah, he can't. But so when people are like, oh, he was much better in 2021. I didn't love his 2021
I didn't love
film.
any of his.
Like he had a great offensive system, and then had that offensive line of Kennard, the center Luke Fortner, obviously Wandale. They use Wandale to really to his strengths. So like his film in 2021, it's not bad, but to me it didn't scream first round. And I watched a good amount of it watching Wandale Robinson. Like his game did not scream to me first round pick, but obviously you have the traits and stuff like that he has. But I also don't think he has like a Josh Allen type arm or anything.
I also don't
he's
think
got a
that.
big arm, but he doesn't have an arm that I think is gonna we're gonna look at him like, man, this is the deadliest arm in the NFL. So
If he had that arm, he would have went in the first round.
So do you think people will get as mad about Ryan Tannehill saying his job is not to train him up as they did about Malik Willis? Remember that was drama when
Yes.
Ryan Tannehill and people. Anyways,
Yes.
Well, I mean, does the time that's passed since then count for anything? Like just the fact that it's another couple years on Ryan Tannehill's tires.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like, does that make that statement less inflammatory if you're saying
It wasn't inflammatory.
I
at the time.
understand
Now,
that.
now it's. I agree with the mindset. Like if you're as a human being, but you just when you're talking to the media, you just gotta lie.
Yeah.
We're getting to see some Wandale Robinson highlights. That's nice.
Actually,
Remember
Wandale
him?
Robinson was the ultimate. Like we're gonna throw you the ball behind the line of scrimmage or 30
deep.
yards down the field. So,
Lions pick 34.
I'm excited to see him
If they're gonna,
grow.
if the Lions are gonna complete their draft day style haul, they need a punt returner here.
Or I was even thinking like a tight end.
Well, yes, but I'm making a joke on they took the running back, they took the off-ball linebacker.
Yeah.
Now they need David Putney
Yeah.
to finish the draft day movie haul.
This feels like Michael Mayer.
I like that actually.
I would
mean,
love Michael Mayer with the Detroit Lions.
This
It's
feels
a
like Michael Mayer.
it'd be a fun pick. I'm not huge on Mayer either, if that's what you're going for.
well, I was gonna say I could see tight end, but is Laporta weird here?
I don't think Laporta's weird at all. It's a matter of whether they want like a short separator, because I think Mayer's a little better at the, let's call them the classical tight end routes, right? Like stick, like basic out routes. Anyways, let's see the pick.
Kincaid is a Buffalo Bill, correct?
Yes.
He gone.
All right, the Detroit Lions are selecting out of the university.
Oh, there it is.
Sam
Bang.
Laporta, tight.
Great
You are a
call.
great
Great
caller.
Look at
call.
that.
Great
I don't
call.
like Michael Mayer, man.
I'm taking half credit on that, by the way.
Okay.
I got the position right.
You
He's
did.
a stud. He's a stud. He's explosive. I mean, fun down the seam, good blocker while he's at it. He's the U tight end that the NFL's looking for right now. He's a lot of fun.
I mean, I think you look at what Detroit did last year with their offense. When they exploded, they had guys moving across the field in space. And I don't see how Michael Mayer fits what they were doing when they were successful last year.
Laporta, like again, you can line him up anywhere. He's a legit route runner at every level of the field.
That
right?
was kind of a bullshit wide blocking.
And like
highlight.
he has like awesome yak plays too, and they're showing some of them on the screen.
That play
right
against
now.
Kentucky was insane.
And, like knows how to body position. Like he knows how to like push off without it being offensive pass interference. And he has dominant like wide zone blocking reps, which is like those are the most important reps as a tight end. If you can block the wide zone, it changes who you are as a freaking team, man. So, and this fit with the Lions is beautiful. So. I know everyone's shitting on the Lions, and I kind of get it.
No, man. Look at what they're gonna do here. I actually think this is gonna be pretty.
Now
explosive.
I hate the Gibbs pick. I will, but I don't hate the Jack Campbell pick. I probably wouldn't have done that if I were the Detroit Lions, but I don't hate it. Trade up for the Raiders. Please take Hendon Hooker.
Don't be the Bears.
Oh, I thought you were pointing to the commercial where
No,
it was
no,
the
no, no.
automatic, like,
So
lawnmower?
The Raiders traded up.
I was like, what the fuck is that?
Lawnmower 4.0.
You need that lawnmower.
Yeah.
Shout out Manscaped.
The only
Speaking of
lawnmower,
lawnmowers.
it's not time yet. The only lawnmower that I know is the lawnmower 4.0. I actually want to
Actually, we know the lawn. I know the lawnmower 3.0. Got that.
Is
The
this
2.0?
Osiris Torrance? Maybe.
I think. Please be Hendon Hooker so I can make fun of my friends who are Raiders fans.
That'd be terrible.
Still
That'd be
sitting there.
terrible.
Imagine Hendon Hooker and Jimmy Garoppolo on the same team.
This could be Henley, maybe.
Two guys who benefited from where they were more than anybody in
From
the world.
systems.
Brents or Ringo. I could see this being a corner.
Honestly, I could easily see this being a corner. And it's so funny because Keely Ringo, you watch him move around, you watch him play teams that aren't very good. Sorry, guys. He looks outstanding.
Yeah.
And then he played Marvin Harrison, and it was like, oh, his hips don't move. Like, it is wild how much we can not know about some of these guys.
So I was going to ask you guys here, is that something that you can really improve? I mean, from a guy who casually works out, I assume that you could improve your hip flexibility or whatever.
Shoot, you work out?
hip
But what I'm
integrity.
saying is I'm not like a sports medicine guy. I didn't go to school for it. I don't know any of that stuff. I would assume, though, that that's something you can improve a little bit with some kind of like yoga, flexibility, things like that.
I'm tired.
Your hip fluidity, right? So that's not something that's going to damn him forever.
So what I've always seen is cyclical, right? The first to second year jump, you can make the most improvement because you're able to go through an NFL offseason for the first time in your life. You don't have to do any of the draft stuff, all the interviews, right? All the workouts, all the training to run the 40 because that takes practice. You don't have to do it. But then as soon as that happens, Grump, it seems like the NFL or that player enters a cycle where they get a little bit better. They come to camp and they're a little more fluid. But the opponents that they're going to face have a bigger book on them. So you end up seeing the player kind of, I don't want to say stagnate, but the reason that Andrew Thomas jumps up to a certain level his second year and doesn't become Galactus but remains very, very, very good is because every step forward, there is a single step back and it almost like chases its tail. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Hey there, Ron.
What's going on,
Oh, shoot, are
Ronnie?
we getting products?
Ronnie
We're
on.
getting products.
I am very much
Put this
hoping
on
that
right now.
whoever the Raiders pick is a film breakdown that I've done because Raiders fans
they go
love.
nuts.
Raiders fans are some of my
no.
favorites.
Look at this.
and
Look at the
Look at
packaging.
this.
Oh, sleek.
The Ronnie 4.0.
Like you could be.
I feel like I'm
after-
being told something by I get the nose hair trimmer.
Oh, can I tell you something? I use that all the time.
So do
What's
I.
the code? What is the code, Justin?
It's a promo code Giants.
Well, guess what? Dummy Grump
Yes. Damn it.
got order stuff and didn't use the promo code and didn't get 20% off plus free shipping.
I couldn't remember it. I thought it was promo code JohnBoy because I was shit-faced.
Oh,
And when it
come
didn't work, I
on.
gave up.
Please be.
Don't be Grump.
Please be a film breakdown. The Las Vegas Raiders are selecting.
Osiris Torrance?
I think it could be that or Julius Brents, maybe.
They're selecting
Oh, there it is.
Michael Mayer, tight end out of
okay.
Notre Dame.
They
Bing,
got
bing.
their Darren Waller replaced.
Replacing Darren Waller.
We're getting some positional double dips.
What did
this
they
draft.
trade?
I was going to say, I don't know that I love this just because of the trade-up.
Yeah, this is a fine pick at this spot. I want to know if what they traded up to get this guy.
Can we find that? Can we get that production crew? Do we know yet?
Clip that, Jamie.
Who's Jamie?
It's a Joe Rogan joke.
Let's see. It is Raiders traded 35 to the Colts in exchange for 38 and a 5th round pick. That's it. They gave up 141. Thoughts, Bobby? Instant reaction.
Mr. Brownstone.
It's a 5th rounder, so they want to be winners more than anyone. Yeah, I guess that's fine.
Eat it.
Would you rather have Michael Mayer or Darnell Washington?
Eat it.
Well, suddenly there's
I
big
would
medical
say-
concerns on Washington.
Oh, are there? I didn't know anything about
That's
that.
why I thought I was like, I have to jump in with this because I was like, you're gonna say the same thing I would, right? Washington seems like a stud. Where is he?
Actually, I wasn't. I
Oh,
actually
go
think
for
he's
it.
super overrated.
Get it?
I think that day 2 is right for Darnell Washington. Whatever medical aside, I don't know what the deal's on that, but I just think that people saw him as a giant guy, and then they saw a couple of clips where he knocked the shit out of some people, and they're like, "Oh, he's a great blocker." And I don't think that he is a great blocker. I think he can become one. But I don't think that he wins with the proper leverage or anything like that. I think he just outsizes most of the guys that he's doing. I think that in the open field, he does a lot of really cool athletic things, but I also think that a lot of that feels very JPP to me, where JPP was just kind of at South Florida running around, and he was just so superior athletically to the guys he was playing against that you saw a clay that you could mold into any way you want. Playing at Georgia, Darnell Washington had moments like that. I mean, he wasn't even the best tight end on his own roster. So I just think that people fell in love with a lot of numbers. I think they fell in love with some flashy tape. I just saw a guy that needed a little bit more work than everybody else thought. I mean, we're talking about Darnell Washington at one point was like a consensus mid-first rounder. Mm-hmm. So that's when I was like, I think people are just not watching
So
film.
now he's like there's 3 tight ends that have went off the board, right?
Right.
Kincaid was only a 1st rounder.
Yep.
I really like Laporta in Detroit.
Interestingly enough, Bobby, not only that, but all 3 tight ends went in order of, let's call it their receiving abilities. So you'd think next up would be Luke Musgrave, and after that, you may even get Brenton Strange at a Penn State,
Yeah.
who's really good tight
Big
end.
Brenton Strange fan.
Really good tight end, and Penn State just had no interest running standard U tight end passing routes. It'll be really interesting to see where these tight ends go because there are some of these guys that can block, but the guys that can't catch the ball, like Payne Durham, who we saw at the Senior Bowl, like Luke Schoonmaker, they could end up being serious value for a team that's willing to take them because the guys that become the next Dalton Knox, become the next Dalton Schultz, they're going to go sooner.
We make this joke every year, but imagine being a Rams fan, and this is like, okay, the draft starts now.
I know it's got to be weird.
And how many picks do they have this year?
I think they got to get because they did some. I mean, they traded Jalen Ramsey away, so I think they've got a handful.
They have a 2nd round, a 3rd rounder. They have 2 3rd rounders, and then 3 5th rounders,
Wow.
3 6th rounders, and 2 7th rounders.
That's a team
Can
that
you
just
imagine?
traded away some studs. That's where you get all those 5th and 6th rounders.
Can you imagine if
Day 3 is nuts,
if
dude.
we were talking Rams?
how many day 3 picks do they have?
They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's a full class you have to cover on day 3 of the draft.
We're talking Rams. We got 8 day 3 picks. Let's break them down.
Spend like 15 minutes on the top 2 picks and then 50 minutes on guys.
This
who
guy's
might
gonna
make the roll.
save the franchise. They need like football players. Their UDFA class is gonna be insanely huge. Like the Rams, I think have 40 to 45 guys on their 90-man roster
I'd like to
right
see
now.
B.J. Ojulari here because you have Aaron Donald who commands so much attention, and that and they do those what is it called, Robert, where they will line like they'll have Donald at the 4-eye and then the 5 or a wide 7. Just to get Aaron Donald those one-on-ones. Like I think they
You mean not like a wide front? Like, because you're talking alignment, right?
Yeah.
Are you talking where they're like double stack?
Yeah.
Two guys over there.
Yeah, to get Aaron
I
Donald
don't
one-on-ones.
think it has a name. I think people
Yeah.
just say you put Aaron Donald over there.
Yeah, so whatever that is, like I think that this would be a good fit for B.J. Ojulari to go and get some sacks.
I keep thinking that the Rams are a forward-thinking organization that's always willing to try stuff. And look, we heard rumors about an Aaron Donald retirement. I mean, they make a lot of sense if they wanted to tank for
Torrey
Williams.
Holt. Is Torrey Holt in the Hall of Fame? Steve Avila.
He should be.
It's a good choice.
That is a good. That's
Great.
A good
One of my biggest breakdowns went to a team with no fans. That sucks. I'm surprised you went over John Michael Schmitz, man. Steve Avila has the best pass protection
So good.
film in the
So
class
good.
for the interior offensive alignment.
Very good.
Again, versus guys like Mozzie Smith, Jalen Carter. No one did a better job on those guys than Steve Avila did. And the way he attacks, like jumps guys, gets his hands on them, and his feet just like he's mirroring with you, like controlling the reps, just driving you. And then like there's even times where it's like if he's uncovered, he'll go help the left tackle out, and like with like guys that are rushing around the corner. And has played games at center, guard, and tackle. Really, the only thing he has going against him is the age. I love Steve Avila, man. He was a guy I really liked in this draft. And the Rams going at him on the inside. So
A lot of versatility with him too.
Yeah.
Move him around.
But it's interesting because a guard, okay, I mean this in the most positive way I can say it. A guard isn't going to help you win games this year.
But I don't think they're trying to win games this year.
No,
they are.
No, I don't think they are.
Are you ready? Are you guys ready for let's
And
see,
also, I
Seattle.
will.
Darius Rush? Trying to think of a late third rounder.
Darius Rush would be a great pick for the Seahawks.
Zach Harrison.
They
Not
already
here.
took Witherspoon.
Not here, but I'm saying just in general,
No,
he's a good fit.
The joke I'm making, Bobby, is that the Seahawks always have that huge draft reach, and I'm trying to figure out what it is.
Oh.
Carl Brooks, out
Jalen
of
Hyatt?
Bowling
No.
Green.
I actually could see Hyatt.
Tucker
going to
Kraft wouldn't even really
so
be a
here's the thing:
reach.
they just went corner and wide receiver, where they just made positions of strength even more of a strength.
Yep.
Do
Oh,
they
I did-
make?
I-
Do they
yep.
just basically triple down at those
No.
two spots? I don't think so.
No, sorry.
What like
What you got,
interior?
Roger?
What like interior D lines available right now?
Gervon Dexter.
That would be
That'd be
that would be a
hilarious.
reach.
Derek
Hall.
Oh,
Hall.
did
Hall.
I was close with the
No,
front
you
seven.
were close.
Front
Uh,
five, front
I
seven.
actually think that this would work there.
Do
He's
you
kind of
like
a-
Derek Hall?
I think that he has to be in the right scheme, and I think a lot of that has to do with the length.
Yeah, see, I don't love him, man. There's I just don't see like consistent, like
Exactly.
good play out of him.
It just
you know,
depends on his
it-
matchup and how he's
and that being
used.
with the size. Like if you're that size, dude, I want your film to be nuts, and it's just like solid film. So
Falcons have traded up.
What?
Jesus.
gonna get Hendon Hooker. They're gonna really.
Man,
I'm excited
Has
to see what
anyone
they do
stand
here.
it pat
Don't
yet?
do it,
It's
Atlanta.
Other than the first pick,
don't do
every
it,
other
Atlanta.
pick's been traded, right?
Seattle didn't trade.
Seattle did not trade.
I'm excited to see what they do here.
Don't take Hendon.
I kind of want them to take
Oh,
it.
I mean, it'd be chaos, but like, I feel like we hate Hendon.
Wait.
Like, let's see. So
Six.
Colts with a double trade down. Good on you, Chris Ballard.
That's what the Colts used to always do, and it almost got like a little too cute. But they got their quarterback, and they're back on their bullshit.
And they didn't have to trade up for him either, Bobby.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm excited for the Colts. Dalton Feely will be with us here tomorrow.
Yep.
I'm really excited to
That's
talk
gonna be
about him
fun.
with the Colts because
Mhm.
I'm excited to see what the Colts do. It's just please don't mess this up, Jim Irsay.
Speaking on Derek Hall, Bobby, I feel like he's that bizarre type of player where he's really disruptive. He gets to or near the quarterback a lot and forces the quarterback to step up in the pocket, but he's got next to no bend, it feels like. Like he can't turn the corner. So he's going to race behind the quarterback just a couple feet and then try to stop and fully turn around. But hey, moving the quarterback at all disrupts offensive rhythm, and speed and that kind of explosion at edge is obviously something the NFL values. They took him at 37. I'm interested to see whether he can be a complementary player to better pass rushers in the interior, but we'll see. It's
He
the
was
Seahawks.
also at the Senior Bowl, and a guy like Derek Hall should go down to the Senior Bowl with his style and dominate. And he was pretty damn.
Invisible.
He was bad. He was
do
like,
the Will McDonald thing,
Notice
just
that.
sauce people.
Yeah, that's what he should have done. What Will McDonald
Right.
did at the Senior Bowl, and he didn't do that. So
I could see him having success in the right with dominant edge rushers at his side, running twists as well.
Right.
I could see him doing well with that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he'll ever put up big numbers, though.
I don't know if we're in the moment or the place of the draft where we're going to see any of these edge rushers that put up, let's say, classical big numbers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's why it's so important. Bobby talks about it all the time of tackle being like first rounder bust. I'm like edge rusher first rounder bust.
Feels like
Unless you take a guy with the understanding that you are going to be a number 3 at best, which like a Yaya Diaby a little bit later on. That's a day 3 guy that a lot of people like. You take that guy knowing that he'll be a number 3 and he could come in and he could stop the run, maybe play on early downs. So
Right.
let's see what the Falcons
do something funny, Falcons. John Abraham, great player.
Yeah, good player. Loved watching
They
him.
already took Bijan. Come on, do something wild.
Hoodie Glaber very invested in this Falcons.
I want the
pick.
Falcons to do something funny. Take whatever best weapon
Man,
is out
and
there.
he's not letting us.
Matthew Bergeron.
Oh, that's a
Oh,
good
no.
pick. That's a good
Our
pick.
Bills
No.
Mafia
What?
family is.
Oh, no, you already have a tackle.
No,
You're
we're
okay.
good. We're good.
Our Bills.
Justin, you
much
were the
better
one who
living.
found him first at Senior Bowl,
I
right?
loved him at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that was like okay, we're watching one-on-one Grump. You know, we're going through each individual rep. We are putting text and different colors on who is offense, who is defense, and how do you spell this guy's name? How do you spell this guy's name? He is just a balanced, like you'll see it in the highlights right now. Balanced, good footwork, keeps his feet under him, eye and feet connection, very, very well done. I don't think he may not be like the most athletic, but he's a balanced football player. And he had his family very well represented at the Senior Bowl, and that was also fun to witness.
Yeah, I'm a little bit upset by this pick because our Bills Mafia Cover 1 family, they really wanted Bergeron, who just as a player, it's a position need, and you have the Syracuse to upstate New York connection. So I really wanted him to end up being a Bill. And I also want the Falcons to I want the Falcons to embrace, like, best weapon. Like, they should have just went Jalen Hyatt. Like, all right, let's get this speed.
Yeah.
Honestly, Bobby, Bergeron here at 38 is such a reminder. There's no easy way to get a tackle in this league. Like you talk about first rounder bust with tackle. You're taking Matt Bergeron, a guy who I think he's really good. He profiles well at every position but center because he's got great power in his hands, could easily play guard, but I think he's got just good enough feet to play tackle. But we're going to pick him, despite him probably being the 50th best guy in the class at 38, because we can't wait any longer. And I think the Falcons traded up for it, right? Like, it's tough. It's tough out there if you don't have tackles.
It's tough in these streets.
That's something really nice about the Giants situation. At least they've got 2 very high-class tackles on their roster. It's just a matter of figuring things out with Evan Neal.
Let's attack Bleacher Report
8
here
picks
for
into
a second.
the second round. No Brian Branch off the board.
Kyle MC 1993. Bobby, that hat is fire.
Draft hat 2023.
There you go.
Draft hat 2023. G4 Sherm. I would like the Giants to trade up to get Mayer from Notre Dame.
Too late.
Too late.
Sorry.
Sorry. That's
Go be a Raiders fan, G4 Sherm.
That's a wild request. Trade up to get a tight end that will be
He was traded up for.
no, but like asking the
Giants?
Giants to trade up to get a
Be a
tight
big
end.
trade up, too.
Number one, not a premium position. Number two, like if there is the only
We have to trade up a mile, and we have Darren Waller.
yeah the only time that we are hypocritical and we'll say like BPA but it is with the tight end position right now. Zambo 22 tough call. I think I go best center if coaches feel the pick is a day 1 starter. If an amazing wide receiver slips, okay, I'll be okay with that too. Shane Dable 2023 Mingo Mania. Thank you Shane Dable. Why am I saying him weird now?
Mingo Mania.
Dable.
Dabes.
Got it.
Did I do
Mingo,
this to you?
Yeah, you did. You did do it to me. Yeah, you've been
Dable.
hanging out for like 2 days now, so thank you very much. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out in Bleacher Report. Appreciate everybody here too. Like the stream on YouTube. Yesterday it was really fucking cool that we almost peaked at like
Yeah,
3,000
seriously,
people.
amazing.
So that was really cool.
peaked yet.
So like the video, more people will come in here. Tell your friends, and we're talking Giants, talking draft. This is one of the best weekends of the entire year. Appreciate everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Panthers.
Justin, I have bad news. I
Yeah.
saw something I shouldn't have. I can't tell you what it is. But
We hate that it's bad
Well,
news.
don't spoil anything.
I didn't,
What?
but more trying to create a foreboding and tense atmosphere.
Well,
Hopefully,
It's
it's
like my
working.
dad used to record the race, and then his neighbor was like, "I'm not going to tell you anything, but you're going to be really happy." Like, all right, you just told my dad who won.
here is the bad news. So we're in the John Boy Media live stream lounge. It's called the Manscaped live stream lounge actually this weekend. If you look above you, don't sue me. Whatever it's usually called.
I'm pointing up at Manscaped.
The Texas Rangers city uniforms are disgusting, and they're wearing
Yeah,
them
they're not
tonight.
good. They're not
So we
good.
have the NFL draft on NFL Network. That's middle right above. We have Yes Network on the bottom in the middle. We have us on the camera in the top right. We have
That's where I'm looking most of the time.
ESPN on the top left because at 8 p.m. there's going to be a Warriors game on. And I wanted to try and get your hockey on, your Dallas Stars.
Well, they start at 9:30.
Okay,
so
all
I
right,
don't
so
blame everybody for taking.
we'll have a little time to get them on the TV, but that's our setup right now in the Manscaped live stream.
Grump,
lounge.
I enjoyed. We got a couple YouTube comments today about the Devils Rangers, and like, don't be fucking celebrating. Rangers gave that away. I was like, no, we're gonna.
I don't know what you're talking about. They gave away 4 goals and didn't score a single thing.
Like
I
3
guess.
games in a row.
Guys,
We'll
the
take
body's buried.
We'll take it.
I'm just saying.
It's not buried. It's
I also just saw something
Hockey-
that hurt me. Do not fucking spoil picks in the chat, and I'm not gonna believe it until this guy says it. Please don't spoil picks in the chat,
Wow,
please.
that was very.
And the fact that this guy was taken here, I think his future's doomed.
I love Jonathan Stewart as a.
Oh, stop!
No,
I
just
don't. I don't.
as a-
I'm not.
as a
I'm
man.
not. I'm
Let
not in
Justin
the mood
be
right
mad.
now. I'm not in the fucking mood right now, Grump.
That wasn't a
The
joke.
Carolina-
I just meant him as a guy.
the Carolina. He's a great locker room presence.
Yeah, he was a great veteran leadership in
That- I
2018.
didn't-
Mother.
Yeah.
Jonathan Mingo to the Carolina Panthers. The
Fuck.
Jonathan Mingo dream.
You know what? This
He's
is
dead.
credit to me.
Yes,
It is.
it is.
That and also it's credit to Jonathan Mingo. Sure, you're a good football player too. But credit to me. I mean, Jonathan Mingo started this kind of draft process as a 5th-round pick projected on the Draft Network.
Right.
He goes down to the Senior Bowl, doesn't even have like an awesome week in the Senior Bowl, but has a good week. We were still talking about guys like Jaden Reed a lot more. We were talking about Tank Dell a lot more than Jonathan Mingo. But just as this month and really as like the last 2 weeks have come, Jonathan Mingo has went from like this, maybe later day 2 guy to he was getting rumors about being picked in the first round, and this is pretty damn close to being picked in the first round, and it just makes sense. Jonathan Mingo has the NFL size. There was a really big explosive passing touchdown this past year that he reached 22 miles per hour. Player tracking data. A guy that size, what is he, 6'4"? What's the exact 6'2", 220 pounds, and he runs that fast. And also, the most unique thing about Jonathan Mingo's game is Ole Miss did a little bit of a funky thing with him, but it kind of worked. Goal line package, goal line situation. Jonathan Mingo is in a 2-point stance behind the tackle, blocking, and they are running towards his side, and Jonathan Mingo is creating a path for a touchdown. His skill set is going to transfer over to the NFL level, where in a league where guys are getting smaller, in a league where you're wondering, where can this guy fit? How can this guy fit? You don't really have to think about that with Jonathan Mingo, but because of his size, because of his speed, for his size, he's going to fit. And if I'm a wide receiver coach, I know Bobby's critique is, he could get altered off his path.
But he's big as shit. Like that. If he's
Coach
smart,
him.
Yeah, if he's smart, that will be coachable.
Coach him.
Unless he's a total idiot and lazy, that should be fixed with Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah.
And
I
he's
hate-
definitely not lazy. I
And
don't
I mean-
think that's something we'll hear about.
I hate that he's going to this situation though.
First of all, yes. Second of all, better run to update your mock drafts. Not necessarily Giants fans. I don't know if it's actually going to affect the Giants all that much. If anything, maybe it'll push a really good lineman down the board. But I've got a feeling, Bobby, if we're getting Mingo at 39, Michael Wilson and A.T. Perry are going to go a little earlier than I think people have them right now. Because obviously the size, the explosive ability, the ability to use them in those blocking situations, exactly like you're talking about, means a great deal to the NFL. I mean, 39 is It's probably higher than I would have had Mingo, but that doesn't mean that I'm correct. If anything, like you're saying, Justin, I got suckered into watching a weird Ole Miss offense and underrated what's obviously an elite NFL athlete.
Dude, he has these highlight plays too, where one-handed catches. I watch. If the NFL draft at the end of the day, it boils down to, do you draft good players or do you draft bad players? And it's just one of those things of, I feel like Jonathan Mingo is going to be a good player in the NFL, and he also plays a premium position.
Right.
It just sucks that he's going to the Panthers. I mean, maybe Frank Reich. They just got Bryce Young.
It helps
Frank.
Bryce Young.
I think it tells that Frank Reich was a big part of the draft in Indianapolis, because those motherfuckers would just get the biggest receivers every single
Michael
year
Pittman.
who can move. Alec Pierce last year, Jelani Woods, the tight end last year. I think Frank Reich had a pretty big influence on Chris Ballard.
Bobby, this also speaks to what you were saying just yesterday about, I think Jonathan Mingo is the guy that people will say, I can't believe we didn't take him. Well, apparently the Panthers thought exactly the same thing and weren't about to pass on their opportunity.
Yeah, so like when we started this draft process, obviously the top first-round wide receivers were a big conversation in Giants land. And me and Justin kind of talked about, like, well, what mid-round guy could we look back and be like, this guy turned into a number one? And it was Jonathan Mingo. Isaiah Foskey to the Saints. Brian Brzee,
You
Foskey.
did a film breakdown on him.
I did. Foskey, man, we talked about it on our Edge draft preview. I can't tell if this guy's going to be really solid or just going to be a bust.
I'm not loving it.
Right.
Yeah.
Which usually means that you don't love him. But I like his film, right? Broke Justin Tuck's sack record at the University of Notre Dame, and there's some really good stuff in there. But I think, and he works a ton of pass rush moves. I think he should kind of find the 2 or 3 things that work best and work those, and then start the counter off those. Also, I was pretty frustrated the first day of the Senior Bowl where he was trying to bull rush DeJuan Jones, and it's like, dude, you can make this guy look silly, and you're playing into his game. But he works that long bench like he's a more polished pass rusher. He's got good get off. He's got a false step that he's got to work with, and I think fixing that could help a lot. So Isaiah Foskey, 4 career block kicks. I knew that off the top of my head. Just read it on NFL Network. Saints go get a guy. They're making that front. They're trying to strengthen that front.
Is the Russell Wilson trade officially done? That's what it looks like.
Derek Hall's the last piece of it. So Devin Witherspoon, Tyreek Smith, Ohio State guy last year, Boye Mafe. Did Boye Mafe do anything as a rookie?
I don't know.
Really
I didn't
hearing much
like
about
him. I wasn't a big fan.
Let's see. Let's look at
An edge rusher not taken in the first round. Devin Witherspoon, Derek Hall, Tyreek Smith.
He had 3 sacks, 10 pressures, 1 QB hit. You love that QB hit stat.
I do.
Is it a stat, though?
We had this debate like 2 years ago.
It was a stupid debate because we were saying the same things where I'm just like, no, but it's an indicator, not a stat.
I'm just like, no, it's like a stat. It's just something you can measure.
I'm just like, how can it be a successful stat if a guy can complete a 50-yard pass while that stat's being made?
Are you guys like
it's a successful
restarting
result.
the argument?
We're like slowly creeping our way
Yeah.
into.
I wonder what show that was, because it's so. You know
It
what? It
may
was
have been
Leonard
like The
Williams.
Edge.
It was Leonard. It was I think it might have been a Leonard
We
Williams.
have had some
PPP.
of our biggest arguments discussing Leonard Williams,
Um,
and it's not even like we're not
we're
polar
just saying
opposites.
the same
on him.
things. It's just like arguing about like the smallest detail
Yeah,
about it.
the tiniest of differences. Yes, Leonard Williams gets me. If you want to get me hot and bothered, like come at me.
Oh, I used to tag you in tweets of people like saying bad stuff about Leonard Williams.
Man, you want to get me hot and bothered? Start talking shit about Leonard Williams. I'm a little bit more okay with it now, but yeah, Dexter Lawrence being like one of the best interior defensive linemen in the league helps.
Cardinals pick live. The trade back Cardinals.
Big Cardinals. Big time Cardinals.
Kick the
fan.
can, Cardinals.
Kick the can Cardinals.
It's no longer the
love
Texans.
It.
No longer the
I
Texans.
love
No
it.
longer the Saints, though.
Well, the Saints. Well, they kicked the can on the salary cap.
Yeah, they did.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That
That's
Loomis
what they do.
management is just—it's kind of weird to watch. You know.
Inside Boxing Live says Justin and Bobby Kiss challenge. We actually did that last year.
No, we didn't.
I did. We did. I actually I tweeted out like
This is a culture of violence.
if the Giants get, I have a picture on my phone of me kissing you, kissing your hat, because I said if the Giants
Kiss my
somehow
feet.
land Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal, I would kiss you, and I had to do it.
How was it, Bobby? Did he slip any tongue?
I don't know. Why don't you kiss my ass, Grump?
Good
Ooh.
comeback.
Ooh. Ooh.
Good comeback.
I got nothing for it.
I was just waiting for anybody to say anything to drop the kiss my ass line. So you could have said
I
anything.
fell right into it.
I'm mad. Quote tweeted, the Panthers nab Jonathan Mingo at pick 39. Thank you, Hoodie. And I just quote tweeted and I said, I'm mad.
Angry.
I am full clench with Keon White and Adetomiwa Adebaware slowly dripping down that draft board towards
Adebaware
Makes
has
me
to get
feel
hit soon.
makes me feel smart about analysis. I'm like, Keon White first rounder. Like,
I agree.
am I
Yes.
on fucking crack? And then Adebaware, I like, but I did not
Right.
see a first round player with him.
Same.
Like pick 57 would be fun, but I did not see a first round player with
That's
Adebaware.
exactly how I feel. Like, don't you dare trade up for either of these guys, but you better believe that both pick 53 for us. Not a bad spot for him. So we'll see. I mean, especially if the NFL's looking to take receivers. I mean, Josh Downs got to go somewhere. Won't be the Cardinals. They already have Rondale Moore, but maybe Green Bay. Oh gosh, Green Bay for Josh Downs actually works. Like,
No, take Jalen Hyatt, please.
Yeah, part of me wants it because Jalen Hyatt is a weird, very weird eval.
I need Jalen Hyatt to come off the board.
So it's like I just want someone to just take that decision off of our hands.
I agree.
'Cause it's just such a weird evaluation.
go out back, put
Is
the bullet
Osiris
in it.
Torrance still on the board?
Yes.
Ioannis Williams. I watched his football life. Didn't have any clue. Very cool football life. NFL. Ioannis. Football life is
Tough name.
football life
really
is such
rough name.
great.
30 for 30, basically.
NFL Network. If it like they are some of the great like producers of
They are.
of like 30-minute shorts like the NFL Films presents.
You want to make film, Julian? Go work for NFL Network.
BJ
BJ
Ojolari.
Ojolari.
That's a smart pick here.
Now the Cardinals have like depth at that edge spot, right? Like
I mean, I had this pegged as a need because J.J. Watt just left.
Hey, look, there's BJ on TV.
Aziz.
And the Cardinals
And
just
Aziz,
lost.
that's what I meant
The
to say.
Cardinals just lost Zach Allen too. It's a little more of a 3 technique, obviously, but they need pass rushers on the on the defensive line.
Yeah, I think they just need defense in general. Like, they could use some corner help.
Remember Cameron Thomas at San Diego State
Yes,
last
I
year?
did like him.
He did not play very much. He played like rotational for them, but he played really, really well. Like I'm gonna pull up.
Okay.
And they were roommates. And they were roommates.
Who was roommates?
Probably Aziz and BJ at some point in their life.
I mean, a real dream pick. I don't know. Where's the guy going to go? I feel like saying his name is going to make the Packers pick him, so I'm not going to bring him up.
Jalen Hyatt.
Not that one.
No.
It's another one of your guys
John Michael Schmitz.
from 25.
Brian Branch.
Still there.
Um,
Like, clearly, the NFL thinks intangibles are for schmucks or something.
So I was actually
Because-
listening to you guys about Brian Branch, and I was not super high on his film. And Justin brought up a great point about where Alabama played him
Yeah.
at times, and oftentimes had screwed him. Putting him into slot positions and stuff like that, I don't know that that's really where.
no, that's not where he'll project in the NFL because, I mean, receivers are just faster. They're
Yeah,
faster. They're
and I
quicker
think
at the
that's
NFL
where his
level.
worst film was at.
Yeah, and I mean, really, I'm of the belief that, hey, if you're not facing like a slot wide receiver that's quick, that's fast, you can put him there at reps, and that's why I view Brian Branch as like a super versatile piece, as a valuable thing. And the Packers do something, is that funky at this point?
I mean, it's just the injury concern with Luke Musgrave. Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Packers select tight end Luke Musgrave out of Oregon State.
Robert
can
Tonyan's
really
also
can
super
really
injury-prone.
win deep.
Wicked fast.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So, I mean, they don't really have who else do they have at tight end for Jordan Love? So
Not anybody right now. I
No,
don't think.
Tunyon anymore.
No, Tunyon's on the Bears, actually.
Oh.
1-year deal.
Wow.
Yeah, there you
So
go.
I like this for
I like
the
this for
Packers.
Green Bay a lot, actually.
like hopefully he doesn't get injured, but you got to give some help to Jordan Love before. I mean, he's basically got, if they'll probably pick up the 5th-year option, but even if then you still only have 2 years to really evaluate this guy, so you want to get some guys around him.
I know the Packers are really big on physical measurables. Like Christian Watson's an alien, so of course they picked him, and everybody in between. So they must not have been particularly high on Josh Downs, even though I actually think that's a pick that would have made a lot of sense for them. The Packers love to make hay with underneath receivers like Donald Driver and Jordy Nelson, and Devontae Adams obviously isn't small, but he plays that inside area of the field, and it's surprising to me because they don't really have a weapon that's playing there right now. But I think Musgrave makes a lot of sense for them. It's never really that easy to get value out of a high-taken tight end, But mostly I'm saying that as a hater because I hate the Packers and I want them to lose.
The Jets are going
John
Michael Schmitz.
They have to go John Michael
Osiris
Smith.
Torrance, and I am really hoping that they go Joe Tippmann.
Don't take Joe Tippmann.
Yeah, go take
Please
Tippmann.
go take Joe Tippmann.
Let Tippmann fall.
No.
Give me-
You
Tip-
like
Tip-
Joe Tippmann.
Give me Joe Tippmann.
We're not really Joe Tippmann guys.
I'm a Joe Tippmann guy.
Okay.
Not at
Fight.
center. I want to
I'm
make
not
We
Guard.
actually talked. Me and Robert talked about Tippmann on a podcast.
Now you see, I agree with that because I said to Bobby, we were talking about him on our offensive line preview, and I'm like, because of his movement, like that's put him at guard.
He's outstanding.
I
mean, he can do things that other centers flat out can't. And even if you're dealing with pressure problems up the middle, I think he makes a lot of sense in an offense. Okay, so the Bears, for instance, very tiny little anecdote. They've got Nate Davis, Tevin Jenkins, and Cody Whitehair, all of which who have huge problems as far as getting injured. So somebody who can play all three spots makes a lot of sense. But we'll have to see. I mean, let's see.
Joe Tippmann's very young too, right?
Yes. I think so at the very least.
He's one of the youngest interior offensive linemen in the class.
It's
Super
an old-
long.
It's an old class too.
Great feel for the run game and like blocking within it, which is really fun. But you're totally hoping on growth, and it may, like Ethan Pochich, take a while.
New York Jets.
This could be Brian Branch. I wouldn't be shocked.
They need line. They
they
need
need-
offensive line.
they
Who do you
do.
want it to not be?
I don't want it to be John Michael Schmitz or Osiris Torrance.
New York Jets select the Brickashaw Ferguson. Very good.
You're back.
Top 5 pick.
Come
out
on
of
now.
That's the
University of
guy.
Virginia.
He's back. They need a tackle.
They are selecting
Jets fans really are hoping for
Joe
oh,
Tippmann.
Yeah.
Big
Way
bummer.
to go, Justin.
Big bummer.
I did a film breakdown on Joe Tippmann. If
And you respectfully ripped him apart.
I didn't rip him apart, I just
You
talked
did.
about his struggles.
You did. You respectfully kind of ripped him apart.
Yeah, I always.
I haven't seen you make a film breakdown like that in a while. I think the last time was like Charles Cross, where you're like, you just methodically, kind of respectfully kind of ripped them apart a little bit.
Yeah, it's so again, you're gonna see this him moving out in space. It's great. The guy can move better, but he's someone who loses the point of attack consistently, and at center, that's an issue. And it's even more of an issue where you're taller than guys, so that means they're gonna get under your pads and drive against you. But you can't deny he is one of the youngest players in the interior offensive line class, and he has that athletic ability, and I think he's fairly strong too. It's just that his film isn't very good right now. Like it's as simple as that. But you're my mic, is it being weird for anyone else, or did
It
my
got
volume go up?
louder.
You're
we're trying to
explosively
we're trying to experiment with putting the volume up on the
Okay.
stream since I've gotten some comments that it's a little quiet.
Okay, that's fine. I thought it was just my mic. Let's see. So yeah. Someone
yeah, there's
says wasn't
Joe
Charles Cross good last year?
I'm sorry
he was
you're-
up and down.
That
I'm
happens.
sorry you're upset.
That happens. That's the draft, right? This is what we get for trading away trading away pick 32.
But Joe Tippmann is one of those guys where it's like you just want another team to make the decision for you.
Right.
Is this Brian Branch?
No, he's not athletic enough. Colts maybe Frank Reich changed that. All right, pick. I don't know what I was doing.
Pick
Joe
is
Klatt.
in.
This could be
Is Joe Klatt like a nowhere a ball? Man, this is weird.
corner, or this could be Torrance too. If they're really going to try and build stuff up for Richardson. Although, would you move Torrance out of the right guard spot at all? No, right?
Why are they showing? Oh, they're.
I mean, you could put him at left. Are you talking about like between right and left or center?
Yeah, right.
I mean, he's played right guard, so I would try and leave him there. But if
So
you,
the Colts
if you,
wouldn't take him then with Quentin Nelson.
Quinn is a left guard.
You're right.
Has Quentin Nelson also apparently taken a step back?
Osiris actually would be.
He got hurt.
Would be smart here, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, you got Jonathan Taylor. You just got that young quarterback. Keep him. I mean,
That's what I'm
now
saying.
Osiris has some issues as pass pro. His feet aren't the quickest, so
But
maybe
I mean,
you're not,
you
maybe you're not
lean on
helping.
the run game, and you already have they played together at
With
Florida.
Richardson, you're going to be using a ton of play action. So, yeah, I actually would like this here for the Colts. I mean, pick 44, too. Osiris is going to be one of the best guys on the board.
Sure.
Can we do the draft ticker like we did last night, Julian, instead of those players?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian. Every once in a while, it'll go, the pick is in, and then it'll take forever to actually announce the
Yeah.
pick, and it is the most frustrating piece of this experience.
I'm excited for the Colts, though. For Dalton, my good friend Zach, who, if it wasn't for Zach, I wouldn't even be here because we started our Simple Man Radio. So, excited for you, Zach.
I don't want to make fun of fans and just people, but some people are fucking begging.
Yeah, like think about just painting yourself that day.
That's when you're like,
Be like
I
being
hope
in the
they
mirror and
trade
be
out.
like, I am painting myself blue right now.
I just blew
Been there.
myself.
Like, I'm going to have to wash this off eventually
Been there.
and go to work.
Yeah, been there.
Have you?
Yeah, well, I mean, here's a fun story. A couple weeks ago, it was actually
I don't
right,
think
right behind me.
I won't even make the joke.
Right behind me. I would never make the joke. Come on.
I was going to say you painted yourself and it was problematic, but that's just
Oh, no. Stop. Right behind you, I requested to get wet. Like we were doing a big
That
Easter.
what you just asked and that worked.
We were doing a big Easter shoot, and it was either you get money cracked on top of you on an egg, or you get like some sort of like object, like dirt. Paxton got fish food dumped on top of her head.
Ew.
My-
dry fish food?
my-
No, that's not bad.
My request was I wanted to get wet, so I had eggs cracked on top of my head.
Cool. How about Drew Sanders here? That would fit like the athletic.
I think
guys
they
who
have
may
enough
work.
linebackers. I know
Um,
they lost
they just-
They
Okereke,
lost Okereke.
but I know they have enough. That's why they were willing to let him go, according to Dalton.
Julius Brents. The Colts stick true to what they do
So mad.
and get the big guy who can move. Julius
been-
Brents. This is a guy we me and Justin liked, but you really liked him, right?
Yeah.
Grump? Like you get the quote unquote your guys list.
I have been fuming over here for the last 30 seconds since this one got tipped to me. And I was like, not tipped, it's just people on Twitter being all fast. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm such a projection over where we are now, guy. I don't know if that's how you feel, Grump, but it's like, I don't really care that Brents isn't ready to play yet. What he will be able to do is insane. Run force player, violent in the run game. Oh, he's awesome. And the Lions have traded up. But to tie a bow on that, Diggum, that's a good pick. Two of my guys leave the board, one after another. I'm fuming, but I'll get over it.
Does anybody want their headphone volume turned down a little bit?
No.
Yes.
Yes, me, please.
Oh, shit. All right, who is this?
All right, so who is it? Who is it?
This is me.
Not you, but I meant like who? Bobby,
Oh,
who
who's
is it?
the-
Lions traded up. Obviously, it's for Hendon. It's for Dorian Thompson.
headphones?
No,
Phones.
please don't do Hendon.
Hello.
Whose headphones are this?
Nope.
Hello. Those are mine.
Huh?
Okay.
I believe those are mine.
Let me know where you want it.
That's fine right there.
Okay.
So
Oh shoot, interdivision trade. I didn't realize they traded with Green Bay.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's-
Green Bay's got this pick too. Dang,
can the Lions add more to their interior offensive line? I mean, let me just look at what my quote
picks
unquote big board.
in?
I'm gonna jump to Bleacher Report for a hot second. Oh, what do you
They have to get defense at this point.
They're gonna take Tyreek Stevenson.
Branch would
Call
be
it a
good pick
feeling.
here.
What do you
Tyreek
guys
That would make
think of
sense.
Cali CT? What do you guys think of Atabare?
I like Atabare, but
played out of position in college where they had him as an end, where he's going to play inside in the NFL. But
Right.
is a freak athlete. His
Yes.
film is average, but again, was playing out of position, so you can use that speed to make guys have issues. So I like it about Ari. But when he was getting first round hype, I was like, what is going on?
Yeah. Are we getting close to a territory where the Giants may trade up for JMS? Alan Montgomery is wondering.
yes, we are getting close.
But
to
will the Giants trade up for a guy who's 24 years old? Is the question.
that. Probably not.
Can I be honest with you? Now that we're in it, I think I like Osiris Torrance more?
I don't.
Okay.
I do not either. Are we getting to a point where the Giants are concerned less with age this year than last year? Now that they are fully staffed and they're working together as a unit?
I got it wrong last year. I got it wrong last night because I said that Deontay Banks was a year older than he actually was, so I'm sorry about that. That's the bad thing about reacting and reaction streams and then putting out a reaction video right after. He's 22. Banks is 22, turning 23 next March, so he just turned 22.
Oh, dang.
When someone turned their age in the last 3 months, you should say they just turned 22 in March. Saying like turn 23 next March like it's coming up.
That's how I word it. That's how I write it on my paper.
But every time you say that, I'm like, it's just like if your birthday was yesterday, you'd be like, yeah, I turned 25 next April.
Well, that's how scouts speak. Okay, I have talked to many.
They talk
of
about
them.
March? Really? No, I mean they really might. I totally just
like
assumed.
this. Like, well, no, I think it kind of matters. Like, when do you turn? When you draft a guy, is a guy turning? I don't fucking know.
No, 100%. I just
think,
picked week 1 as my cutoff date.
Okay, fair.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
Like, I figured if you're 25 when the season starts, then you're 25.
Because hey, if it's a theme that Joe Shane pays attention to, because it was a theme that was there last year, I'm paying attention to every single guy that I look like. I'm writing down their age and when they turn the next year, the next number in whatever month.
Justin,
So,
you were
yeah.
A+ on the money on those Rangers uniforms, bro.
Yeah, they're
They're
bad.
really bad.
They're bad.
I always like it when a baseball team tries to go like color on bottom and white on the top, but it's just not working here.
All right, so I'm going to have to do a bathroom break before pick 57. Should
Sure.
I just go now?
Yeah, you should just go.
Yeah,
now.
go now.
How you
go
getting
now.
out? Jumping over the back?
I'll go this way.
Yeah, go that way.
Son of a bitch.
I'll just face mush Grump.
What is Starry? Is Starry a new drink or is it a rebranded Sprite?
No,
I
what?
don't know.
This is a thing.
Over there.
Oh, I don't
Top
know.
left.
This is the first I've heard and seen it.
I want to see what the Lions pick is.
Justin, that's weird as fuck.
Now that we're
Weird as-
both basically waiting for the same more or less pick, this is nerve-wracking. Like the 10 picks before your pick suck.
Yeah. Yeah. So last night when you were assuring me that it's all good about Jalen Carter, what you're feeling now is what I was feeling in that
Yep.
moment.
Yep.
It was at this point last night where I think we're like, hey, we're starting to feel kind of good. And then the run of wide receivers just
That wide
began.
receiver run is nuts. Like it's like, man, we're gonna get a wide receiver, and then bam, 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 gone.
Crazy.
All four
That
in a
was
row.
wild. That was
sorry.
absolutely crazy.
Oh no.
I want to see this line selection.
Do 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 do.
Roger Badell, am I right?
Right, the 45th pick
got
in
him.
the 2003 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select
Turn him into a Poindexter?
your mama.
All right, get something that helps the run game, Lions. I want you to just run the ball every single play.
Bobby, tell me about your dog Lucy.
Play action. She died of lung cancer.
Yeah.
Someone said like last night I looked like my dog died, and I responded with, "Someone
Yeah.
killed your dog," and I'm like, I responded with lung cancer killed my dog.
Yeah, it's true.
Brian
Fuck.
Branch, this is a great fit. They need
Wait.
secondary.
Did I
They
not
do.
say that he was going to be the pick the last time they were up?
So Brian Branch, best player available, right?
So good.
Like definitely best player available. They need
Whatever.
desperate secondary help. So I'm excited to see where they
Hang on. We got to talk about something. really
they
quickly.
put him.
The Lions have already selected 4 players. We
Yes.
are only at pick 45. Do they have anything left? I have not been paying attention to what they've been giving away.
I can tell you in just
Because this
go
is
pee-pee
insane.
poo-poo.
They have drafted Jameer Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, and Brian Branch. That's pretty wild of a draft.
they have the I think they have another second round pick, Rump. They have the 20
way.
They have the 24th pick in the second round.
No way.
Yeah, they're picking before the Giants.
Oh my gosh.
And then they don't have a pick until the 5th round.
Yeepers, Detroit?
And then they have 3 5th rounders and 2 6th rounders.
Still good for
Can
them.
I tell you something? That is the ideal way to pick in an NFL draft. Get 2 first rounders, fucking 3 second rounders.
Yeah, exactly.
And then just get some fun. Then just get some like fun special team guys at like the end of the draft.
Take a bunch of top 100 players
Sure.
and then load up on guys that'll run down and hit somebody on the punt return team.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is nice. GPS for the ball. Hey, better than them saying GPS! Exclamation point. Versatility.
Can somebody
exclamation
remind me
point.
how they accumulated all this draft capital? Did the
Stafford
Vikings
trade.
give them a second for T.J. Hawkinson
Actually,
I don't
yes,
remember.
first of all. Also,
What the fuck was that?
Stafford trade.
in division?
Stafford trade.
Stafford trade was a big one.
Okay.
What was
That's
the
still-
second
that's
Bears
still a
pick?
thing.
There has not been a
There
second
hasn't
Bears
been
pick.
one, right? Okay.
We traded Chase Claypool.
I'm sorry, Packers.
They haven't taken one yet, haven't they?
No,
they
did
just did.
They picked an alien.
did they pick?
Or,
They picked Musgrave.
Right.
They picked Luke Musgrave.
I forgot to log it.
Green Bay's picks have been Lucas Van Ness
And Luke Musgrave.
and
What other
Luke,
Lukes are there in
and
this
then
draft?
Luke Musgrave.
There's Luke Schoonmaker, but
Yeah.
he plays tight end.
Green Bay's coming up very soon.
I like Lucas Van Ness. I just don't like him on the Packers as much
Yeah.
because I think he's going to end up having to play like just pocket crasher defensive end, and I feel like him playing 3-tech makes a lot more sense at the next level, or at least carries a lot more intrigue with it. As soon as you ask him to basically just be Preston Smith, I think he'll be able to be Preston Smith. I just don't think pick 13 of Preston Smith. But hey, that's how it goes. Like you were talking about earlier, Justin, I feel like pass rusher is a position that you draft high.
Yeah.
And even if it's a guy like Miles Murphy that's going to be maybe an 8 sacks a year guy, like you're going to have to take him in the first round because
That's just it's a premium position. It's what,
yeah,
what they're going for.
Going to have to take Matt Bergeron at
Yeah.
pick 38
Sure.
or you're not going to get him at all.
Yeah.
Like crazy.
Hey, Janky fans, Hoodie Glaber and Ron, Clark Schmidt against Jacob DeGrom. What could go wrong? Thumbs down. Not
Schmidt
feeling
not great.
Not
Schmidt
feeling great.
Schmidt not
Give
very
a
good.
change it to the producer cam and tell them how you're feeling.
Yeah, how you feeling? Talk to us about them Yankees.
Change it to the producer cam. First of all, Ron, you got to show off the fit.
Ronnie, you were at the Mets game the other day. DeGrom, is he your guy? He's my guy now.
No, well, and Ron's a Yankee fan. Come on now.
He was
Come
part
on
of
now.
JM
Why are we
Mets
having
last I
trouble
saw.
changing to the producer cam here? What are we doing?
They're scared. They don't want to talk.
Ron doesn't want to show off his fit.
He's just thinking. He's thinking no.
We don't have a mic. We can actually talk. Into
Well, no. You don't need a mic. I just want people to see you.
Flash.
But I'm
the
not
viz.
seeing it on the. All right, whatever.
The Patriots pick is in.
Moving on. There we go. There we go.
There it is.
There they are.
There it
And you
is.
could still see me in the reflection. There's Ron. Hoodie Glaber on the left, Ron in the middle, and then Julian is on the right. Julian's getting fired on Monday.
It's a planned
in
thing.
case you didn't know.
I'm quitting.
No, I'm firing you. I may even just fire you on Sunday.
Isn't that a joke from Waiting? You came in here and you're
Definitely
fired.
not a joke. I'm definitely quitting.
Oh, wow. Giants are scaring me, bro. What's going on? I mean, what would you like them to trade up? I think we're a little too. It's a little too soon.
I believe that there is a group of people in the world that want to trade up so that they can get mad about the trade up and also mad about the pick.
I agree with that. And
John
that's
Michael
not Giants
Schmitz-
fans. That's just football.
John
fans.
Michael Schmitz
That's
and
just
Osiris
football.
Torrance are still on the board here, so I'm still feeling good about that. I need to start creating like a board in my brain.
The Patriots cat is just revving people up.
Like, there's a lot of good players here, but it's like I need to prioritize them, and I haven't done that.
Oh, sweet. He's
Yeah.
a good player there.
Okay.
That makes a lot. This is where he should have been. He's probably bummed because he got invited to the green room last night. He was supposed to be a first
He
rounder.
looks pissed off.
Yeah,
oh
that's
because
because his agent told him he was going to be a first rounder. I don't know what he was thinking. He's 24 years old.
Twitchy.
He's a great player. Like, I'm really excited to see him in the NFL. It was just never going to be in the first round, man.
The NFL Network is doing a hilarious job with like their little scouting report graphics because long, twitchy. This is just with
Fun.
exclamation point. You know
Good
what,
dude.
I would if it were up to me, and if I were making like scouting reports like that, I would just like put fun and then the amount of exclamation points that follow. That's how fun.
That's
the
the
player
grading
is.
That's
system.
exactly
That's
right.
the grading scheme.
That's
Yeah.
how you do it.
So have you ever listened to a draft preview on Talking Giants? I don't do this for every player, but I do this for like I write it out like this.
Right?
I don't Bobby grades it like, oh, I have a first round grade on this guy, I have
Right.
a late first, early second, blah 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 blah. Do you know what my grading scale is?
Cold Stone.
The Cold Stone Creamery scale.
tell
Like
me.
it, love it, gotta have it.
Yeah, I love it.
Jonathan May, and I
love
will
that a
say,
lot.
I got a lot tougher on guys this year.
There you
There
go.
were very
You
few.
had a lot of love it. I gotta have it.
There
a
were
couple years
very
ago.
few. A couple years ago, just a big love fest. I loved it. I loved everybody, and I gotta had everybody.
First year in the draft, you're never going to be mad at anybody.
You know, but
Everybody's a good
this
football
year,
player.
I had very few gotta have it guys.
We got a
Very
two-
few, and the Commanders are already picking.
We got a 2-out rally by the Rangers here.
I'm done
with,
talking about baseball.
with
I tried
Dana.
talking about baseball, and the producer cam took way too long to go to.
So the Commanders are picking
Come on,
right now.
pick 47. Who
They
are you going
have-
to take? Which of my dreams are you going to crush?
Yeah, really. They need defense. I was about to say they need
Linebacker,
defense.
corner.
They need defense.
So this is Quan Martin. This isn't. I don't even know that I classify him as a corner. I had him listed in my.
As a safety?
I had him as a DB because safety, DB, slot corner, big safety, third safety. To me, you're just a defensive back and you're a utility guy at that point.
Right.
I have the Giants were interested in Quan Martin, so I watched him. I had a 4th round grade on Quan Martin.
I had a 5th.
I do not love this pick. I mean, I love this because this is Washington doing Washington things. I don't think that this is very smart.
I'm really big on instincts when it comes to a lot of. In this case, I graded Martin as if he was a safety, and he plays a lot
So
of
did
nickel
I.
corner, and he's, in my opinion, good at neither of them. Like crazy athlete, but doesn't have much feel at this point, and I don't know how much of that feel is something you can teach. Now, it depends on what the Washington wanted to do with him. Like if they're looking for a nickel, I feel like DJ Turner from Michigan would have made a lot more sense. But I really won't wag the finger too hard. I just think eventually, Grump, we got to see some picks because math says that they have to be there.
Sure.
That we're going to not like because somebody has to turn into the reach. Somebody has to turn into, wow, that guy wasn't all that great. They can't all be winners. And I feel like that's just a big reach on
That's
Martin.
a big. I mean, we have day 3 grades on a guy going in the top of the 2nd round.
It's the same franchise that just reached on Emmanuel Forbes,
Sure.
who I think is awesome. But 16?
I would say Forbes made more sense there.
At 16?
No, then at 16. That Forbes made sort of at
Yeah, I get you.
47 or whatever.
All right, so I am gonna attempt
You get a big board?
to go through, but I'm gonna big board it and I'm gonna put a little twist on it. Options, guys at 57 that the Giants had top 30 visits with, because apparently that is also a thing. You know, they had a top 30 visit with Deontay Banks, and you know we're learning about Joe Shane. We're learning about the trends of his draft classes. And yesterday's pick checked all the boxes. Deontay Banks was relatively young. He was not old. He was super athletic, and they had a top 30 visit with him. So it checked all the boxes of kind of last year's trends. So they had a private with, and these are real. I'm trying to go through realistic guys. Branch is gone. I'm not counting pro days and not counting the virtual stuff.
So, okay, do you want me to help you out?
Do you have a list?
I do.
All right, yeah, please help me out.
Hyatt,
Yes.
he would make sense here. Mims would make sense here. Cody Mauch just went to Tampa. That sucks.
Yeah.
I really love Cody. I love this dude. He looks like a mean son of a bitch. He's the sweetest guy, but on the field,
Yeah.
he is a mean son of a bitch. And
Yeah.
I love it.
Had a very good Senior Bowl. And another thing about these top 30 visits, by the way, Grump, it kind of sucks that we don't know how often, like Cody Mauch, take for example, he was a Senior Bowl guy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What the damn hell?
Osiris Torrance was also a Senior Bowl guy. Did they have him for a top 30
I
visit?
do not have that listed.
No.
They had JMS. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Hendon Hooker. I don't know if that makes sense from a spot in the draft standpoint.
Don't take Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, please don't.
What about Miller, the running back from TCU? Does that make
little,
sense here?
Little early, but I mean, if at the end, if at the end of the day,
Can you get by, or should I get up?
if at the end of the day it's about drafting good football players, I am way more confident. Kendra Miller is going to be a good football player than, some of the other running backs in this class. I'm more. I have him higher rated, and I like him more than Tajay Spears.
Oh yeah, me too. That was good pizza.
Me too. Yeah, actually. What about Henley for the Giants?
I'm iffy on him.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, I liked him. I had him as
I do too, but it's hard to tell what he's going to be. But
I liked
for
him
a guy
more than
that's new
Sanders.
for a guy, I don't. But for a guy that's new to the position in Henley, he doesn't play like you see these converted safeties and stuff, and he played wide receiver, I think, right?
Right.
Yes.
he actually plays the position. Where a lot of these guys, they don't play linebacker; they just play fast football player on defense in college.
Cam Smith still out there. Grump, you're going through a list.
Yes. Do you want me to just read the list and you can say yes or no whether they're a fit for this?
Let's do that. Yeah,
All right.
for sure.
So guys who are still available, it's Hyatt, makes sense, right? Mims makes sense. Miller early, we said. John Michael Schmitz.
yes, that's number one right now.
Musgrave is gone. Durham, it's still early, right?
Oh yeah, way too early.
Hooker, we already discussed.
Yeah.
Toon, not at all. Porter gone. Banks gone. Forbes gone. Darius Rush and Trey Hawkins were the two remaining corners.
Okay. Did they they had a private with Cam Smith. I don't know. Now I'm looking at Walter Football. Is private also translating the top 30? But you know.
I don't
Private
know.
is top 30. Yes.
So-
Okay,
yeah.
so that's one of the two that I don't have. I had 28 of the 30.
Cam Smith,
Stud.
and I mean, did you list Byron Young? Byron Young is
Well, I didn't get to the outside linebackers yet. So
Okay.
Keon White's gone. Darby, Young, and Darby and Young are the only two remaining.
sure. Okay.
Young, does that make sense near about now?
No. Byron Young, I mean, Grump, remember we watched him at the Senior Bowl a little bit.
I felt like it was just flashes of it
Yeah.
and nothing really truly special.
But he's super light. Like super light. Way too light. Where I felt like there was something to his game, but the fact that he just doesn't have the strength.
Well, there were
it
some
killed him.
embarrassing
It
reps.
killed
yeah.
him. It killed him. Like he thought, like he attempted to rush the passer in those 1v1 drills like he was, 270, 280 pounds. But, he would get a really good, momentum start, and then, tackles would just kind of lock him down a little bit.
The only other one that I have that's still available is Gervon Dexter.
Gervon Dexter is an interesting player because that was one.
There's
Grump.
pizza out here if you ever want a slice.
Wow.
Oh!
It was a great slice.
What
Thank
kind?
you.
Plain?
White
kind?
and white and cheese.
White and cheese.
Keon White.
Hoodie Glaber got his New York pizza. Wow.
Very good white slice. I don't know what that place is.
Who were Gervon Dexter? So Bobby and I actually had quite the interesting discussion on Gervon Dexter in our interior D line preview episode, and for me it was a full on. If you're a top 30 visit and they brought you in the building, you got to prove that you like football, that you love football, and you're willing to work hard at it. Because Gervon Dexter is such a bad technical player that the fact that he has good reps and the fact that he's so late to the ball, yet he can still get by guys and make plays is honestly remarkable. It's remarkable how he's able to make certain plays at Florida, yet he is so technically kind of behind on things and he doesn't get out of his stance. That is just him being a straight-up athlete.
Yeah. I think he's also incredibly strong.
Well, yeah, yes, an athlete and his strength as well. Like he has that size that you and that frame that you look for from guys with the interior. But again, it comes down to, are you going to actually work hard at getting better in the NFL? Technically.
So the other thing to note about Gervon Dexter is he only played like 2 years of high school ball, and then he was recruited at Florida. So he is not even someone that truly understands. He went through a coaching staff change at Florida, and then he was the best defensive lineman they had.
Here's
so
my thing: is what coaching staff teaches you to when the ball snap, to wait,
to not fire out of your stance.
stand up, and then
Literally no one.
Barney Rubble, get
there
your
is
feet
no
going.
defending his burst off the ball. There's
Yeah.
nothing you can do to defend that.
Keanu Benton to the Steelers
That makes sense.
He was
with Cam Hayward.
was
That's a
he-
great fit.
Knife in my heart.
Yeah.
Benton would have been so good on a Bears defensive line that has nothing. But he's a fun player.
Yeah, I really liked Benton.
Now, if there's one thing about Benton that I imagine, Bobby, that you're not the biggest fan of,
What a swim move at the Senior
he's
Bowl.
actually not the best.
Senior Bowl. I
runs-
love seeing those highlights.
You know what I mean, Bobby? Where it's like Benton's not as good a run stuffer as I think you'd think he would.
He'll
be.
get quick initial wins,
Right.
but like versus double teams, he gets washed off the ball. And
Right.
single blocks, if he doesn't have that quick initial win, he's not going to get blown up, but he's not going to win. He's not going to,
Right.
bring that pop. So, but but obviously with that pass rush ability, that quickness at
Right.
that size, that's a good pick for the
Versatile
Steelers.
lineman. Really versatile lineman that could play one tech or nose tackle for you and still add some pass rushing. Do more, probably a gap and a half in the run game? I don't think you're giving him 2 gaps, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Was this the funky Wandale Robinson pick last year that threw us off?
What do you mean?
Like the second-round pick for the Giants last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping that doesn't happen again.
All right, so I'm talking through. All right, let's talk through. Because I want to tweet out my 10-man big bowl for the Giants.
We just talked through a little bit of a board.
John Michael Schmitz,
Sure, top 30 visit.
Osiris Torrance,
Not a top 30 visit.
Drew Sanders,
But we don't know how much they met at the Senior Bowl. Drew Sanders.
Tyreek Stevenson, parentheses, like him a lot, but Banks' pick changes things. DJ Turner. He's going to be a nickel corner.
Drew Sanders, they met with him at the Combine. Who was this last one?
DJ Turner.
DJ Turner, I don't have anything on DJ Turner.
Marvin Mims,
Stud.
they met with.
Oh, knife in my heart.
I know.
This is
Stud.
where I have him
Stud.
graded.
Same.
People have him graded. Sorry, people have him graded somewhere around the pick 100, 110. I don't understand why. And right before we started this stream, I wanted to do a video on Jaden Reed so badly. I had the clips all done. I got sick. I didn't do any work for a whole week. So I just was like, I love him too much to not say anything about it. I threw the video up there, and I was like, this is just a Jaden Reed appreciation tweet. This is a dude who does everything really well, and it's so undersung. And he played on a shit team that's always shit, and I think he just totally disappeared, and people forgot about him.
Outstanding foot frequency, crazy competitive. He's a better ball winner in the air than guys 4 inches taller than him at 5'11". If you liked Anthony Miller back in 2018, this is pretty much Grump the same package. Crazy competitive, outstanding route runner. I don't even think he's particularly old. That's a really good ad for the Packers, I think.
You know what I don't like about this? Is he would be so great with Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
I wanted to see him.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to see with Aaron Rodgers.
It's a waste on love, I hope. But it's if you're the Packers organization, that's pretty good
That's
at
a
pick
smart
number at pick number 50.
All right, so DJ Turner, Marvin Mims, Jalen Hyatt, Adetomiwa Adebawore, and then Cam Smith and A.T. Perry.
A lot of people are like clamoring for the Giants to trade up right now. As long as Osiris Torrance and what the hell was that, Yankees? As long as Osiris Torrance and John Michael Schmitz are both on the board, I'm cool with not trading up. I'm cool with staying with where we're at right now.
This is the first Dolphins
I'm tweeting
pick, right?
it.
Because they got penalized for screwing around with.
Yeah, this is the first Dolphins pick. R.I.P. Dolphins.
Who is this? Who is this making the pick for the Dolphins?
They didn't
Taron
show.
Armstead.
Oh, wow, he's an active
Wait,
player.
yeah, he's an active player, and he's about to.
He's not even like a Dolphins draft pick either. Cam Smith, cornerback out of Miami.
Good
So,
pick for them.
I literally,
So close.
sorry.
So close.
I'm
Man.
sorry, Robert.
No, it's fine. He can play. I mean, he's basically what you're wanting Darius Rush to become, but he's the ready-made edition of it. Like, really, really, really fun player to watch. I know he gets some criticism for being, quote, too physical, but I think he's instinctive. I think he plays ahead of the play. He's got good foot speed, good athlete overall. I'm surprised to see him down in the 50s. I had a late first on him, but my word means next to nothing.
So I had him like right here, in this range. Like I said, high IQ cornerback who knows when and where to be in off coverage. Speed doesn't really flash on tape, but solid. Smooth mover and shows up in his change direction. Excellent reading wide receivers' hips and will run routes for them. Anticipates what the offense is running very well. Smooth back pedal that he pounces out of for pass breakups. Good ability to jam, but gets extremely grabby in man coverage, long and engulfing. But again, lots of unneeded penalties. So, good ball skills and best in off coverage, has safety reps, and loves to hit. So, yeah, I like Cam Smith a lot, too.
Half that stuff you read sounds like stuff you don't find outside the first round, though.
Yeah.
That's at least my perspective. I'm with you.
I want to see who Seattle's drafted so far because
I bet it's got to be something.
I think that they're going to do something a little funky here. I feel like they're going to do something a little funky here. I mean, who are the guys that are on the board for them? Do they need those positions?
Who is this? Did they show the names? Keep the name up.
Seahawks.
Remember Sean Alexander?
Awesome. Seattle Seahawks select.
Tyler Scott.
Oh, shoot. Did they just.
Zach
yes!
Charbonnet, UCLA running
that's
back.
funky.
He's a second-round back to me,
He's
though.
a stud.
Yes.
Like, I'm not about to say, look, they've got Kenneth Walker, who was just a beast, so I don't really understand them taking an also beast running back here. But the player deserves it. Does that make sense? Like,
He's a better receiver, I think, than Kenneth Walker.
which
right?
is hilarious because I feel like Sharps is a pure runner. Not that he can't play out of the
And
backfield.
as good as Kenneth Walker is, he is going to be a guy who, and he did it his rookie year, created negative plays by bouncing and trying to look for the big play, and obviously creates big plays in that. Where Zach Charbonnet, he's not going to play like that, and he's going to break tackles. He's a fun player. So
I think people liked Bijan Robinson so much that Zach Charbonnet got almost no airtime. People talking about him, or am I totally wrong on that?
I don't pay attention to the running backs a ton, but I've seen some people there.
Justin, what is that? I looked up and just saw.
Oh, there was Clem. Clem posted a picture. The pick is in for our Chicago Bears.
Bears.
Yep.
All right, so talk us through it.
Oh,
Who are you rooting for right now?
I mean, I'm rooting for a lot of guys that they're not going to pick.
Sure.
Because unfortunately, again, like
Naturally.
Oh no, I'm way too we're just a couple minutes behind as far as the TV thing, and like a true, I don't know, I guess I would say like the way I tend to handle things. Of course, that made me anxious enough to where I definitely figured out what the pick is already, and you guys are going to howl with laughter. I mean,
no.
like truly, it's a player that honestly.
Wait, you know who the pick is?
Oh yeah, I know who the pick is, and so I'm
That's
not
no fun.
Like then I'll
It was
wait on it.
Christmas Eve for him. He had to check the receipts.
That's the thing. Like I'm absolutely that guy who's running under the Christmas tree and being like, "Oh, shake the box, shake the box. What's in it? What's in it? What's in it? It's gotta be this." Like rip open a little bit of the packaging, but it's This is a pick that I won't talk about the pick. It's more right here. I would have been looking at Michael Schmitz, depending on how old the Bears want to be.
Did you just
grabbing a
take
center
Jalen
like
Hyatt?
that? Or grabbing a center would make a lot of sense here. Adetomiwa Adebaware would be a 3 technique that could jump in and contribute. I don't want to say immediately, but you got a high ceiling with a guy like that. You got edge rushers out there. I think Zach Harrison fits perfectly in this system, but you don't have to take him here. A lot of the guys that I would have said, like, oh, the Bears need them, they just got picked. Right? Cam Smith, 2 picks ago, I was like, oh my gosh, is he going to fall right to us? The answer is no. Zach Charbonnet, I wouldn't have taken him at 53, but he's somebody I would have imagined that the Bears had their eye on. Keanu Benton at 49 is another great choice. You saw my reaction with Tippmann and Brents, because it wouldn't surprise me if the Bears are considering that down at 61, 64, maybe, just maybe, they can go get their guy in Tyreek Stevenson, who I wouldn't be surprised, Bobby, if they've got their eye on. But here at 53, I mean, I feel like they're going to take a guy that I probably would have had around the 80s. But that's okay, I guess. I'll live with it.
We're starting that part of the draft where maybe it's like, where
the gap of where
it.
a reach is starts getting bigger.
Yeah,
and
for
The
sure.
evaluation that I have on this guy, I feel pretty confident in. I don't think you guys are going to disagree with
You're
it.
giving a
It's
full
just-
evaluation, and no one knows who the fuck you're talking
Yeah,
about.
I'm trying to
I've
be
been
as
trying
vague
to
as
figure it
possible.
out.
You
You're doing
just
a good
wait
job.
for the pick.
I'm trying to. I keep expecting them to put it on the board at this point. Like at this point, I'm trying to like go through what I guess I would have said. Like we've got the lineman that we need. We need a defensive lineman really badly, but they obviously committed to Claypool, which is fine. Like when you've got 3 decent receivers, go ahead and do that. You got DJ Moore on the team. I don't think it's early enough to take a tight end with the dire state of the Bears' defensive line. So Adetomiwa Adebaware would have been the guy that I would have expected.
So we're not saying the sport of the picks in the chat is kind of being funny, like they drafted Lil Durk. Damn Stetson Bennett.
I saw I thought
Stetson would be hilarious, or Hendon Hooker. Like
So there's some
after
funny
all
like
this,
fake spoilers
right
in the chat.
after
but
all this, Bobby. If it
Bears
was like
take
the
LeBron
Bears,
James.
he'd be a really really interesting tight end. Darnell Washington could be another interesting one, depending on the medical red flags that we don't know anything about. Right? Let's see. I don't think Keely Ringo. I'm just looking at the guys that they've got up there. Who's D Jones? Is that? Oh, I forgot DeWand. Like he hasn't been
Jones.
taken yet.
Yeah, but did you
Like,
think he'd be taken now?
Not by the Bears, but
no, I mean, but around now.
well, DeWand. I mean, who beat him? Like at Ohio State. It's a weird player profile.
Yeah,
that
but
doesn't
what is-
normally fit in the NFL.
Where does he fit?
who's a better prospect, Falele from Minnesota last year or DeJuan Jones?
DeJuan Jones, I think, is a little more athletic. Falele was cleaner in his technique. Like, Falele had good technique, where DeJuan Jones' technique is dog shit. But DeJuan Jones can move a little better and is more of a bully in the run game. I don't know. I kind of liked Falele. DeJuan Jones, I don't.
Did Falele play this year?
A little bit, but they played in relief. they helped him a lot with Patrick Ricard.
Makes sense.
When he was out there. All right, the Bears selection.
Bidoo-doo-doo-doo. Bidoo-doo-doo-doo.
Did you see the Commanders selected Quan Martin?
Oh, is that Devin?
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, it is.
My thing with him is I like him, but I worry about he's like a jack of all trades,
so
master
good.
of none
He
type
was so
player. But there's such good stuff out there on him.
It was
that
just
I like
weird
him.
cheering for a team whose best player was your kick returner.
You know how hard it is for him to be that good at doing that?
Gervin
There he
Dexter
goes.
at
I'm
a.
not
Wow.
gonna laugh at that.
We
I'm
were
not gonna laugh
talking
at
about
that. This is kind of where I have him.
So for me, what's funny about it is that I think Gervon Dexter is an absolute buzzsaw. You know, when he gets off the snap, I've never seen a player with
Look
this
at him
problem.
be like
Like-
a yard and a half behind number 21, who's
Yeah.
450 pounds.
Right? Wait, say that again. Like, what do you mean?
Getting off the snap, he was like well behind number 21
Oh, yeah.
on there, who's.
But again, Bobby, that's why it's amazing that he's able to make the plays that he does. Look at how late he is off the snap.
so
It's so late. It's so late.
Like, I see a player with outstanding athleticism, like really good. I don't want to say it's like hand usage. It's more like he's able to punch through linemen with what feels like relative ease on his film. But it's just so bizarre. This is like talking about a quarterback with a glass eye. Like, it's just a very weird. I don't know, like demerit. Like, the red flag is just bizarre. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bears needed a
don't
3
like it.
technique. They ended up getting one, but I feel like we'll have to see.
I feel really bad because like Robert came up for the draft team, and I don't like the Bears pick so far. I feel really bad about that.
And I feel
wanted to celebrate with Robert this weekend.
Hey,
and
we
I'm
got
like,
2 more.
And
maybe.
I do feel like you're kind of like I'm talking myself into this, and I think there is a part of you that maybe kind of like privately, it's like I'm not loving this. Right now.
Darnell Wright, I'm happy with. That's to me a really good pass protector. And you saw it because I know you liked it on Twitter. There's a reason I compared Javon to the Smash Bros. Drill because the drill starts out not moving
Yeah.
and then rips across the screen.
I'm
and does
really
damage.
excited to see what Gervon Dexter's going to look
Yeah.
like, because I think so much of his success in the NFL is going to be based on how hard is he going to work. And
Right.
Are the Bears the type of team? Is Ryan Poles the type of GM that really takes that into account, or is it just okay? We're going to trust the film, we're going to trust the coaching, and that
Right.
we'll take a chance on whatever we got.
Right.
And I do think even though every GM should be scouting the person as well, not just the player, I think some GMs don't do it. I don't think Dave Gettleman really.
Chargers, like they've taken Slater and Zion Johnson the first rounds last 2 years. Do they become a team that try and just makes their offensive line great, and do we lose one of
What,
offensive
Torrance?
line? I am getting my sinking heart right now, where it's like I needed myself an offensive lineman.
Dude,
I
the
need
fact that
John Michael
Osiris
Schmitz or
Torrance
Torrance.
and John Michael Schmitz are on the board, I like that option.
John Michael Smith's film is too good to not to pass up on him.
And they
Tuli
did. Okay.
Tuipulotu.
That's-
So he stays in L.A. Like him, very young, some really good pass rush stuff. I like Tuli.
Tuli, for me, is my Jalen Hyatt, where he's so tweeny that, like, Bobby, where do you see him in the NFL? Do you
Edge.
see him at 3 technique or as an edge?
Edge.
He's
What
an edge.
would you say is his winning move?
He kind of let me pull it up on him. He uses a diverse a bit
He does.
amount of pass rush moves. Like he's not like a one trick pony.
No, he's not. And I can't help but look at Tuli, at least in as far as the Bears have gone, because a lot of Bears fans have seen him as a 3 technique, and sort of mutter to myself like, that's the one I'm glad somebody else took. So that by the time they get to 61, 64, I don't have to think about it all that often.
Yeah, I want to let's talk
got
with
a
Bleacher Report for a hot sec before
Yes.
the Giants pick. Jesse says the more bad picks the other teams make, the better for the Giants. I wouldn't necessarily say bad picks.
Few bad
but
picks in there, but
few bad picks, but there are certain positions and certain players that you can say that aren't on the Giants' radar that are coming off the board, which is nice. Again,
getting really nervous.
we have some wide receivers that are still left on the board, and I think the most important thing is that Osiris Torrance and John Michael Schmitz are on the board for the Giants to take. We heard the smoke that the Giants did like Deontay Banks. We have also heard the smoke that the Giants do really like John Michael Schmitz. They brought him in for a top 30 visit. And he was at the Senior Bowl, which Osiris Torrance was at the Senior Bowl. Giants probably met with him down there, but that kind of stuff isn't fully reported. I think the Giants have done their very due diligence on John Michael Schmitz. Now, I wouldn't think that the Chiefs aren't going to go John Michael Schmitz because they have a center.
You can't have John Michael Schmitz on the board, have that type of film at pick 57, have no fucking centers on the roster and pass up on him. Like this has got to be John Michael Schmitz. He's the best player available at your biggest position of need. Wide receiver is not your biggest position in need for the New York Giants, and especially not a second-round wide receiver.
The Jaguars drafted Luke Fortner last year, and he's their starting center right now.
At this pick last year.
Third round 2022, they drafted Luke Fortner. But I'm saying that, oh shit, did Chicago? I just saw Jacksonville. Did Chicago just jump the Giants?
Yeah, look, they're ahead of us.
Giants?
Oh, motherfucker.
Oh my gosh.
Motherfucker.
No, that's just rude. That's just rude.
Are they going to?
You're just saying
that
because you're rude three.
Not on this stream. Not on this stream.
Chiefs aren't going to draft offensive line. That's good.
No, they're not going to take Creed or somebody to play in place of Creed. But you know who might? We've been starting a UDFA center for 2 years. I've been trying to keep quiet about it. That's why I wanted Tippmann, right?
But we can get Osiris Torrance still too.
Sure
I
could.
don't think that they're gonna do that.
I don't know because Schmitz is. If they actually put Schmitz on the Bears, like. That's my last name.
Oh, man.
It's such a personal problem.
JMS?
It's such a personal problem.
I literally just saw before my eyes because I looked at the Jacksonville Jaguars depth chart. I'm like, okay, they have, who did I say?
Why are you bringing up the Jags?
They had Luke Fortner because they had the Chicago pick. I was like, are they going to draft John Michael Schmitz? And it's like, no. Then I saw it change right before my fucking eyes to Chicago. I'm like, are you shitting me? So you would want John Michael Schmitz?
I don't know about but the Bears sure might.
Fucking.
Why wouldn't you want John Michael Schmitz with you got to protect Fields?
So it's entirely because I was so obsessed with Tippmann that I just assume. Okay, let's put it this way: you ever have these guys that Bobby, you just so assume that they won't be there that when they drop to you, your brain almost can't comprehend them being there.
Yep.
I thought Schmitz had a better chance of going in like the end of the first round.
He was being mocked to the Giants at 25, a good amount.
Right. Like
if you look at how the mock draft website will be like most mocked to this player.
Right.
John Michael Schmitz is it for the New York Giants at 25.
I'm struggling to put together the idea that the Bears actually traded up to 26 and that they might. I mean, they very well might take a center. Like. I don't know what their other option would be. It's obviously not going to be like Stromberg. Maybe they take a corner. They need corners. Maybe they take an edge. They need an edge. They've got enough needs. Again, you're talking to a team, or you're talking to the fan of a team that's basically rooting for the 2020 Giants in the middle of that draft. You know what I'm talking about? Like holes all over the
Robert,
roster.
I swear to God, if you gifted the Eagles.
Yeah, we might
Jalen
have to
Carter,
just kill you.
And you're jumping us for John Michael Schmitz. You're officially on my shit list.
I know. I mean, the Bears at this point are becoming villains in Big Blue.
All right, but here's the thing. I need to cheer myself up because the Giants are picking soon. I need to not get so mad at Robert.
I'm nervous, man.
And I need to talk about Manscaped.
There
you
it
see
is.
all of the awesome products that we have out. Manscaped, for the third year in a row, they are running it back with the draft stream. And the draft is here. And the most exciting prospect, even more than JMS, I got to tell you something, even more than JMS, is the prospect of being perfectly groomed from head to toe with our friends at Manscaped. Like, literally, I'm going to talk about, like, the Lawnmower 4.0. And even in this ad read, we're going to talk about like the lawnmowers, like skin-safe technology, and we're also going to talk about like a powerless cord trimmer. But they have so many products. There's so many products. It is overwhelming the amount of products that we have on this table right now that is for men's grooming and positive, good men's grooming habits. So I want you to get 20% off and free shipping with the code GIANTS at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping at manscaped.com when you use promo code GIANTS. Go from Mr. Irrelevant to a first-round pick with Manscaped. Manscaped, you'll be glad you did. Here is who the Chiefs are selecting.
The Kansas City Chiefs are taking.
That old man.
This is huge.
He's
this is
very
huge
old.
right here. Do they go Jalen Hyatt? I feel like Jalen Hyatt would be a good pick for the Chiefs.
If I need to pull up that draft talking point, the draft preview pod.
The Kansas City Chiefs are selecting. This is the worst thing about these special guests is they just keep talking. No, actually, you know what? I have no idea what they're talking about, and they could, like last night with the Jets kid and I, like just talking about him, and it's like, oh,
Rashee Rice.
This is a good fit for them for the way defenses play them. This is a good fit for them. But to me, he's like a stay away from player. I actually tweeted about him just today.
Oh, shoot,
where it's like,
Rashee Rice.
he will block the shit out of you, and then press man coverage, that same corner that he's blocking the crap out of will have him in hell in press man. And then he'll go up and make the most acrobatic catch out of anybody in this class, and has that big vertical, and then he will drop the most basic of catches. So, to me, he's there's a lot there. Very productive at SMU, played really well. But there's just so much inconsistency there that it's like he's kind of like it was a stay away from me.
So all four of us saw him
Stay
at the
away
Senior
player.
Bowl. And we all kind of had the same day one kind of,
A little underwhelming, and
Yeah.
then kind of got better as the week went along.
As the week went on, we felt a little bit more like, I think more like we did going down there, but not ever quite getting back to that spot where we went down there with expectations. Am I
you
right
know?
with that? Or is that just me I'm speaking about?
Do you know?
Huh?
No.
Do not look at
No,
do not
I haven't-
spoil
I
because
don't
it's
know
going to
what it
spoil
is.
for us.
I don't know what it is. I just don't want to get thrown out of the draft room. I just don't. Please, don't. I don't want to be.
I'm sending you to that wedding now if it's John.
I don't wanna
Michael
be-
So who is your want for this pick?
I'll tell you, there's a corner.
Cam Smith?
that I would
Oh,
be
no, he's gone.
Really, really excited about. Bobby, you and I are both really high on this guy.
Tyreek Stevenson.
Best player, one of at the Senior Bowl. Would love to see Tyreek Stevenson in Chicago.
This would be a great pick.
Not a great they have Jalen Johnson, who's a phenomenal corner. Injury issue. Let's see who are the Bears picking.
I hope you guys get Tyreek Stevenson because he
Especially
doesn't make
because-
sense
that's
for
the
the
thing.
Giants anymore. So
That's
I
the
hope
thing.
you get him.
I'll celebrate. We'll celebrate
That's what
that
I'm
pick
saying.
together.
That's a very
And that'll mean
communal-
John Michael Schmitz is still on the board.
That's what I'm saying. It's a community pick. We can all cheer for that pick.
I'm not going to lose
Devin
my
Hester
mind
again, my boy. Devin, you're not going to lose your mind if what?
if John Michael Schmitz is selected.
Man,
What if
you know
it's
what,
not
Gronk?
Osiris Torrance or Jalen Hyatt?
Yes!
Tyreek Stevenson,
Yes!
let's go.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's
That's
go.
a great corner, and you still get your center. That is
Hopefully.
awesome.
Yeah, I was going to say, we
Hopefully.
didn't pick him
Hopefully.
yet.
That is
if we skip
awesome.
him, they might lose their mind.
Hopefully.
Oh man, Tyreek Stevenson is he's a phenomenal athlete in both the run and the pass game at corner. And I mean, goodness gracious, can you think of a better fit for him, Bobby, than like a cover 2 scheme where he's going to play in that cover 2 flat an awful lot and occasionally carry runners up the sidelines on cover 3? Like,
Dude,
this
he is scheme independent. He anticipates better than anybody in this class.
Oh, yeah.
Like he really, really anticipates.
pick is
He's a
already
smart
in.
Defender.
Oh shoot.
The pick is already in. They knew what the hell they were
So
looking
I'm
for.
scared that this is going to be Jalen Hyatt because
no.
because John Michael Smith is on the board. Where if John Michael Smith or Cyrus, I'm like, okay, Jalen Hyatt, but you can't not take John Michael Smith.
Now here's the thing: if they take Jalen Hyatt and they trade up, they may be aggressive trading up.
Maybe, but
Well, why wouldn't you take Schmitz
just-
first?
just
Giant
take
selection.
trade-
Lawrence
yeah.
Tynes, make me happy, my friend. Lawrence Tynes.
Clip it. I love it.
He's got the Dable shirt.
Yes.
Come on, LT. With the 57th pick, they're sneaky G-men. In the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants are selecting, please. Come on,
New York
Lawrence.
Giants.
I know you're giving a great speech, but I need it right now. The New York Giants with the 57th pick are selecting.
Yes!
We got
I
a
love
center.
it. I love it.
We got a center.
Let's
Do you guys need to do socials? I thought we were
We got a
This is
center.
the reaction
Yes.
video. All right, let's talk about this. Let's get this up for YouTube. The New York Giants, this was the guy that was most mock drafted to them at pick 25 in the first round. They get the best center in this class. This guy in the run game is beautiful in every aspect. He fires off the ball. His hands, he is a former wrestler. He works leverage better than anybody. You work him in the wide zone. You work him in doubles. You work him in drive blocks. And in pass protection, he has grip on his hands. His hand grip is great, and he does good hand usage, reworks his hands. Now, he doesn't have the fastest feet in the world, right? And that's why he's here at pick 57, because he doesn't have the fastest feet in the world. That's why he's not a first-rounder. But, man, the Giants' biggest need was this position. This guy was the most mocked guy at pick 25, and the Giants get John Michael Schmitz, man. This is oh happy day.
Let's
Oh
go.
happy day. John Michael
Bobby.
Schmitz.
Smart.
Let's go.
Smart. Tough. Dependable. Logged 35 career starts, only missing 2 games, one because of injury and one because of an opt-out. over the last 3 seasons, has so much experience at center and being a center. I think the best quality of John Michael Schmitz is that he is a center.
Yes.
And that is exactly what the New York Football Giants needed. They needed a center on their roster. He was the most dominant player. I'm not just talking about offensive linemen. He was the most dominant player all week throughout the Senior Bowl. We got to witness it. We got to see it in person. We got to see it. This is a very good football player. And I think even more importantly, you want to talk about matching a need and matching value at pick 57. We got a really good center.
Oh, happy day.
Let's go. I think that's the reaction, right?
Put it out. Put it out.
Cowboys are picking in this. He's going to talk for the entire time I'm going to analyze John Michael Schmitz. All right, athletic and quick in the open field. He shined in the open field at the Senior Bowl, and that's something that the Giants. Oh, damn! That's a good pick for them.
I don't give a shit. The Cowboys could have just drafted Patrick Mahomes. We got John Michael Schmitz.
So in the open field, that he shined, blowing people up, hitting people on the run, and that's something that the Giants did a lot of pulling offensive linemen into the open field for guys like Wan'Dale Robinson, etc. Now, pulling from the center position to the open field, that's a bit extreme, but that's absolutely something I could see Dable doing. I think that while he doesn't have that Ricky Stromberg level of aggression or, just nasty demeanor, he's definitely going to play you all the way to the whistle.
And that's the thing I love Ricky Stromberg. Don't get me wrong. But a lot of what Ricky Stromberg works on is great, like leverage and aggression, where Schmitz has better posture, and he is better at just like in that normal down in, down out stuff.
Right.
And that's why I had Ricky Stromberg as a third, and John Michael Schmitz as a high second-round pick, dude.
It's tough.
And one more thing about Schmitz in the passing game, because this is huge. I am huge on center. This is massive for me. I have always said that the two guards don't have to be amazing. If you've got your ends with your two tackles and your center, you have the pocket for the quarterback to drop back in and the pocket for him to move up into to escape fast rushers around the edge. John Michael Schmitz is incredibly intelligent at the center position in pass blocks. He keeps his head on a swivel, and he'll help the guards out to his left or right. He is going to look for work. He's not going to stand there. Chris Snee, the famous Tyree helmet catch, is just kind of standing there with no one to block, and Eli almost threw him the ball.
Yeah,
that won't happen with John Michael Schmitz. That's not a bad play by
you.
Snee.
Let's get in the chat right now, and let's also get on the screen. Bobby Skinner has done a film breakdown on John Michael Schmitz on JM Football. So let's get that picture on the screen, and let's also maybe pin.
A part of me wants to download and put it on Talking Giants.
Let's pin that comment on the chat, please, if we can do that.
Bobby, that's like 2 hours of sleep tonight. Like, that's,
you know what? That's actually
like
pretty
3 hours,
huge.
because it's like O-line. I got to make sure I get every little detail right.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, happy. So Justin, I know you're going to disagree with this, but I kind of want to download it and put it on the Talking Giants channel.
I do disagree with it. I think we should just make a community post, and it's very good for JM Football.
But I care about Talking Giants more than JM Football.
I don't necessarily agree with that mentality. Tell our bosses that.
What'd you say?
Debate this later.
What do you think, Julian?
Yeah, what do you think, Julian?
He's quitting on
I don't
Sunday.
give a shit, I'm quitting Monday.
Yeah, yep, that's what you said. All right, can somebody make a community post on the Talking Giants YouTube as well for the John Michael Schmitz breakdown? Pin that comment in the chat as well with the video, to the link of the video. There we go. Pin it, except in the description say John Michael Schmitz film breakdown. All right, so let's see what the Bills do. Oh, gee, man. I'm typing out a tweet right now. I'm typing out a tweet. Yes, happy, thrilled, ecstatic, pumped up, amazed, delighted, stimulated. What other words can I use?
Horny.
Horny. Nope.
All right.
Jarred. No, I'm not jarred.
Slack-jawed. No.
I'm going to post the
Galvanized. Galvanized. Fired up. Fired up.
Sorry if we're not talking much. We're getting social clips out.
Yeah.
Fired up. Awoken.
Woke.
Awoken. Electrified.
There you go.
All right, so you were like, who did you want? Because you were like saying John Michael Schmitz.
Well, I wasn't going to lose my mind if Chicago took him and he was off the board. If we were on the clock and they didn't pick him that would have been very surprising. But, I do feel like, Ricky Stromberg was going to be a possibility. He wasn't going to go anytime soon.
This is so fun.
And also it would put this year into a damper position with center, and that was going to make me upset. But there's nothing you can do about being jumped.
Let's do some chats from Bleacher Report. That's a good way to keep the conversation
let's
going.
do some chats from the Bleacher Report. Now, here's the thing, right? One of the things that we were maybe a little worried about with Joe Shane is that, are they going to put premium picks in offensive linemen? And then what, are those offensive linemen going to be good? Now, Evan Neal's a huge question mark, but Andrew Thomas, left tackle, obviously a Dave Gettleman pick, but premium pick at a premium position, left tackle, number 4 pick in the NFL draft. You're going to have Josh Azudu, who is a top 100 pick, I believe, a 3rd round pick last year. Josh Azudu's playing guard. John Michael Schmitz is a 2nd round pick, and then you have Evan Neal, who was the 7th pick of the NFL draft last year. That is like 4 offensive linemen that have been spent on top 100 picks. Now it comes down to, can those guys be good football players? That's what it ultimately comes down to. The Giants have done their jobs in terms of investing in the offensive line with the resources that I think it deserves. Can they do it? That was a very good rant. Can I have that rant, please?
Oh yeah, you get a great rant.
Julian, if you could change the thumbnail to have like New York Giants on that John Michael Schmitz breakdown, I changed the title of it. So, man, that is not the biggest rush on that, but that's
Big Red 92-92 should have been Osiris Torrance. I disagree.
I disagree with that.
I think it needed to be the center. I mean,
Yeah.
not only
one
did
is the center, and John Michael Schmitz is just a better player than Osiris
Agreed.
Torrance.
not to mention one of the most understated pieces I think of Schmitz's game is he comes in
And Torrance just went.
Yeah, there you go. Bang
To
bang.
the Bills. It's okay, I'm happy for my Bills Mafia family. They liked him a lot. There was consideration of him from when we were talking with the Cover One guys at the Senior Bowl about him at 27. So
Seems like a logical move here. Have to trust Shannon Dable and the process. Yeah, that is unfortunately all that we can do. But it's a lot more fun to say trust the process when we agree with the move versus something that we disagree with.
Right.
For sure. So let's see. What else? What else do we got? Please trade back up and get Drew Sanders. Big Red 92-92.
the Giants broke my heart and got rid of Nick Gates. And just when they – all right.
Just
Is
when
this
they pull
Keely
you out.
Ringo at Cincinnati?
Oh man.
It'd be a very Cincinnati pick for their secondary.
Let's
they like
run.
these type of guys.
I'm going to continue to run through Bleacher Report a little bit because we got some hype in there. Kyle's saying, let's go. We needed that. Yeah, we did.
Hell yeah,
NYQ,
Kyle.
NZ, best center. Can't disagree.
can
Boofy
I-
boy, a monster.
And going into this night, like wide receiver to me, I think pick 89 is where I wanted wide receiver because it's like you don't need a must-sure hit, and you can. There's talented guys out there. So
Burner account. Let's hope A.T. Perry in round 3.
yeah, and it doesn't and not need there's
sick.
other wide
That'd be
receivers
sick.
out there. Like Josh Downs is still on the board. DJ Turner.
Turner.
This actually, this makes
It's
a lot of sense for the
sweet
Bengals.
pick. I love Turner.
So
I
now
mean,
they have DJ Turner and Dax Hill last year from Michigan, man. Some really speedy, undersized at their position, but really speedy players who are very aggressive. So I like Bengals strengthening that secondary. And they just lost Jesse Bates to the Falcons.
Right.
Yes.
What do you think, Bobby? Of I know we've talked a good bit about about A.T. Perry. What do you think about Mike Wilson? Because at that round 3 spot, look, always possible we could get 2 receiver picks or a Giants trade up. You
Round
never know.
3, the injury history scares me too damn much.
I agree.
Day 3, I love it. Round 3, it's too. To me, it's a little too risky.
Oh, I edited the John Michael Schmitz breakdown.
The film that I feel like Turner showed, and especially or not Turner, Mike Wilson showed, especially given that we got to see him in person at the Senior Bowl, and he had himself as good a day as I'd say Jaden Reed did, to be honest, or not just a day, a week. I think if the Giants decide to go that direction, I'll get it from a positional value perspective, but I'm with you that the injury red flags, because for those who don't know, Mike Wilson out of Stanford's biggest question mark is he missed all of 2021, and then he missed the back half of 2022. So we'll see, but receiver is starting to make more sense, especially with center taken care of.
Justin, should coconut video be horizontal or vertical?
It should be exactly like that. Because then what
Should I do it in front of the whole stream?
Yeah, why not?
Do it.
All right, you get the sneak peek out of stream, so you got to go like it on Twitter. right?
Yeah.
Wait, are you posting this to Talking Giants, or are you posting this to your personal?
To my personal and
All
then
right.
Talking Giants Instagram.
All right, no, then hold it like this. You don't have monetization on your Twitter.
All right.
He doesn't. Talking Giants account does. You get to witness the.
All
coconut
right.
video. You get to witness the coconut video.
I forgot to do one last night. Our heads were spinning. Round 2, pick 57, the New York Giants draft center out of Minnesota, John Michael Schmitz. This guy was the most mocked to player for the Giants at pick 25, and they get him in the second round. We talked about it. It was like, there is a chance that this guy falls. Like, there's credible people putting him there. And to me, this guy was the best interior offensive lineman in the class. Obviously older, but he understands the position in every facet of the game with that wrestling background. In the run game, whether it's just single drive blocks, like he has hand grip, leverage, in the wide zone, man, he will bury guys. He'll flip his hips. And then pass protection, I think the main reason why he's here instead of in the first round, doesn't have the greatest foot speed in the world, but it all starts with the hands. He has hand grip that will shut down a rep and hand replacement, man. The Giants did not have a player who had started games at center on the roster besides that guy, the JC, that guy. Don't care about him now because the Giants get a starting center. Really the only center in this class who I think should start from day one. And John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota. Let's go, big blue.
Well done.
Man, one take.
Usually it's not a one-take video either.
You're
Jackson-
just hyped. Natural flow. Okay, do we think – I don't know. It's bizarre having a player with your own name in any draft. Do we think that having a Schmitz made it a good luck charm to get Schmitz in New York, or is it just happy coincidence?
This was meant.
We'll see
No,
if
this
the
was meant to
Bears
be-
if the
if they
Bears
get JL
if the
Skinner.
Bears get JL Skinner,
Yeah.
then we are.
That's what I was thinking.
That would be so funny. That would be so funny. All right, so then does oh gosh, what's the quarterback's name? It's Penix, right?
Excuse me?
Like, I'm serious. There's a quarterback.
Is he in this
I
class?
think he's in next class.
Yeah, I think he's in next.
Isn't
The
he?
Washington quarterback.
Do you want to know what I'm
It's
going to do to
it's
celebrate?
Penix with an X.
It is. It's Penix with an X.
Do you want to know what I'm going to do to celebrate?
Tonight?
I'm going to have me a New York slice.
I thought you were going to have a cigar.
Bring him in. Bring the pizza in.
Eat them outside. Don't eat on stream.
We don't want a pizza mukbang stream. So the Jaguars are on the clock. We keep talking about safety with them
Yeah, let's
and
talk
DBs.
draft.
Did they just take Quan Martin before? Or no, that was
That
Washington.
was the Commanders. Yeah.
What do you think about Jamie Robinson?
I think he is not a player who's going to wow you, but he plays safety very well. And
I
he's
agree with you.
athletic enough. He's not the biggest guy in the world.
He likes to come flying up. He'll
Yeah,
come from
and
the
he's
free
very
safety
he's
spot.
very aggressive. So yeah, I like Jamie Robinson.
I love Jamie, and I think
Is
we're
it Jamie or Jamie?
I thought it was Jamie. I heard the broadcast say Jamie. I'm not claiming that's right.
Okay, so we can call him Jamie.
I'm going to call him Jamie because it feels more
Jamie's
right.
crying.
Oh, great song, great band.
My brother's name is James, so we'd always, whenever he was crying as a kid, we'd go, Jamie's crying.
Wow, wow.
Where did Josh Downs go?
He didn't go anywhere.
They're showing his player comp. Or maybe
I
they're
think
just
they're talking
previewing
about
him.
him.
Wow, man, that makes me feel so freaking good. So are you surprised Jaden Reed went ahead of Josh Downs?
I'm surprised he went ahead of Tyler Scott.
Really? But Tyler Scott is like, so like those other guys are small. Tyler Scott like looks tiny.
Yes, I agree.
I can see him being the pick at 89 for
But
the
I mean,
Giants.
I think the reason why I'm surprised is because a lot of people had a high grade on Tyler Scott. Not as many people had as high a grade as Jaden Reed as I did. So I think just naturally I questioned myself, and I'm like, everyone agrees that Tyler Scott's really good. I'm the only one that says Jaden Reed should be around here. So I don't know. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I guess I was.
Yeah. Julian, can you, so like I embedded the clips that I've already posted with John Michael Schmitz. Can you like screen record those or something and then just post them to Instagram with the same caption? Thank you.
Jacksonville took Brenton Strange.
Okay.
That's a great tight end that got like no hype whatsoever. And what's funny is I didn't even have him on like my pre-season college watch list. I watched one Penn State game and I was like, Jesus, this tight end's good. And I immediately did an eval on him. And he remained like really unspoken about for much of the draft season. I want to say I only started really seeing his name circulated in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. I didn't watch much of him. But yeah, I've seen him be like mocked all over the place. All right, Houston Texans. Got
staying in the
CJ
AFC South.
C.J. Stroud and then Will Anderson Jr. Who will they go at pick 62? How do you do?
Bam Margera. What will he think of next? Or whatever.
I love you, Bam. We miss you. Forget that. Get well.
Lose weight.
Stop doing drugs. You can keep the weight. Just stop the drugs.
Who's doing drugs?
Bam Margera.
Oh man,
Who did the Jaguars?
tough for Bam.
Yeah.
Tough for Bam. Prayers up for Bam.
Prayers up for Bam.
Who would have thought Steve-O would be the clean and sober one at this time,
The
and
one
Bam
in the
Margera
best
would
health?
be the one most?
Not me. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
I thought who'd have thought that Ryan Dunn would die?
Oh, we were with each other at the Senior Bowl where we had a 30-minute conversation. Jeff was there too, where we had a 30-minute conversation on just how amazing of like people that not people, but just like how great the Jackass guys are at what they do.
Yeah.
They're
I
so
forgot. We talked
good.
about Jackass for like 2
started.
hours.
They're so
they
good
were
at it.
total trendsetters.
Juice
Juice
Scruggs.
This is
Okay.
really early for Juice
Yeah,
Scruggs.
I agree with that. I had a third.
His
round-
pass
third-
protection
third
is
day.
very bad.
Yes.
Very bad. Like him going over Ricky Stromberg to me, and Ricky Stromberg's got his own pass protection issues, or even over Luke Weipler out of Ohio State, who I'm
Yeah.
not the biggest fan of. To me, this is a bad pick for the Texans. I really think this is a bad pick for the Texans.
I feel like they're taking Scruggs off of intangibles. Look, the bootleg football guys, for those who follow them, that's Brett Coleman and E.J. Snyder, they did an interview with Juice Scruggs and highlighted just how well he knows his position, how well he interprets the fronts that he's looking at, all those things that I'm sure an offensive line coach would go crazy about. But I'm with you, Bobby. Like, that's the kind of thing that it's awesome. And we may very well be proven wrong, but from a draft process perspective, how do you take a guy with as many physical flaws in his game
That's the thing.
as Scruggs has?
So like
In the
Ricky
second round?
Stromberg has pass pro issues, but they're not physical. With Juice Scruggs, his foot speed is very slow.
Broncos in. That's a trade. They were at like 67, weren't they?
Okay, and then the Bears are back on the clock.
And then the Bears are
Then
back
the
on
Eagles
the
have
clock.
back-to-back picks. The Eagles, I'm telling you, no one can do anything to ruin my John Michael Schmitz mood.
No, nothing. That's a brilliant pick.
J.M. Smiths.
That's what is
J.M.
it?
Smiths for J.M. football.
That's like the whole like punch, counter punch. Like here's Mozzie Smith and bang, John Michael Schmitz helps kind of settle that out a little bit. Phenomenal center, man.
I feel
like,
so good about this offensive line now. I mean, I am not nearly as worried about Josh Azudu now. I am not nearly as worried as about Ben Bredesen now. I feel like now all those guys that we viewed as like, well, they're good depth, but I don't know if they're great starters. It almost doesn't matter if Josh Azudu is better depth than he is a starter if he's playing between JMS and Andrew Thomas.
everybody's better depth when they're down a peg. You
Oh,
know what
yeah,
I mean?
sure.
Like as soon as somebody's OL4, you're like, okay, okay,
It's fine.
okay.
We can work with this. Broncos are picking. Let's ride.
Did they take
Marvin Mims. Oh, I was hoping he could be a
over
sneak.
Jalen Hyatt? So that's a
And-
big win for Mims.
And us. Did
And
you have
us.
Mims over Jalen
I
Hyatt?
did.
I did.
Did you? All
I
right,
hated Hyatt,
I
man.
felt me too. But at 89, I would love Jalen Hyatt.
Dylan Gabriel says, "Hell yeah, that's my guy." Right? But out of Oklahoma. Anyways, back to Mims.
So, like, Mims played in a similar offense, not the same, but a similar offense, but I thought was better, just a better football player than Jalen Hyatt, even though Jalen Hyatt had all the way more production. So, I think Cedric Tillman's probably going to go before Jalen Hyatt, from the
He very
same
well
team in
might.
Tennessee. So,
By the way, we have a couple of scouting wins to kind of wrap up really fast. You and I both talked about how Adetomiwa Adebaware, his film looked confusing, to say the least, like very hot and cold between how high he was going to get picked, and now he's fallen out of the second round. Luke Schoonmaker, who both of us thought rocked, ends up on the Cowboys in the second round, out instead of the fourth round, which both you and I had talked about. I'm looking for a fist
we've been
bump.
pretty good this
I'm
year.
going to get the fist
Oh,
bump.
sorry. I thought you were like pointing like, yeah, this
No,
is my
no.
pick. Like when
Hey.
I get angry, I ball up my
Hey,
fist.
look, it's by no means us trying to take victory laps. I promise. It's more that you spend Bobby and
It just
Grump
feels
like
good.
400 hours
my
watching these
God.
guys. It's really nice to be like, okay, I'm clearly seeing this
Like
well.
I'm not crazy when when Adebaware was getting first round hype, I'm like, I have him as a high third rounder.
All right,
I
so-
feel crazy right now. Am I the idiot? And then it's like, okay,
I don't know what's going on. Obviously, this is gonna be Hendon Hooker.
all right, the Bears.
Bears are
ready
on
for
the
it.
clock. All right, so talk to us, Robert.
I bet you they're trying to work the phone. Honestly,
I'm so
like,
happy you guys got Tyreek Stevenson,
Same.
man.
I think the Bears are thinking about. I'm going to say something crazy. I think they're thinking about Ricky Stromberg. right now.
I don't think
Like,
that's crazy.
If I had to guess, it's 64. You know what I mean? It's that whole basically
it's
a second
the third
round pick.
round.
Yeah, but that's nominal. Like, I think they want to trade back to 80 and scoop up the pick that they just traded away, and that's why we're not seeing the pick is in. Well, now we are. But that they were just working the clock all the way down to when they could before they were going to send to the Knicks. Obviously, nobody wants to get it forfeited. I think that they took. It'd be interesting to see if they took Adebawari right now, just because Gervon Dexter could easily play like one technique nose tackle for you, but. I don't know. The Bears are so bad that there are a lot of directions they could go.
There's a lot of wide receivers right here.
There are, but they've got 3.
Yeah.
That now they're going to lose one.
Yep.
The chances that they extend Mooney and Claypool next to none. But
So, I mean, and here you are in the third round,
Right.
and now you are drafting for more than 2023.
right,
So,
you have to.
Yeah.
But if I'm them,
You got to wow. He's going to thank every service
Yeah.
member.
we're getting bled in the run game. Like it has to get better. Zach Harrison could be a really interesting choice here from Ohio State. He's an edge rusher. Do you realize how long his arms are, Bobby?
I think they're 36 inches.
36 inches, 36 and a quarter technically. He's got longer arms than everybody but Paris Johnson. Now,
It's insane.
doesn't make you a good football player.
But he's very good in the
necessarily.
run right now, and like you've talked about how he has those flashes and pass
Right.
rush in the right moments.
Right. It's funny because to use a baseball metaphor for any here that are Yankees or Mets fans or any other baseball team,
Our audience isn't that. You don't got to pander to baseball.
it's not about that. It's more like it's more like this is like a guy who only hits with runners in scoring position. You know what I mean? A golfer who can only hit the long putt. You know, like the only
golf.
the only.
You're
Doing
like you're
sports
playing it.
metaphors only.
All you need to do is bring up Dallas Goedert, and you're going to bring up like everything we pretendingly hate on this podcast.
You know, actually, speaking of, I was doing my research before I came on the
Manscaped,
show.
they got mad at us one time because I made fun of baseball.
What did I see about you and Dallas Goedert? I saw some articles online. Like, was there some kind of a dust up
Sucker
between the two
punched
of
his
you?
ass.
And,
South
Little
Dakota.
Caesars.
My goodness. Really? I mean, you like?
Man, this Bears pick is taking so long.
I know they really are.
Oh, it's the start of the third round.
Thank
that
you
makes
for,
sense.
Yes, but
I
also
was like, why are they? That's got to be brutal. Like they're doing this. So,
let's see. I
Do
think
you think they could
so
double
who was
up
your,
at
who was,
corner?
who was your want?
if I was gonna pick somebody, they took
Drew
a 3
Sanders
tech.
didn't go in the second round. That's very surprising.
So they took a 3 tech and they took a corner that I love, and then all of my guys got taken between now and then. So I guess if I wanted to pick the sexy pick for me, it would be Tucker Kraft, the tight end. Which
Where did he go to school?
is it South Dakota State University?
Dude, funny story about South Dakota. I sucker punched Dallas Goedert there.
You mentioned that. You mentioned that earlier.
So are we at the point now where you could see them doubling up at a position of need just because
Depends
they
on
need to get better?
That's the defensive line if they're going to do it. Who's this guy? Who is this guy?
Why isn't that you?
That is definitely a TikToker.
Yeah.
It's got to be. It's Cole Bennett.
Who the fuck is
Oh,
Cole Bennett?
Lyrical Lemonade,
I don't
of
know what
course.
Lyrical
What the
Lemonade
hell
is.
is that?
Does anybody in the production room know what Lyrical Lemonade is?
He's got a very punchable face. I don't know who this person is.
Everybody
I'm sure
says
he's
no.
very nice.
21-year-old Hoodie
best.
Glaber does.
Everybody says that nobody knows Lyrical Lemonade.
I
Why-
know
so,
who it
All right, the
so nobody
Chicago
here-
Bears select
Yeah.
Zach
Zach
Pickens, South
Pickens.
Carolina.
Zach
That's a good
Pickens.
pick.
That's
I think that's a good
pick.
pick.
It's a
I think
weird
that's a
one,
good
but
pick. That's
This
a
is
pick
where I
we can
had
get
him,
excited
very
about.
top of the third.
The Bears are picking some guys that okay. So now we've seen a couple of these,
Pickens
right?
and Dexter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pickens and Dexter. So
I said double up.
I
Very,
feel
very
like-
different
Said D-line,
players too.
Exactly. I feel like they've now built an interior that might be able to actually stand up against the run. We're talking about a former 5-star that, look, there have been a couple of these picks that us guys on the couch, right? We've been sitting here saying, hot dang, that's where I had this guy. I'm glad the NFL had him there too. This is one of those guys at the Senior Bowl, Bobby, that I feel like showed out. And then sent from that moment, he got kind of just like everybody laid low on him. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like he's absolutely worth pick number 64. I'm really trying not to be a homer, like put on the critical
No,
thinking
that's a good
hat.
pick.
He can take on a double team. He can rush the passer a little bit as a one technique. He theoretically projects to be like that Grover Stewart one technique role, and the Bears are going to take probably Will Mallory at this point in round 4, like based on the way the tight ends are coming off the
Yeah.
board.
With Zach Pickens, man, sorry, I want to stay on Zach Pickens.
Yeah, do it.
Shout out Do a Barrel Roll, who's great.
Yes.
I did a video on Cedric Van Pran, the center out of Georgia,
Mm-hmm.
who probably would have been interior offensive line number 1 in this class, but stayed in college.
Right.
And really Cedric Van Pran's only bad reps on film were against Zach Pickens, and I was critiquing stuff, and I'm like, in the NFL, not everyone's going to be number 6 from South Carolina. Didn't know who he was, and he pointed like he was one of the first watches I had.
Right.
And he was down at the Senior Bowl. I thought he played pretty damn well down there. Zach Pickens, I don't think, again, not going to be an elite defensive tackle, but he's going to be really good. He's going to give you pass rushing wins.
Right.
I think he's going to be consistently good in the pass rush, and you can play him behind Hargrave, who
Right.
kind of. Pickens isn't Hargrave, but similar play style.
We didn't get Hargrave.
I thought you guys got Javon Hargrave.
No.
No.
Oh, the
49ers
49ers got
Yeah.
Javon Hargrave.
The Bears have
so.
had nothing. We have
So-
Andrew Billings. Are you really excited about Andrew Billings? Are you really excited about DeMarcus Walker from Tennessee? Did you know he existed? Do you know who that is?
I know everything. No, I did not.
No, the Bears' defensive line is in bad shape. That's part of why I've been saying all offseason that, like, the hope was to go from bad to developmental. But I like him. I think that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to call that a massive reach. But I think at this point that
Who, Pickens or Dexter?
Pickens specifically. I mean,
I think Dexter's the reach.
I think Dexter's a little bit of a reach. The only question I have with Dexter is, like, Bobby, if you got the chance to interview Javon Dexter and he somehow spoke to, like, yes, I know I have that issue. I've worked to fix it. Here's how I have fixed it. Would it change? Like, his obviously
See, like
getting off the snap.
I would spend my entire interview talking about Dexter getting off the snap.
Right.
I'd be like, hey, what's the biggest issue with your game? And just see what his answer is to
Right.
that.
If he gave you the right answers, just to use an
and then
example,
go,
and I'm
like,
not
I would
trying
spend
to
30 minutes talking about just getting off the snap and,
Yep.
and figure out why it's the worst I've ever seen doing the draft in like 5 years.
No, I mean seriously. This is where that interview gap really happens, where we're like we haven't talked to these guys between when they played college football and now when they're
Yeah.
playing the NFL. But here's the rich get richer moment, right? Where the Eagles take, I mean, who would they take? Jair Brown? Like I don't
They do need
I don't-
safety help, right?
Let's see. Who's it going to be? Somebody mentioned
Rich Eisen.
Rich Eisen. They're going to take Rich Eisen?
Poor 40 time.
Man, every time the pick is in happens, but all three of us just go quiet, like normal, right? Because we keep thinking they're just going to actually show what it is.
No, that's not how this
Never,
works.
never, ever. Notable third-round draft picks. Travis Kelce.
I just feel like I have like so much information right in front of me that I could just look at my laptop for forever
This
and
is
not
like
pay attention.
So like this is to me is a bigger high than Kayvon Neal because we knew we had 2 top picks in the top 7.
Yeah.
Like this is such a big high for me.
So I'm going to bring
So
up a
freaking
name,
happy.
and I want to know what your guys' thoughts are on him because I think he was probably the hardest guy to place. What did you guys think of Hodges Tomlinson from TCU?
I didn't watch him.
Okay.
I wanted to, but I didn't.
Robert?
Because he's 5'9", right?
Yep.
I love him. I
Yeah.
mean, like, this guy seems like he's got everything you could ever ask for in a DB.
Other
and
than
he's
height.
so short. It's not
See,
just height.
he has
he's
the-
also small.
Yes,
You
yes,
know,
yes.
Like,
He literally has the best advanced stats for like advanced coverage stats
He's
in the
outstanding.
draft. And then he also has like the most penalties in the draft by like 5.
he took 3 penalties against SMU's Rashi Rice, not because he had bad coverage, but because he couldn't reach around Rashi Rice without fouling him. Like,
So my biggest thing was that he is 2 inches short of being a first-round pick.
Right.
That they're like the most important 2 inches you could possibly imagine.
I mean, David Montgomery, to use a Bears example that probably nobody cares about, but this is the only way I know how to speak. I get so used to talking to my audience with just Bears examples. But, like, he was probably 15 hundredths of a 40 time away from being a first-round pick. Like, that happens all the time. It's a draft story told too often, right? Where it's like, this guy would be the man, except for the eliminating factor. That means he is decidedly not the man.
So here's my only thing is that if you wanted to have Hodges Tomlinson completely relegated as a slot defender, would it work in an NFL that's trending towards accepting smaller wide receivers?
I don't know.
I didn't watch him.
No, I'm just saying, like,
I just saw the advanced
like
stats.
like you said against
I don't
Rashee
know.
Rice, that's an awful matchup for him because he's just not big enough. He's going to get boxed out entirely. But if he's
totally.
going up against, I don't know, Tariq Hill maybe or somebody of that size or Antonio Brown, or
Right.
somebody of that size, I almost feel like he's the perfect guy for it because he'll lock him down.
Oh, sure.
I just don't. Yeah, I don't know where to place a value on somebody like
I
that.
feel like it's got to be the 5th round best case scenario. Like,
But
that's
even
the
whoever
trouble.
gets him, if they know how to match him
How to
up,
use him.
they're gonna. He will shut down the short receivers.
He could
just
be
done.
He could be a really dynamic special teamer too.
Yeah.
Because he's athletic and physical and all
Yeah,
kinds
oh, yeah.
of sweet things in terms of like punt gunning and everything in the middle. Here comes. Do we know who this is?
EDP.
Man, he's amped up.
What if they had EDP?
That'd be so funny. He's just getting booed out on stage.
Why does Philly get 2 picks, man?
Fucking because the Cardinals bullshit yesterday. Tyler Steen out of Alabama.
That's a good pick.
That is
That's a
really
great
high.
fucking pick for
He's
them.
going to move the guard in the NFL.
Yeah.
I feel like
And-
that's high for Steen. What do you guys think?
As a tackle, yes.
Yes.
As a I don't. So I did 2 grades on him.
But if you're
I
going
had
back to back, it's like a
fourth
throwaway
rounder
pick.
as
Right.
as a tackle, third
Right.
a high third as a guard. That's a good pick, man. And honestly, so I watched him pre-Senior Bowl, and my question was like, I was like, I really want to see him work at guard at the Senior Bowl. He did, and he looked good. And he looked like a guard. I think he was a transfer from Vanderbilt too.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that when he transferred from Vanderbilt, they would move him to guard, and they played
Did they
tackle.
just pick
They,
again?
they just picked Sidney Brown.
Oh man, Sidney
God
Brown is
fucking damn
a
it.
good player.
Can I say
too.
something? I don't like Sidney
I
Brown.
know you don't, but I do.
You can be that guy.
This is
I
this
think
is a
he's really
spot you
good.
can do this too. Again, 3rd round pick. You put him in a defense where he doesn't have to. You could just let him just be a playmaker. He's gonna fuck up though. He is going to completely overrun a play or two throughout his rookie season, and it's going to be on the defensive coordinator, defensive staff to work that out of him because it showed up kind of a lot at Illinois. But it showed he also has the ceiling to be like a Troy Polamalu light, where he just doesn't give a shit about his body. He's going to throw himself at the play, and it tends to
So
work.
his role in the NFL is to be like Hufanga with the 49ers, who made All-Pro this year because he makes a lot of plays, but I don't think he's an All-Pro player. Even though he has some like great like box score stats because it's not there on a down and down basis. But I do like Hufanga. I just don't like Sidney Brown in the top of the 3rd. So like I'll just kind of go through my write-up on him. Short, yoked up safety who plays 100 miles per hour nonstop. Box ? Fast player, but change of direction is lacking. Good burst to the ball with bend to slip blocks. Powers through blockers' shoulders with square hips. Too many missed tackles. Man coverage is average. Good physical man reps where he can hang and recover into the catch space. Will get lost at the break of reps and will struggle with size. Solid center field range if he breaks with anticipation. Not a great feel for zone or recognition to close windows. Even though he did do that type of stuff really good at the Senior Bowl.
Right.
So, and that's stuff that can be improved on, obviously. So,
I think also when you put him in a defense that's already talented, I mean, this is the C.J. Gardner, right? Role that he's
Yep.
probably going to play for
Yep.
Philadelphia. He just went to Detroit or something, right?
Yeah.
Gardner
Plus-
Johnson.
Plus, I feel like Brown's in that category, at least in my opinion, of take a good DB and figure out his position later. Like,
Yeah.
Brown's
Yeah,
played
agreed.
a little bit of nickel corner. He's played a little bit of strong safety. He's played a little bit of free safety. I think with a little bit of coaching, you could just feel out where he's performing well, like during OTAs and whatnot, and get good use out of him. Unless we hate the Eagles, which we do. So hopefully the fact that he's a sub 5'10" means he's a loser.
I love the
and he
Tyler
sucks.
Steen pick for them. So, like, he actually goes to get in practice at guard before. Drew Sanders for the Broncos. Can I say Drew Sanders is, while there's issues, I thought he was definitely a 2nd-round player for me.
He's
Right.
electric. I don't know if
Like, I think there's a correction on linebackers in the NFL, and rightfully so. There's rightfully so a correction on linebackers where, like, the last 4 years, we've been going for these guys who are not really linebackers but play fast as fuck. And Trenton Simpson falls in that category, but they suck in, like, the every down backer stuff. And that's why I was happy to see Jack Campbell be the first backer to go off. But Drew Sanders plays fast in the box. Like, he takes on blocks fairly well, but he misses a ton of tackles. His coverage instincts are severely lacking, but he just moved from edge. So I like Sanders. He's a fun-ass player. But, again, he could also be just a total bust, too. Like, you could see that happening with it.
I don't love Drew Sanders. I like Drew Sanders. I actually think this is where I would kind of grade him as a round 3 guy. I don't think he was as good rushing up the middle. I think he's more natural at the edge, even though he won't be that at the NFL level. So that's where I
The pass
I didn't
rush
see
stuff
the
doesn't
production.
do it for me. It's in the run game. Like, he fires off the snap. Now, again, he's
Yeah,
not
do you think
very
that's
strong.
2nd round worthy? That jumped off for you at 2nd round, his run stopping ability?
Yeah, I mean, he's brand new to the position.
I get it. Okay, so then you're doing like a little bit more
He's
ceiling.
6'5", and he plays fast. Like I can take a guy who plays fast as fuck, aggressive as hell, and like rein him in. Where Trenton Simpson, on the opposite hand, is why I have Trenton Simpson
Way
lower
too
than Drew
patient,
Sanders, plays soft.
I have him lower than Drew Sanders as well.
Yeah,
I
so-
was a little bit lower on a lot of these linebackers than I think other people would.
I would love to get Trenton Simpson with his next pick for the Giants if he continues to fall. But I do like that the NFL is making a correction on linebackers.
What excited me about Trenton Simpson, and the main reason that I had him, frankly, a lot higher than we are, so miss there, is his feel for coverage. I feel like Simpson has a better feel for coverage than some safeties. I mean, he breaks on receivers. He breaks on running backs. He breaks wonderfully. The problem is linebacker isn't a safety position. Like, you do a lot more than just that piece of the game. So I thought the NFL was about to, let's say, overweight how good he is in coverage. But obviously we've seen this draft that the NFL needs two-way players, which lines up with what we see on the football field. And like you're talking about, Bobby, Drew Sanders has got that dog in him. Like, meme or not, Drew Sanders.
No, it's real. Like I think we
to
joke
hurt you.
about, does he have that dog in him too much? Because we've made it such a joke that it's actually a real thing.
Right. Like, Drew Sanders.
So is Justin just done for the night?
Justin had his New York
Justin's
slice.
producing right now.
That's it. Justin's doing numbers. Justin's doing big things.
The Lions are having an insane draft right now. Can we talk about Detroit for just a moment? Because this is very relevant to you, Robert.
Oh.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to rub it in, but
No.
I'm just –
Everyone's
have a
shitting on
counter
the
here.
Lions. What do you think about everyone shitting on the Lions?
For me, at least, the problem with the Lion or where the Lions are is that you got to remember the player that you could have gotten at 12. You got to remember the player that you could have gotten at 18. I think Gibbs and Campbell are individually both studs. Like, it's not an argument about the player. It's an entire argument about positional value, where those two players, they're going to make a lot of splash plays next year. They're going to make a lot of hay. This Lions team is going to be awesome. And then 3 years down the road, if they don't manage to reload, we'll look back at 2 picks in the first round. They got used at positions that literally they could have picked up with 2 picks in the second round. Not necessarily Gibbs. I think the NFL was going to take him eventually. But you get it.
absolutely, yeah. And I when I said they're having an amazing draft, I meant they
They have a billion picks.
They are doing a very good job of filling out their roster. And they have moved up to get a lot of early day picks.
Oh, sure.
And a lot of early day talent. Now we argue about if that was good value for the spot.
Totally.
Absolutely not. But at the end of the day, if you were to just aggregate,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
all this early.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And my biggest thing with them, do they have any plans beyond Jared Goff?
That's the question, isn't it?
I don't think they need to.
They don't need to be there yet, but
They don't
that's
need
a
to get there
huge
yet kinda
part
thing?
about what happens after this year. I
Yeah.
think.
I mean, Goff played good for them. Like, I don't like that. Like, because Goff had some, like, he's not elite. I think Goff gets overshitted on. Like, he's not. But so that's part of my just.
Odell.
All right, funny. Is there's like this need to like be either elite or you're just horrible, and I think like Goff with that Rams offense got them to the Super Bowl and had like MVP like seasons, right? Like that's not, you can't just be scheme like that, or else Jimmy Garoppolo would have those type of numbers. So
Here's another active player.
Amon Ross St. Brown, this might have been like where he was picked, was that pick 68. Amon Ross St. Brown, round 3 pick 68 for the Detroit Lions.
Edge. No. Sayaki Ika, right?
Hendon Hooker.
There's your plans.
Are you seeing the picks? You are calling everything.
I didn't.
Oh, my
I didn't call
gosh.
Hendon Hooker at all.
Oh, my
because
word.
I said plans beyond Jared Goff.
Oh, my word.
This better not be their plans beyond Jared. Are they the same age?
I'm telling you, there's a day coming where I hate to be this guy. Okay, my whole life. Do y'all have? Let me move over.
I would have rather the Lions
I don't like the
trade
camera entirely on me.
I would
I'm
like the-
afraid of this. I don't. No. I mean,
I would like the Lions to trade like a 6th round pick for Malik Willis before drafting
That's
Hendon
the
Hooker
thing.
here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's the thing. Like, for me at least, Bobby, I feel like this is the kind of draft that we're going to look back at. Again, my whole life has been watching the Detroit Lions find unique ways, whether in the middle of a game, whether in the middle of a season, whether in the middle of just where the franchise is at, to squander what feels like great resources or great opportunity. You know what I mean, Bobby? Where it's like they have Matt Stafford and Calvin Johnson and Golden Tate all young, and they can't win a game, right? They haven't won a playoff game in 25 years. They had 6 picks in the top 70 or the top 70 players. You can get a haul with with that kind of talent. They had 2 picks in the first round, 2 picks in the top 20, and they're coming away with a 25-year-old with a torn ACL from a gimmick offense. They're coming away with a running back that I love. I think Gibbs is the real deal, but a running back. They're coming away with a Mike linebacker that might end up playing Will. And Jack Campbell is amazing. Love letter to linebackers, but at pick 18, when guys like Nolan Smith hadn't gone yet, guys like Brian Brissy were still on the board, there are some players that we would look at and we would go, well, yeah, it's obviously better value, that the Lions did not agree. And they're going to get some sweet players. They have some sweet players in the class. But I find myself just kind of saying to myself, for as great a set of picks as the Lions had, I'm surprised that I'm not more worried about them long term because they've got an awesome offensive coordinator in Ben Johnson that will be a head coach in 2024. Do we agree with this?
Yeah, I was going to say this is a short window. So it almost – first of all, I'm going to do 2 things here.
Yeah.
Number one, NFL Network tried very hard to pretend that Jalen highlight tape was a Hendon Hooker highlight tape.
Right.
It was not. The other thing is it feels sort of like the Lions and the Giants had a surprisingly good year where it felt like now there was a small window for both teams. I guess you could talk yourself into the argument that you had a small window with Jared Goff, or whatever, a 5-year window with Jared Goff. That's your phone, buddy. And they've approached it completely differently. The Giants have stayed pat. They've moved up 1 spot. They stayed pat in the second round. They haven't done anything too crazy. They got their guys, right? They got their corner. They moved up 1 spot to make sure he was them. They got the number 1 center. That was probably always their guy. The Lions, on the other hand, have flipped everything to move up and load right now. So it's going to be really interesting to see the trajectory of those 2 teams, both in fairly competitive divisions, I guess, right, in terms of parity.
You sit here. No. Don't say no. You're the talking Giants guy. You want the lazy boy? You lazy boy.
I don't care about the Texans, so I'm going to have my New York slice.
Tank Dell to the Texans.
That's another one of those picks that I'm so glad somebody else picked him.
He was a famous YouTuber.
Was he?
Yeah. He's from Texas.
I mean, Brett
Carl
Coleman's
Banks
from
loves
Texas.
Tank Dell.
Man, I would have hated to announce it. Okay, so look. What do you guys think of Dell? Because I'll say this. I think Dell's tape is electric. I think Dell was one of those guys at the Senior Bowl that just cut like the wind. And then you look at him and you see almost every receiver under 175 pounds that's also under 5'9". There's been 20 of them in the NFL or in NFL history taken above 64, and I believe one of them has 1,000 total yards in his career. So it's not a prototype that pretty much has any history of success. And Bobby, in something that's playing the odds and lottery tickets, I've been terrified of the idea of taking this guy all off season.
Yeah, but I like the spot for the Texans, right? And I think it gives you someone you can rely on in the quick game for C.J. Stroud, and I think that's going to be very important for him, early on for the Texans. So, yeah, obviously with the size, it scares the crap out of you if your team drafts you. But watching him go to the Texans, I do like that. And Calvin Austin went in the 3rd round or so, right, last year for the Steelers.
Right.
I think Tank Dell, who's similar size, is a much better player than Calvin Austin was. And those guys kind of kill it at the Senior Bowl.
I thought Calvin Austin was really good. He just got hurt.
Maybe he will be in the NFL. But my point is saying that I think I like Tank Dell a lot more than I like Calvin Austin out of Memphis last year.
And see, as corny as it sounds, then you look at Calvin Austin. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. Calvin Austin's 170 pounds, too. Somehow I thought he was one of those, 190-pound guys.
He looks a little thicker.
Right. So you're right. I mean, it's a major question. I feel like every single year there's the really, really fun to watch, outstanding separator, teensy-tiny receiver. And then who do they get matched up on? They get it matched up on a guy like DJ Turner that has a perfect 10 out of 10 relative athletic score. Life's tough in the NFL. You know what I mean, Bobby? If you can't create your own space, you get washed out at some point. And so I don't know. Call me a Dell hater. I'll wear it. Like, this is short on short crime. Huh?
You hate Adele?
I hate Tank Dell and Dell computers. Do I get both of those? Adele's cool. Adele's great. But we'll see. I really like Byron Young at Alabama. He's headed to Vegas. I feel like there's a point where big data tells you that's just not going to work, right? And that's, I feel like, what we see with these really tiny receivers.
Byron Young, the defensive tackle, this is too early for him.
I feel like we're in I like the guy move, or like I like the guy zone. You know what I mean? We just saw Juice Scruggs get taken at 62.
I hate that pick, though.
I know you do. It's more to say, like, welcome to the where the wild things are.
Yeah.
Like, we're entering the spin zone in some capacity. Pick is in. Let's see.
I took Juice Scruggs in the 5th round of like my mock draft.
Forever.
Maybe even the 6th round.
Forever, right?
Which is
104,
crazy.
103 for Chicago, which I will not be here for. Seems like if Stromberg's not taken, the Bears will be looking for him there. Because they didn't take an interior guy. No, they went defense.
Defense.
Hilarious.
Oh wow, investing in Justin. I mean, I guess DJ Moore's investing in Justin Fields. So
You have to keep scores low, or else
can't.
your guy's in obvious passing scenarios.
Yeah.
It's the best thing that honestly the Giants did. Like
Darnell Wright. I mean, they have Darnell
Yeah,
Wright.
exactly.
Yeah.
But Dex Lawrence kept scores in a place where the Lions were able, or not the Lions, the Giants were able to continue to run the ball,
Yeah.
continue to use play action. It really does do a lot when you don't.
Good job. He goes well with Jamal Williams with the New Orleans Saints. So this is where we had him, Justin, high third-round pick.
Where is Alvin Kamara?
He was in Daytona.
Is he still on the Saints?
Yeah. But I think there might be some – I think there's some exit plans there, right, with Alvin Kamara?
Gotta be, right? Especially because, like, you can't pay a weapon like that.
We were hanging out with Alvin Kamara in Daytona, me and Justin.
Yeah, we were.
My brother was trying to get me to take a picture of his mugshot and asked if that was him, and I
we
didn't
weren't
do it.
totally sure if that
we were 100% sure.
So
me
thinking
and my
about showing
brothers
him
were
his
just
mugshot.
sitting there, like, saying to each other, like, dumb things to go. Like, the funniest one, and I busted out laughing in front of the entire suite, like, of these rich people.
Yeah.
As my brother, Googles his mugshot and says, like, go ask him if this is him. This would be the funniest thing ever. But.
All right, let's talk some Bleacher Report here for a second. C. Perry 1. What a transition. Bobby, do you see us taking Overshown here at our next pick if he's there? Is Drew Sanders gone
I don't
yet?
see it happening, but I'd be fine with Overshown at the end of the third.
Is Drew Sanders gone yet?
Yeah, he went to
he's
the
gone.
Broncos.
Okay. J.O. 123. Sounds good for where they picked. Looks like they may have got good value at places of need in the first 2 rounds. Yeah, I mean,
Justin,
at least, I'll finish off with this. You know, last year, Bobby, maybe not, well, definitely the 2nd round pick with Wan'Dale Robinson. That was like, hey, that's a little bit of a reach with the media, right? And the media consensus board, so to speak. This year, the Giants are getting value. Where
steal.
Deontay Banks at 25, where a lot of people kind of were mocking him, and a consensus board had him maybe top 20. And John Michael Schmitz, I think very fair spot value-wise, but I got
Ding, 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 ding. Bobby,
Giants.
here we go. The Giants are on the clock.
Read the Manscaped ad.
Read the Manscaped ad. Giants
Justin
are on.
Robert Switch.
Giants are on the clock apparently. Pick 73, so they're going to be on the clock after the Cardinals.
So this is going to be Jalen Hyatt, right?
That would be quite interesting. We know
Switch
the Giants are willing to
spots,
trade
switch
up.
spots.
But let's talk about Manscaped first. First, the draft is here, and the most exciting prospect is a prospect of being perfectly groomed head to toe with our friends at Manscaped. Guess what? We're gonna run through this ad read because the Giants are picking next, and this is unexpected, and they traded up. If you ever need to groom yourself on the go, if you got to go out really quick, from experience, Manscaped has got you covered, and you can do it quite quick, and you can look pretty good while doing it too. That's right, the Beard Hedger and Lawnmower 4.0, they're a franchise-changing combo that will have you looking at your roster with pride. The Lawnmower's skin-safe technology reduces your nicks and snags while making all the right cuts on hair. This powerful cordless trimmer helps you customize your look with a rotary wheel that has 20 lengths while only using one guard. So thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring our draft stream for the 3rd year in a row. We are getting so pumped. We are getting so excited for the Giants to make a pick now. We knew Joe Shane would be
So,
aggressive. Get
you need
Get
this-
20% off of free shipping with the code Giants at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping at manscaped.com when you use code Giants. Go from Mr. Irrelevant to a first-round pick with Manscaped.
Switch.
All right, so I need to know the details on this because this is a big jump from
128.
89 to 72.
It is.
128 and 89.
128 and 89.
Oh, no.
So that's our fourth-round
How do we
pick,
do
right?
this?
It is.
So this would have to be for Jalen Hyatt,
It's
right?
got to be for a player that you think
Like you've
that you
got
have
a
like
young
top 40
player
grade
has
on.
that speed. To me, they took a top 30 visit with Jalen Hyatt. I'm going to assume this is for Jalen Hyatt, right? This is where I have Jalen Hyatt, top of the third round.
Can I hope that it's not and just say a different wide receiver?
What other receiver would you rather have than
Said.
Jalen Hyatt here?
Tyler Scott. I know
No.
he's short.
Sick.
I like Tyler Scott a lot. I think that he replaces Sterling Shepard.
I like Tyler Scott too.
It's got to be said.
We need
doesn't
speed
It?
on the outside. I can't have another 5'9" wide receiver.
It's said. It's
Michael
said.
Wolf.
I
Tillman.
can't trade up for another 5'9" wide
Cedric
receiver.
Tillman?
It's gotta
That's
be
a good-
Ced
that's a-
Tillman.
that-
It
that's
could
not
be
bad.
Tillman.
Now, Cedric
we need
Tillman,
speed.
Cedric Tillman would be very different from the precedents that we have seen Joe Shane kind of draft. Now, Deontay Banks did miss a lot of time in 2021 or 2022 with the
2021,
shoulder.
he had the labrum injury.
So-
But I mean, that was a couple years ago. But Cedric Tillman, kind of, recent major injury, that would go against the mold of what Joe Shane usually drafts, at least so far through his first 1 year and 2 rounds.
So as I see it, okay, do you remember the other day when we were talking about Quentin Johnston to the Giants, and the argument was like, you get that X receiver that's going to sit on the line, he's going to occupy the deep and the intermediate areas of the field. He's going to basically like think of him as the over-the-top protection, like for Wan'Dale Robinson. Said Tillman gets you a lot of that. Like he's a hard blocker.
dude-
Yeah.
Well, my thing is, I don't know if the Giants trade up for Cedric Tillman. I could see them trading up for the speed and the big play threat that Jalen Hyatt is.
Yeah, and I think they're looking for athletes, right?
And they took a top 30 visit for Jalen Hyatt. They want to have that speed on the outside.
Garrett Williams is a good pick. Sorry.
Didn't he have a big injury?
We're still sticking
Yes.
with the precedence of they have only drafted guys at least at the top end of the draft with top 30 visits.
Did they not have a visit with Tillman?
No.
I don't believe so, no.
No, but they did have with Hyatt.
That makes sense.
All right, could we select the Cardinals here, please?
I think I'm just trying to figure
Hyatt
out.
is the only receiver that they had a visit with that's left.
that's left.
So from a formation perspective, I'm just trying to think about like a lot of the formations that Dable likes to use. Caught it this time. Like they involve obviously an X receiver. That's how formations are legal. Like you have to have one receiver on the line. And so if you tried to put Hyatt and Wan'Dale in the same offense, then anytime you went with 12 personnel, you'd be playing one of them on the line of scrimmage. I have no idea which one it would be. Like, theoretically, you want both of those guys in that Z receiver, like, move back and forth. It's the only reason I keep thinking X receiver. Could be A.T. Perry, for all I know.
So I hear the New York Giants are on the
No, this is the
Clock.
selection.
Is it?
making the Giants are making this selection. What pick is this? Pick 73.
This could be Raheem Jarrett, maybe. I just don't know.
The
who
New
you
York
trade up
Giants
for.
with round 3, pick 73 are taking after trading up. Round 3, pick 73 are taking wide receiver
Okay.
Jalen Hyatt. So
Okay.
we knew this. We saw this coming by a mile, right? This is very easy to see. This was somebody that we thought that they would take at pick 57. We didn't want him at pick 57 over John Michael Schmitz, but he was like in that top 5 big board, at least for me. Now, there was first round hype for this guy. I did not see it at all. I actually had him graded exactly here, top of the 3rd round. And I don't think he's like elite speed, right? But he has great speed, if that makes any sense. Like he's not the Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill type speed, and very few of you guys are. And a lot of his production comes simply from just running past defenses.
Yeah.
Right? Now, some of that times is the defenses not knowing how to cover that offense, which is a fake offense, but he does also have his own good stuff. And a guy like Brian Branch, we saw, he had a great post touchdown versus, like I thought that was the most impressive touchdown by far in that 5-touchdown game versus Alabama, which he did. Had all that production there this past season with 1,200 yards.
Listen, yeah.
Using that speed with that vertical sell, he can use that subtleties to just like sell outside and then get upfield, and he run that post. So now there's route running is not good, right?
We don't know if he can run routes.
Yeah, the route tree is very limited, and it's really not very good when he does run other type of stuff. And got free releases all the time. Like it's a fake offense at Tennessee, but shout out Sneaky G, man. I know we're on the reaction.
And LPG, very happy crowd there.
But yeah, so here, this is exactly where I had Jalen Hyatt. If they would have taken him in the second round, I would have been okay with it, but not happy. There was first round buzz, and I would have thrown up if we'd taken Jalen Hyatt. Here, I'm very happy with Jalen Hyatt.
So again, we
Need
are
speed on offense.
We are prioritizing athleticism. We are prioritizing top 30 visits. We are prioritizing guys that are young. Jalen Hyatt is 21. He is turning 22 in the month of September. Bobby, what have I been complaining about for a couple years? The Giants have been so bad, basically since the 2015 season, at explosive play rate. They have been really, really bad, and especially the last couple years since 2019, it has been bottom of the barrel, like worse than the NFL bad. What Jalen Hyatt is gonna bring to you, as the Browns select Cedric Tillman, that's why I got confused there. What Jalen Hyatt is gonna bring to this offense, I don't think we definitely should not expect number one wide receiver. This is not the number one wide receiver that the Giants are looking for, obviously, but this could maybe be a number two that can take the top off of your offense. And it's funny how we talked about before the draft process, I would like to see Jalen Hyatt in Kansas City's offense. Well, guess what? Mike Kafka, former offensive coordinator of the Kansas City Chiefs, he is here now. And we are kind of running a little bit of that offense. And, of course, there's Brian Dable, too. And I could see Hyatt running crosses over the middle of the field, go routes, drags as your number two option to get yards after the catch and really add that speed element, which the Giants' offense and these receivers, they do have. But I think he's the fastest receiver on the team right now.
I think Darius Slayton ran a faster 40 time, but Hyatt plays faster. Now, we'll be able to see how he deals with press and stuff, which he didn't have to deal with at Tennessee. But good pick for the New York Giants. Trade up. I kind of need some time to process the trade up stuff,
yeah.
the picks they use. But they get Michael Schmitz, had to get him, and then to be able to get Jalen Hyatt, who I bet you was number 2 on their board at 57. I really do think that. So good pick by the Giants. Let's go Big Blue.
I'm going to throw some other things in here.
Good hitting.
Clip that. Now we could just talk.
Sorry.
Do you need to do the coconut video?
No, I can do that in a second.
One of the reasons why he was able to get so much off coverage is that offense just kind of ran to the line of scrimmage and just went. Now, that's gimmicky bullshit, but it's also something you can do at the NFL. There is nothing that says in a 2-minute drill that the Giants won't do something like that with Jalen Hyatt on the field, and you just run a couple of curl routes with him and then throw the go in there on a really quick count with like 23 seconds still on the play clock, and he could just get by even the best defenses that way. So it's gimmicky bullshit, but you can work with it. This is John Ross, but with hands, right?
He had a 75% catch rate with an average depth of target of 14 yards, and I believe he also averaged like 7 yards after the catch. Now, a lot of that is because of the offense.
Right.
But still, just looking at those numbers, that's crazy numbers. That's like crazy, insane stuff.
But he also doesn't need to produce to work in this offense.
Right, and that's what I'm writing out right now. I'm writing a tweet. I'm explosive plays in all caps. I'm happy that they waited on Hyatt and didn't force the need, because part of me, Grump, like when I heard that there was maybe a little bit of a tension in the Giants' war room when there was that run on wide receivers in round 1, I'm thinking to myself, is that a reflection of the players that were taken, or is that a reflection on they really feel like they need a wide receiver? Now, we will process the trade up. They did trade up to get this guy, but
they traded their 4th rounder, so they gave up a good piece of capital.
Yes.
But they were able to still get JMS at 57
Right.
while getting a player that clearly they like at a premium spot. And the way that the wide receiver room is set up for Jalen Hyatt this year, he won't be overly relied upon.
No.
Nope.
He doesn't need to learn how to run NFL routes
Yet.
while maybe struggling a little bit. I'm excited for his development, especially when the depth chart of the Giants wide receivers look like it does right now. Now, if there's any proof in the pudding of what happens to the Giants over the last couple of years, is that Jalen Hyatt possibly by week 6 will be the number 2 receiver on the team, just because that's how the shit goes. That's how the cookie crumbles, they say.
The frustrating thing for me with Jalen Hyatt is my first instinct in looking into his film was people mocking him in the first round. So my immediate reaction was, I hate this. I hate this idea. This sucks. Please don't do this. I will scream if we do this. As a prospect, he goes against everything that I value, but that's not necessarily to say he's a bad player. It's just the traits that I prioritize, the things that I look for, attacking the ball in the air, helping your quarterback out, working your way back to the ball. Route running is a huge thing for me, and he doesn't know how to do it. He doesn't work back to the quarterback because Tennessee didn't do that. There was so much,
and that's
it's
the
just
rebuttal
hard
where it's projection, and this is part of the conversation of that I hate sometimes with like the NFL draft. There are some guys that you kind of have to project, and myself and I'm going to be honest, I don't know if anybody in this room is smart enough to project a player like Jalen Hyatt to the NFL level, like really project and kind of predict what kind of role he's going to have in the NFL. But again, this is another pick where you have to. This is on the coaches, and this is on the coaches to ease this guy into the NFL in the right way and use him correctly to his skill set. And if we were drafting Jalen Hyatt to a Jason Garrett system, I like that Zach Harrison pick.
Yeah.
If we were drafting Jalen Hyatt to like a Jason Garrett system, then I'm like, shit, what the fuck are we doing here? But now that we got, capable coaching that's willing to adjust, and frankly, I'm very confident that this Jalen Hyatt pick plus picking John Michael Schmitz at center and shoring up the interior offensive line, I am way more confident that the Giants offense is going to hopefully start schematically to look more like the Buffalo offense and the Kansas City offense. Maybe not results, but at least schematically more downfield concepts, and Daniel Jones has got to be able to pull that fucking trigger this year.
I was going to say Daniel Jones may not be the fastest player in the offense this year.
And here's the thing. We're talking about Jalen Hyatt as a player. Mm-hmm. Jalen Hyatt had first-round hype. So, like, when we talked about him on the podcast, it's critical because we're hearing talks of pick 25. At pick 73, do you have round one projection or wide receiver one projection? Like Tank Dell went a couple picks before, right?
Yeah.
Tank Dell went a couple picks before that guy. What is the expectation for that guy? So the expectation for him absolutely matters with this pick. Where if he's taken at pick 25, I would be throwing, puking up, and crying, like the meme says. Mm-hmm. But at here, it's like, oh my gosh, we got this guy who speed and big playability is so good that he got some undeserved first-round hype. Yeah. Well, guess what? Now we got him the third round. Obviously, wish we could still have our fourth-round pick and get him this guy, but I would rather trade up and get Jalen Hyatt than sit there and get, no offense to your guy Tyler Scott, but take Tyler Scott, who I don't see a ceiling.
I have a question for you.
That Jalen Hyatt has.
I have a question for you. What was your draft day speech? What was the big takeaway line?
Taking best player available, guys that you think have the best chance to be great and good players.
Yes. And what have the Giants done so far this draft?
They have taken three guys that have been mocked to them in the first round.
Yeah.
With their first three picks. That's a fucking great tweet.
Dan Duggan, credit to Dan Duggan too. I think he had at least the first two. Definitely I don't think the rest of the league maybe envisioned Jalen Hyatt making it down this far just because he has been overhyped a little bit.
Right.
Man, this feels pretty good. This feels pretty much different vibe from last year, huh?
Another thing worth mentioning here.
Oh my God, look at the.
Well, actually, as far as last year goes,
did Marte Mapu go?
Yeah.
Okay, who did he go to?
All right, get the fuck off my phone.
What? Oh.
Marte Mapu.
So
I'm not fucking Adam Schefter over here.
So here's one really interesting part about Jalen Hyatt that I don't think I heard you guys talk about. We all thought he was wildly fast, right? Bobby, when you watched Hyatt, did you see a wildly fast receiver?
Yeah.
So did I. In the SEC, right? Hard to fake that there. Would we agree?
Yes.
Grump, would you say you saw a really fast receiver?
I would say fast, but not necessarily quick.
That's what.
Right. But then when he went to the combine, we didn't see 4.3 speed, did we? We saw like 4.4-ish speed.
Well, that's what I said. That's the running to the line of scrimmage, running a play so you get off coverage. So he's like halfway. It's like the CFL at that point.
Sure. But I'll tell you what, I also feel like Jalen Hyatt does a really good job of tempoing the way he runs his routes.
I'll agree with that.
It's a subtle thing that some people have and some people don't.
Yes.
Where Tyler Scott, he goes from 0 to 100 and he plays at 100. Mm-hmm. Jalen Hyatt will show you a little bit of his speed and then hit a sixth gear you didn't think was in there. And it's not actually that he's going that fast.
Yeah,
it's that you took one shallow step and he blows by you, right?
Yeah, and I have, turns the hips of DBs and subtly breaks off of it. Like, he's got that ability. Like, hey, I am not going to go full speed and let this guy be able to bail, turn his hips, and run with
Right.
me. It's like I'm going to run fast.
Right.
I'm going to tempo this. I'm going to get his hips open, and then I'm going to plant and subtly
Right.
move inside.
There's some of these guys that they go to the combine and they have such an amazing workout. I'm looking at you, Deontay Banks, that they make themselves millions and millions of dollars. I actually think, Bobby, that as much as we've talked about Jalen Hyatt in the negative because we thought he was going so much higher, I think the Giants may have stolen a guy who, let's be blunt, the tape does not suggest that he's a third-round receiver, but his workout did. And so you end up with the underwear Olympics creating some serious value that, again, you traded up. Now he's worth 2 players, right? There's Tucker Kraft.
Tucker Kraft, where did he went to San Diego State?
No, South Dakota State.
Or sorry,
Oh, what happened in South
State.
Dakota?
I sucker punched Dallas Goedert in the face.
Yeah.
Unreal. Tucker Kraft's a good, solid pick by the Pack. Didn't they just take Musgrave?
Yes.
Huh.
And Reed. They are loading up at weapons.
Yeah, well,
for Love. He's
They
going to
want
have like a
weapons and they want
2-year
12
thing.
personnel.
Yeah.
Hot dang. Green Bay is going to come out running. Wait, it implies they want to run the football a lot, which is not usually what you do. You can do it with a young quarterback.
Marte Mapu is such a Patriots pick.
Such a
Yeah.
bad pick.
So the Patriots got Marte Mapu?
Yeah.
I don't know what that guy is.
I can't figure it out, right?
I only had one game of all 22 film, and he played that overhang spot, and like he just wasn't in the action. Like the most like reliable thing I could write on him is like has a good feel for short underneath zone coverages. Like that's the only thing where I was like, I'm writing that with my chest.
You just put the pen right between your tits and shake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, basically. Sorry, I'm clipping Jalen.
No, it's cool. It
Jalen
wasn't funny
Hyatt.
anyway.
No, we're all going nuts.
Jalen Hyatt highlights. Highlight Hyatt.
There you go.
the only
Quick,
piece,
trademark it before he gets it.
the only piece of
Danny Dimes.
the Giants draft that I'm trying to figure out is
Josh Downs.
who is going to play X receiver for him. I mean, it's
I
gotta
don't
be
know that they
somebody.
need one. So I've had this
Somebody
conversation
has to
with
line up on the line.
Well,
You know what I'm
yes, but they
saying?
don't have to fulfill that
I
X
think it's-
role
I think it's
necessarily.
Slayton.
Totally. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say who's going to play DK Metcalf for them, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Yeah, but
it's-
I mean, it just comes down to like the height. I mean, even Sterling Shepard has at times. Oh, I don't know if he's lined up at X actually.
So the only
think
reason
so.
I'm even bringing this up is because you're talking to somebody who just watched a team play with a not great receiver core, which is not what the Giants are looking at. It's more that we started Equinemius St. Brown, Packers practice squatter, because he was the only one big enough on the roster to play X. So they started him an entire year. And, like, somebody's going to play there, especially with the amount of pin and pull that the Bears want to run. Did the Giants bring back Isaiah Hodges?
Yes.
Yes.
They may see him as that guy.
Oh, he is that guy. I think because he'll be able
Can
to
we
fulfill
trade
that role.
Isaiah Hodgins while his stock is very high right now with all these wide receivers?
Whoa, Isaiah Hodgins hater. Bobby Skinner.
Hater.
No, I'm just saying, like, his trade stock will never be higher. You have all these wide receivers. He's not going to be a star.
Was Hodges a UDFA?
He was a cut. No, I don't actually want to trade Isaiah Hodgins, but I'm just like, in my head, I'm like, we have a log jam of wide receivers.
Hodges had
Right
a
now.
really
Like, who's
good
not
end of the
go-
year too.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
can
he did. But who's all right? Isaiah Hodgins, Darius Slayton, Jalen Hyatt, Paris Campbell, Wandale Robinson. Let's say it's the end of the season. Wandale's fully healthy.
Right.
Which of those guys is essentially getting 8 snaps in that game?
Paris.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. Especially because
Trade. Sorry,
Oh, Carolina came up.
I think so. Yeah.
Do the Giants also have not Jahan Dotson? Who's that?
And they have Sterling Shepard too.
Don't they? They
Is
have.
he
They
still
have
on the
this-
Do
roster?
they? Yes.
They have a former Buffalo Bill and former Washington Commander.
Oh, Jamison Crowder.
Man, yeah, they got him floating around too. Can you believe
So
that?
when people were crying when we said that he might not make the team, are they still crying now?
Oh, Jamison Crowder.
Well, people like when we signed Jamison Crowder, the Amani from Lions. Who was the other free agent on that huge episode we did?
I got it. Hold on. Now I want to know.
It's actually-
Oh, you mean when we got Oruwariye and
There was one more.
Bobby McCain was it
Bobby
Tommy
McCain.
Sweeney?
And I was like, Bobby McCain, like he should be on the roster, not a total guarantee, but should. And the other guys could get cut. And people were like, mad at us because we said that.
I mean, I'm not going to get mad at you, but I think that I disagree that Crowder won't make the roster. I'd have to.
I didn't say that. I'm saying there's a chance he could be cut. If everyone
Absolutely.
stays
Bobby
healthy.
Skinner allegedly said that Jamison Crowder wasn't going to make the roster.
Like Jamison Crowder's nowhere near the same player he once was.
The Giants.
At one point, he was a good wide receiver.
The Giants did a lot of work with their free agent work where they were setting up for this draft.
Yes,
and so any of those guys could be cut based on the results tonight.
This
So getting
is-
Jalen Hyatt absolutely makes a wide receiver expensive.
Really, this year's draft and last year's draft is similar yet extremely different. And I'm going to say this point over and over and over again.
Dude, this is going to be the funnest film breakdown to ever do.
Look at this deep catch.
Like,
Look
all
at
right,
this
here's
deep catch.
deep.
Look at this
deep,
deep catch.
Deep.
Can he run routes? Who fucking cares?
Doesn't even try.
They didn't even ask him. He is
He
so
doesn't
good at running
need
routes. He doesn't need to
He's
run
the
routes.
Chuck Norris of wide receivers.
The Giants have set themselves up, and this is, why the benefit of not doing anything extremely flashy during free agency or really going out and overpaying and overspending for anybody, right? Where they have acknowledged anywhere and everywhere a little bit, and this draft is about adding good players. That's what this draft is about. Now, don't get me wrong, they needed the Giants needed a wide receiver. They definitely needed interior offensive line. They needed cornerback. But at the end of the day, if they didn't add anybody, it wouldn't be ideal, but they would still be able to survive. They would be able to survive this season without some of these guys that we've added. But we feel good about the guys that they have added so far for sure. I don't know
All
if
right,
that makes
who the
sense, but
Panthers
it makes sense
taking?
in my brain.
I was fully ready to be like, all right, we're going to have one of the last picks of the third round, and now we got a ways to go.
So
Tomorrow's
do
gonna
we?
be-
So do we still have 89? No.
No,
Nah, it's gone.
No.
Do we have 128?
No.
this is going to be.
I don't think we have a fourth. We don't
This
have a
is-
fourth round pick.
Let
anymore.
me. I'll check ESPN. I got.
No, we
Isn't-
have a 5, a 6, and 2 7s. I think.
Isn't this
So we
pretty
only have
much
4 picks tomorrow.
5, 6, 7, 7. Yeah.
So we only have 7 players to break down on the
DJ
on the
Johnson.
podcast.
Ooh, I don't like.
I had
this.
DJ Johnson as like a 6th rounder.
Yeah, this is not what I would call a good pick.
Wow, we're doing it. We're building a team. We're
I
building
feel-
a team.
I feel like we're right in the zone right now where somebody is going to trade a future pick because they've got a finger on the trigger and want one of these guys. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. I mean, this is the time to do that, right?
Right.
Um,
The bonus third rounder. And then another team basically just voids the selection and takes, like, what? No, I guess not. Because they'll do that in the 4th round and they'll give up a future third.
I'm gonna get some water.
All right, so
Y'all
this
want
is
some
allowed.
water?
This is big, by the way.
What?
The Giants better keep with 7 picks. We have 7 Manscaped breeds we have to do.
Oh,
Better have all 22 on these for all these film breakdowns.
You could do 2.
I'm
one
so
before
excited
and
to
one
do this.
after.
I'm so excited to do this Jalen Hyatt. So this Jalen Hyatt film breakdown is going to be one of the easier ones, one of the more fun ones. Got John Michael Schmitz done. Don't have to write like last year on Sunday. We were fucking like, I got to evaluate this guy and
Yeah.
do film breakdown. This is the best freaking draft
Yeah, this-
ever. from a work standpoint.
the other thing too is that we're
It's not as
eliminating
good as the
picks.
2020 draft. but
By getting rid of picks, it's less work to do.
All right, so let's maybe do a little bit of an exercise. I'm gonna go back to Bleacher Report here for a hot sec. Appreciate everybody on Bleacher Report. Appreciate everybody on YouTube too. We don't really like doing this, but we're in a really good mood, so maybe we will. Burnt orange. Can we get a letter grade from everybody on the pick? Okay, so maybe are we comfortable doing all 3, or do you
no.
not want to do that?
let's not do letter.
Can
sorry.
we stick with
me-
the oh my gosh, what
Like it, love it, gotta have it.
I liked that.
Okay.
The
Cold Stone
the
Creamery.
Cold Stone Creamery.
All right, we'll change it. Burnt orange.
I would list this as a love it. I don't think you can give it a gotta have it, even
Sure.
though it's a drop from the 1st round.
If we
Just-
knew that he can run routes, it would be a gotta have it.
Sure, but then he wouldn't have been there
Yeah.
at pick 73. But I mean, immediately afterwards, said Tillman went. So with Josh Downs not far behind him and Tank Dell a little bit earlier, it is very reasonable to assume that the trade up was required, but it's still a bummer to lose a contract because we're
Yeah.
big nerds.
I love the 4th round.
That's
the
the
4th
thing.
round pick. I value that a lot, but you understand them going up and be like, hey, again, this guy was mocked to him in the 1st round.
The Giants need good football players, Bobby.
Trading up-
I'm going back to your draft day talking point. The Giants need good football players, and if they felt that they needed to give away pick 89 and pick 128 to get this good football player. And, how much did we say that we really liked the guys that were in that range between like 40 to 50 to, maybe even 75, 100. So they got their guy that fell, a guy that they did a top 30 visit with, a guy that they knew well. And they need good football players, not just a quantity of football players. They need quality right now.
Yeah.
This is 2 trade-ups, no trade downs
that's a good
for
That's
Shane.
a great jacket.
McCourty.
I worked out. Is that Devin or that's Jason? Go ahead.
That was a
Robert.
good socials clip, by the way.
Yeah.
If that's what you were going for.
I'm gonna tweet
I'm
that.
getting
out.
ready
was
to
a
do
rant.
coconut video in a second.
Ooh, we got the
I'm
coconut
going to move
video.
the Jalen Hyatt thing is a like it for me. As the player himself, I think he's fairly limited right away. I think you can develop him into being something else. But in this offense and what we've seen with the combination of Mike Kafka and Brian Dable, we were not super stoked on the Wan'Dale Robinson pick last year. And he had a light-up game
against the Lions.
against the Lions
And then
last
he tore
year.
his ACL.
He tore his ACL. We changed the turf. We're beyond that now.
Sure.
But the point is,
We fixed the Giants'
I'm
injury
going to
problems.
trust that they are going to know how to use this pick where I'm going to love it. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Like
Yes.
in a traditional offense, the way I think about football, I don't love Jalen Hyatt. I'm not half as smart as half of Brian Dable after a lobotomy. So I trust completely that they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They moved up to get him. I feel comfortable. They've earned my trust with that Wan'Dale Robinson pick and the way they used it.
Brian Dable, Mike Kafka. Your mouth is open.
I know. I'm fucking with them.
Brian Dable and Mike Kafka, okay, time to fucking roll. Let's not have the lowest average depth of target in the National Football League next year. Let's not do that. We kind of got the horses here not to, we don't have the alpha, obviously. We don't have the alpha number 1, obviously, but, we have more horses than last year. We have the
You got
Jimmies and
horses
Joes.
You got the horses in the bag.
Got the horses in the bird. Should I start doing weird things with my tongue, like opening day
Ooh.
stream?
Wow, the running
Where-
back
there it is.
competition starts in Tennessee. Player comp, Derrick Henry.
Yeah. Eyes of Derrick Henry. Speed of Derrick Henry. All right, coconut video.
All right, do it.
Bobby, think about what you want to say.
Don't, just go.
You gotta think about what you got to say, AJ. Oh no.
We're feeling good. All right, everybody shut the
Camera
fuck up.
on me.
Everybody shut the
Focus
fuck up.
up.
I wanted to really scream into the microphone. I won't do that to our
No,
viewers.
don't do that. Come on now.
All right, so they've traded up they traded up 16 spots and used 128. All right, Giants trade see. All right, Giants get another guy that has been mocked to them in the first round in Tennessee wide receiver Jalen Hyatt. Obviously, had traded up 16 spots, gave up their 4th round pick. Obviously, the 4th round pick is a valuable pick, but to go get a guy who they really wanted, took a top 30 visit, and again, highlight Hyatt, had 1,200 yards this past season, 15 touchdowns. Again, plays in a little bit of fake offense, but he has that trump card of speed, and speed kills. The Giants wanted to add explosives to this offense. They add Darren Waller. You get Paris Campbell, who I think is going to be depth at this point. And at pick 25, I would have hated Jalen Hyatt when he was projected there a few times. But this guy went after Tank Dell in the draft. Being in round 3 makes this so much of a better pick, which is where I had him projected. So add the speed. I liked him going up and be like, hey, we want this guy. We're going to go get him. So the Giants draft Jalen Hyatt, and they get 3 guys that had been mocked to them in the first round. Let's go Big Blue. Bam.
Bam. Yaya Diaby went to Tampa Bay. I actually think,
Very early.
yeah, that's early. I do like the team fit.
I
though.
mocked him to the Giants in the 6th round.
I've never understood why he was a 6th round guy. For as much, there's a couple of these guys, Juice. I didn't expect him in the 2nd round. But when I see a guy on Twitter that more than 10 fan bases, because I'll go look, are mocking in the 5th or 6th round, I always wonder, how does everybody see this guy as very good and they all think he's going to go there?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't mean anything.
So with somebody like Yaya Diaby, I mean, this is as simple, isn't it, as Tampa Bay said to themselves, I don't think he's going to make it to the mid-4th. Like, it always looks higher than it is, but you got to remember in the eyes of the team, it is we don't think he'll last to our next pick, right? It's in increments of 30. Also, Big Brian's trade. Or Broncos.
It just does it feel like everyone and everything is just so much more aligned in this organization now?
Absolutely. I mean, I said this multiple times. I've been on different shows talking to different Giants content creators, et cetera, and they've all had the, well, in Buffalo they did this, and remember last year they did this, and remember they prioritized this last year and all this other stuff. And it's like last year they were assembling a staff. He didn't trust his front office.
Yeah.
They were smoking people out.
They fired two of the most important people you can
more senior
fire
people
in a front office
right after the draft.
the day after the draft.
Yeah.
The day.
That says everything. If they were not more aligned this year, I'd be concerned.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And it kind of makes me feel not so great about last year's draft class. But I don't care about that right now.
I mean, last year's draft class.
It's a TBD because none of them fucking played.
But it doesn't even matter. That's a good point. But even if they all wind up being depth, they kind of just needed to fill out the immediate, and they went to the playoffs. Do you know what I mean? Like, if they wind up being
Wandale
depth,
is a big decider on how good that draft looks.
that's a good point.
And how much can
And
Azudu
Neil
grow?
and Neil's growth as well.
Azudu.
Yeah, but Neil's
I mean,
growth
if
matters.
Neil does not grow at all, it will matter.
yeah.
Yeah.
It matters for the Giants, but like, would you go back and be like, how the
No.
fuck did he take Evan Neal? It's like,
No, I don't think.
And
so.
now this is not a comment to pat ourselves on the back as in, if we don't agree with the Giants players that they take, that it's not right. But this just feels better than last year, because last year it was like,
Oh my God!
what
Well,
the
last year
fuck
we
is
were
this?
like,
We know 'em all. How
Who
about
is
that?
Cordell Flott? Oh my God!
good draft prep this year, guys. I'm not fucking losing my mind.
Yeah, there hasn't been. Has there been one person we haven't done work on yet?
No, but I mean, I think they also had 5 top 100 picks last year, and we have, we're doing 3 now.
Yeah.
So
Well, I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna spend all day tomorrow. We don't have any time, but
Yeah,
we got.
all day tomorrow. We'll be right here.
We got to crank out some 5th round draft profiles for tomorrow.
yeah,
I'm gonna get some water. Would you guys like any?
I'm all right.
I'm all. When are we almost done?
We're getting
No,
there.
we got
103.
another 18 picks or so.
We get our
With
first
20,
set
I
of
think.
compensatories. So I will take some water.
Yeah, please.
Just the sink?
So
Or is there like a Brita or something?
there's a
there's
Brita
there's a water cooler.
water thing.
Oh,
in the
okay.
kitchen.
So I feel
In
like
the kitchen.
if there's one thing we've talked obviously about, like Jalen Hyatt, the weapon that he is, all kinds of things about Hyatt. Let's talk about his fit in the offense if we haven't already. Like
Great fit.
you've talked like not only is he a great fit in the offense, but one thing that Bobby, you and I, not to hint it too much, we recently reviewed the playoff game against Minnesota. And like the Giants playoff game against Minnesota, and I know one of the things that both you and I have seen is that Daniel Jones can throw a rope like 20, 25, 30 yards downfield. You okay? Everything all right?
Yes, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to say goodbye to our Bleacher Report audience
Okay.
because it looks like the Giants don't have another pick. hey, I don't think they're going to get crazy and trade up. It seems like they're kind of done. So Bleacher Report, we'll see you back tomorrow. We will see you back tomorrow for one more final day of Giants draft.
Riley Moss. This guy was projected to
solid
the
pick.
Giants
Projected to the Giants for
with
sure.
pick 80. Yeah. All right.
But appreciate you, Bleacher Report. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Is Bleacher Report officially off?
I think they are. Robert, you can
So
continue. my
Riley
pleasure.
Moss's film is kind of good, but I don't know if I'll ever be comfortable drafting a white corner.
He had a horrible Senior Bowl.
The hit rate, like analytics, right? Like the hit rate is what? 1 out of a million.
All right.
Jason Sehorn.
The other problem thing that you got to remember though is that like most white corners can't run a 4.5. Like
Well,
and when they can, they don't have the agility scores, and they definitely don't have the arm length. Like if we're really going there, Bobby, we've got to point out that like
I'm just looking at the analytics.
that the analytics say most white people aren't that athletic.
Yeah, and Riley Moss. I bet you Riley Moss isn't a good corner.
I think he'll be okay.
He's
I mean,
white.
He's a 3rd rounder. That is, you don't make me go there, Bobby, because writing somebody off just because of his skin color.
Hey,
That's all right.
hey.
Everyone knows the rule in media.
No, I know what you mean.
You can make fun of white people. That's fine. You're allowed to make fun of white people.
That's cool. That's it.
Grump just walks into this like, what are you guys talking about?
Look, man, all I'm saying is that to me the best part about Jalen Hyatt is that when we recently reviewed that Giants offense, Brian Daboll does a great job of getting guys wide open, or at least giving them like matchups where they, against man coverage, all they got to do is cross the field. Right, Grump? Like a big dig route, a big post route, something where they will go from the left side of the field to the right side of the field, or from the right side of the field to the left side of the field. And I do feel like Jalen Hyatt helps Jones get through his reads a little, just that much easier, because with guys like Wandale and with guys like Hyatt, you've got guys that you would hope can just run away from the guy across from them.
Yep.
We'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know, but it feels as if I can see what they're going for, that normally you might use a bigger receiver. I know it's kind of what I've talked about over the last couple of days, but the other, or Daboll's argument might be, well, these guys are going to get 2 yards open, and that's going to do a lot more for Daniel than being half a yard open and forcing him to play exactly on time.
Well, forcing him to play exactly on time, forcing the receiver to have to make a tougher catch where it's going to be tight window. It's got to be right there. He may have to reach for it. He might have to fight through contact. This will erase a lot of things. Justin mentioned this earlier, and it's a big thing, especially on Giants Twitter. If they're going to have Jalen Hyatt test the field deep, Daniel Jones has to be able to see it and just pull the trigger, even if it means throwing a pick from time to time.
Yeah.
Because with Jalen Hyatt, chances are good you're either going to overthrow him, first of all, I'd rather you overthrow him than do what Hendon Hooker did.
Brian
Constantly.
Dable came in last year preaching, preaching, you can make mistakes. And I really do think, based on the schematic stuff that we saw from weeks 1 and 2, where they were running the deep concepts, and Daniel Jones was just missing them. Obviously, Kenny Golladay can't move. Kadarius Toney doesn't know what's going on. Everybody is Sterling Shepard going down and getting hurt very early in the season. There was a lot of things that kind of just changed. Wan'Dale Robinson got hurt early in the season. Then it took him a while to get up to speed. He's not that good of a route runner anyway to begin with. And then obviously he gets cooked up against Detroit, and then he's out for the year. So there were a lot of moving parts last year. But one of it was including that I think Mike Kafka and Brian Daboll kind of looked at themselves and said, okay, Daniel Jones is not going to be pulling the trigger on this year. And also Evan Neal. Evan Neal being a bad right tackle last year was ultimately part of why the Giants were not able to push the ball downfield. So that is, there are certain moves that they've made this offseason. I think Jalen Hyatt being the biggest one. Darren Waller. Remember how Darren Waller's a member of the New York Football Giants?
You almost forget it.
Yeah.
It's because there's so much going on with the Giants.
I did forget Jamison Crowder was.
So but that's okay.
The Waller move was wedged between a bunch of really important things, right?
Okereke and
I'm totally it was right during all the free agency blitz, and it was a trade. So and it was overshadowed by the DJ Moore move, which sure. That sounds like a homer thing to say, but trading the number 1 pick was a huge deal.
Absolutely.
And as everybody's projecting all their free agency fits, it's just really easy to be and then Darren Waller's there too.
But part of adding Darren Waller is that the average depth of target is going to increase this year. Now that's a no shit Sherlock type of statement because it was so bad for the Giants last year, but it's on Daniel Jones. And it's on Mike Kafka, and it's on Brian Daboll to give Daniel Jones the opportunity to create more explosives. Because, Grump, you talked about turnovers, man. And one of my things about the Giants this year, we could see a step back in terms of wins for a few reasons. A lot of it has to do with the schedule. The schedule is tougher this year, and then also the schedule was just super easy last year. Super, super easy. We knew that heading into the season. So the schedule is tougher. There are more West Coast trips. And also, inevitably, and this is just me thinking of likelihoods and probabilities, the Giants' offense is not going to be as perfect as they were in terms of not turning over the ball. They were the number 1 offense in the NFL last year in turnovers per drive, meaning the least amount of turnovers per drive, by a good margin. It was 0.0 it's something. That's the amount of turnovers per drive they would average. That is really, really good stuff. Are they going to continue that next year? Odds are no. So they have to be prepared for if the offense is not going to play perfect picture cookie cutter ball, what are you going to do to as like an effect, as a response to it? And hopefully it will be creating big plays. And I've been asking for this since fucking Vietnam.
You know what's really going to be interesting is I'm really excited for training camp.
Yes.
Watching the way they line all
Really?
these fucking
Yes.
guys up.
Well, every year I'm excited for training
Joke,
camp.
that's the joke I was
No,
making.
but I mean,
Training
like,
camp's great.
So, like, last year, we were like, oh, this is going to be so interesting because you have a new coaching staff,
Evan
whatever.
Neal
And they
came
were
on, yeah.
fucking terrible on offense. I mean, Wink's
Yeah.
defense was kicking the shit
Yeah.
out of their offense day after day. And it was getting to the point where, like, the reporters were like, oh, I don't know what's going
and
on
also
here.
and also we were like begging Wink Martindale, be like, can you stop running your defense
Yeah.
for like one fucking day, please?
And so I'm
And the days in which they did, the offense was okay, but
Right.
that was like a once in a week type of deal where I would scream, "The Giants are back."
Yes.
and then
Oh, I love that.
and then that would be like the
Ryder
last good
Anderson.
practice, right? Well, so you want to know what's funny?
Tell me.
You want to know what's funny? So Bobby and I, we picked one ambiguous Giants player to just really root for in training camp.
Yeah?
Really root for. Man, I am so fucking sweaty. Holy shit.
It's the Giants, man.
I'm schwitzing over here.
It's them Giants. You're
So-
schmitzing now with
so-
John Michael Schmitz on the roster.
We picked one ambiguous Giants player. We're just gonna really root for him throughout camp. Every day that we're there, we're gonna scream his name. That was Ryder Anderson, UDFA edge rusher / interior D line. He was going to make that transition out of the University of Indiana. We previewed Ryder Anderson. I think he was one of the last undrafted free agents the Giants signed on defense last year because we did a preview of him after Trenton Simpson goes to Baltimore. That doesn't surprise me. They like taking linebackers that
They
maybe aren't
love linebackers who can cover.
good.
I think you're going to see Dorian Williams probably go to. We're going to start seeing the run on linebackers,
Sure.
maybe.
But Ryder Anderson, we previewed him during
San Fran's up.
oh wow, they're actually picking. We
That's
previewed
true.
him during the Andrew Thomas interview episode, which was a pretty big thing for us. So the Ryder Anderson player review was on the Andrew Thomas episode. We screamed his name every single day through Giants camp. He eventually acknowledged that yes, there are weird people yelling my name every single day, and it's very, very cool. And he wound up making he didn't make the roster initially, but he was on the practice squad, and then he wound up being like a contributing piece of the Giants season. And we will always have the Ryder Anderson yelling at camp. So
pick is in.
we
for
will
San
do that.
Francisco.
We're going to do that every single year at camp. We're
love
just going
it.
to pick like an ambiguous Giants player to yell his name every single day at practice.
I'm going to pick the first guy who I didn't expect to do anything that does a wow play. He's going to be I'm going to stick with that
Yeah.
one for that all
Okay.
camp.
I'm going to have to pick a UDFA from this year because I don't.
Well, that's right.
Maybe they will have more UDFAs than we thought because they could make some cuts.
Yeah.
And they only have 7 picks right now instead of 10. So that's, you would think that maybe they would already be signing at least 5, even if they had 10 draft picks. But now that they've narrowed it down a little bit, we may get closer to 10. I don't know. How many were there last year?
11?
There were 11 UDFAs?
Oh, UDFAs?
There was a shit ton because they
there were a lot.
They just needed bodies. They had no
Remember
money.
the safety that I really liked too.
There was 2 safeties. There was Trenton Thompson and Yusuf Corker.
Yeah, I did not like Corker as much.
Corker was terrible.
Oh wow, tough box safety. That was my projection.
Yeah, sorry, guy.
Sidney Brown went to the Eagles. You must be devastated.
Yeah. I'm not feeling too great about that one. I'm glad you brought that up.
I just saw it there. I was eating pizza.
Oh, you were eating pizza. Oh, Jair Brown goes. I really like
Baller.
Jair Brown. This is actually surprisingly late for him.
Stud. So good.
The end of the third round is low. I thought he was going to be more the top of the third.
As good as the Eagles draft has been, this is to me like that rich get richer moment where the 49ers first pick is a dude that they're like, why is he still
Good
here?
player.
Let's go get him. Like,
This is like I grew up in a town that had a really diverse income. So like
yeah.
I bought my grandmother's car and I drove it up from Florida. That was my first car. It was a 1994 Buick
Wow.
Skylark. Another kid in my class, his first car was a brand new BMW. This is like San
Yes.
Francisco just got the fucking BMW.
I was like, I need to hear this connection.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I have really wacky metaphors.
No. I loved it. I was just sitting there like, man, Grump. Oh, yeah, we're talking about the draft.
Not my depressing life.
Hey, but no, I agree with you. Like he's a beast, and for some reason they're showing like the 15 pressures in 2022. I think he's better in coverage. I mean, like look at that. No passing touchdowns allowed, 4 interceptions. Like I've watched his tape. You know, I can't recite to you like I don't know what his coverage grade is or what his production is because his safety. I'm really not paying that much attention to it. But it doesn't surprise me that he's just a playmaker at both levels, and I really don't understand
Box safeties are a lot more fun to also kind of project and look at than.
Is Jamie Robinson still sitting around? I had Jamie Robinson listed higher than Jair Brown, actually.
I had him, so I loved Brown. I had like a second on Brown. But I knew it was ridiculous. Absolutely everybody was projecting him in the 4th. But
I had Brown
like
in the
Robinson.
top of the 3rd.
I like Robinson a lot, to your point. I still think the Jartavis Martin pick is nonsense.
The Washington one?
Yeah,
That's
that
garbage.
one, like for 47. I mean, could be on Old Takes Exposed here fairly
Sure,
soon,
fine.
but
I mean,
I would be really surprised if that one works out. I feel like he's got major instinct issues, but we'll see.
I loved Fred Taylor.
I really do think that this
So
could be.
good.
I have no idea why Jamie Robinson's still sitting around.
Tank
Bigsby.
Tank.
Oh, I forgot about Tank Bigsby.
Bigsby.
I think in terms of Tank Bigsby's skill set, I think it's very transferable to like being a number 1. But it's so weird. Like if I'm a team and I think I want a running back 1 maybe and a running back by committee if that makes sense. Tank Bigsby is my guy. Like he's my first and second down back that I can trust that will get me like 4 to 5 yards. Tank Bigsby played behind a pretty bad Auburn offensive line, and he had to kind of deal. Look at this. Like, look, there's like 4 fucking guys in the backfield against Alabama.
Right.
Byron Young, Will Anderson. Yeah,
Good job,
just
Tank.
Drukes, and DJ Dale chasing too. So, but this is weird because they have ETN, and I feel like they have somebody else in Jacksonville that may be significant on the depth chart.
Evan Ingram.
Nope, I'm talking about running
I
backs.
was just fucking with you.
Yeah, any opportunity to bring that guy up.
I'm going to ask you guys a
I-
football question, but more of like a.
Jermichael Hasty, no.
Oh, you know what? From Baylor?
They also have Dearness Johnson.
Yeah, from Baylor.
This
Did you
is
like
a-
him?
this is
Jermichael
a-
Hasty? I had
Hasty,
him
I
like
did.
I had like a 5th round grade on Hasty, and I was like, I think he might be really good.
This is an unnecessary pick.
What, Bigsby?
Yeah, this is an unnecessary pick. What
It's
is?
Doug Peterson, though. I mean,
I'm with you.
he's gonna. I agree with you also, but he's gonna just load up on offensive guys.
Travis Etienne was taken in the 1st round in 2021.
Trevor Lawrence is also kind of a runner.
Travis Etienne was taken in the 1st round in 2021, and you.
Buffalo picks in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They pick a running back like every year, except for this year.
No, I'm talking about the Jaguars specifically in terms of the value that you're putting in a certain position group. You know, why are you going to take your running back 2 in the 3rd round, and your running back 1 was taken in the 1st just 2 years ago, and he's really explosive, and he runs really well outside the tackles. I guess he fumbles, like that's like
Yeah.
the thing.
Well,
Very weird.
I guess it's good that Tom Coughlin's
What does their draft class look like? The Jaguars are
The
a
Jags?
fascinating team.
Anton Harrison, Brenton Strange, and what's his face?
Anton Harrison, Brenton Strange, Tank Bigsby. Pfft. Could you make an argument that all 3 picks? I mean, Tank Bigsby is not a reach here,
No.
but it's just a weird pick. Are the first
all
2 picks?
reaches? Yeah.
Yeah.
Kinda. Yeah.
Yeah, Jacksonville weird. They took Trayvon Walker number 1 last year too. So, can I have the baseball? No, I want the coconut. Change your mind. No.
When do you
Okay.
do a coconut video? Never?
I don't do coconut videos. I don't think he likes when I touch the coconut.
I don't care. It's my security blanket.
Oh, sure.
It's your football, kind of.
All right, another Hall of Famer is going to be selected here for the Rams.
It's really frustrating having a football like in your house in like the winter because I do exactly what Bobby does with that coconut. The whole just
Yep.
I can't not just play with it. It's like the most annoying thing when you screw up and you like drop it, makes like all this noise and knocks over like 55 things.
How many things do you have on the
Well, it's-
ground?
well, I mean, if I'm sitting at my desk, it could hit any number of things.
Like day 2 a lot more than day 1. I agree.
I don't think anyone, even if you love Deontay Banks, I don't think you can disagree with that.
Honestly.
I mean, they had
Especially since-
one surefire need.
I mean,
and they did it.
Bobby, let's call a spade a spade. Who doesn't love offense? Like, I mean, you could take a sweet corner, and that sweet corner may be a stud, but like it's a corner. Corners have weird hit rates. Everybody knows it. Then you get a center. You're like, okay, a lineman, and then you get an electric receiver, and you go, yes, points. I like highlights. I like NFL Network going, Daniel Jones is the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And I love seeing the picture of here's the projected starting offense.
Right.
It's like, oh yeah.
and it's got weapons.
And you're like,
excited
and,
about.
and as a Giants fan, you're like, well, Wan'Dale Robinson's not going to be the starter. He's coming off the ACL. That probably would be Darius Slayton, but still, that's fun just to see it on the screen.
Exactly.
Who's the PFF? Who's stopping this offense?
Right.
Oh no!
Can't wait for that tweet.
Oh, that's already out.
No,
There's no way that's
no.
not already
Wait,
out.
can we
No.
Julian? Can we actually make that?
Can we
No.
Photoshop them on a
Please.
boat?
Wait, if Bobby doesn't want to put it out, can you make it for me and I can put it up for my personal?
Please
Put like
put
one.
that out.
Put like
Please
one
put
joke
that
in
out.
there.
I need
That-
you to repeat it.
I
It's-
need to see a.
You need who's stopping the
No, that's a replay. I need to
Cody
have a
Turner.
who's stopping this offense of like the Giants' offense. But
Jalen
there
Hyatt.
needs to be one joke in there. Maybe put like Jamison Crowder in there.
Chris Myrick.
Put Chris Myrick. Put Chris Myrick in it.
I like Kobe Turner.
Give me
I
12
think
personnel
I
with
think
Chris
he has a
Myrick.
lot of upside.
What if you just left out Saquon?
Yeah, that would be something I probably would do. Put Matt Breida.
Or
in
if
there.
you had
Did Saquon
Saquon
sign-
body but Photoshop somebody
did
else's
not.
Did
head
Saquon
over
sign
it.
the tender yet?
he did not.
So theoretically, you could do who's stopping this offense, and it's got Matt Breida where you would think Saquon would be. Like, is that joke enough?
Yeah, that's. I think that could fly. I think that could fly
It'd be
for
a pretty
sure.
deep joke, though. Like, there would be a good 30% to 50% of
That's like a
Twitter that would
West
just
Stein.
miss it.
Well, no, it's not like a West Steinberg joke. What's
Man.
Dallas do?
Goddard.
No, Cowboy.
Funny story about Dallas Goddard. Can't wait for Jerry Jones to be like, I had this pick 10th on my big board.
I have absolutely become one of those goobers right now. I have to admit this to you guys. That since 64, my fan is itching, and I'm like, trade up. Give me another pick. Give
need
me another
another
pick.
pick.
Draft somebody for me.
Sure.
Give me another pick.
God,
Is it rational? No.
when are they going to stop inviting Drew Pearson?
Probably when you feel more apathetic about it.
When you and him grow hair.
Ooh,
That was mean. I'm
that
sorry.
was mean.
All right,
You
so
didn't say
what
where,
picks
I
have the
couldn't remember.
Giants traded away?
This is brought to you by Manscaped.
128 and 160 ?
I think so, actually.
I will check for you right
and
now.
a seventh.
Yes, and a 7th.
Are we back in the New York groove, boys?
I think
back.
we're still in the New York groove from last year.
I never left.
Overshown.
Marvion Overshown.
Yo, that is such a Jerry Jones picking a
Scouting
Texas
win.
guy.
Scouting win. He dropped to like the 5th for some reason that
Oh.
I won't understand. He was going to be a third rounder for a while.
That's a
No,
good pick for
no,
Dallas. Did Trent Simpson go off the board?
yes.
Yes.
Where?
Baltimore.
Baltimore.
That fits.
Yeah.
Fits.
Play
the
next to
bad
Roquan is
linebacker.
good.
Yep.
This is also
This is a sick
So
pick.
this is a good pick. I actually like this pick. I think it's a good fit too. But this just kind of feels like Jerry Jones picking a Texas guy to replace the other Texas guy that he had at linebacker in Van Der Esch.
I was actually going to say, to your point, that this guy's a triple threat, right? Like, he's good in the run game. He's really good in the pass game. And he's going to be super marketable in Dallas. Like,
Yes.
I mean, Jerry Jones is a really good businessman. I am not a Cowboys fan. I'm not saying he knows how to build a football team, but he sure knows how to sell tickets and make money. And like Overshown feels like one of those picks where it's like literally Grump, everything marries up there. Like, I like the football player.
Yep.
I do. Also, he plays for the University of Texas. There's a lot of Texas X's in Dallas. Like, it's just funny to think about. I wonder if they actually thought about that at all.
The University of Texas is my favorite college. I have to say that I feel like that is since Ricky Williams. It just feels like such a college football team that's just classic to me.
All right, so right now, let's recap as this is starting to wind down and people will go away. What I'm tweeting it out right now. I guess if you guys could put it on the screen, it makes it better visual, and then we'll talk about what the Giants traded away. All right, what's up, Cover One guys? All right, so they're just doing all these like TikTokers and
Yo, this-
YouTubers and stuff.
How
Like-
can we lose
like-
more fans?
If you're a Bills fan right now, I don't know who this guy is, but
He's
I know they're
Canadian,
pissed.
too.
I know they're pissed off at this. I can't wait to hear what Lawrence Stein said.
I think he might have said talking Giants versus the world.
I was thinking about
That's what I
messaging and
thought he
asking
said.
that, but I was like, he's not going to do that. So,
Dorian
Dorian
Williams.
Williams. That's a good pick for Buffalo,
Hey,
too.
you knew
do
there would
you
be a
like
linebacker
Dorian
run.
Williams? So you like him?
I like him here. I like him in Buffalo. I like him at the end of the third round, yes. But
I
so-
don't see it.
So here's the thing.
I see
He
him
was-
as a 6th-round player.
He was hyped up at the Senior Bowl, and I didn't know shit about him. So I watched film in the hotel room, and I didn't. I was like, I don't know about this. I don't get it. I think the reason he was hyped up at the Senior Bowl is I think like day 2 or something. I think he had like some splash play. We weren't paying attention.
So obviously we don't watch a ton of 7th and 6th round and undrafted players in preparation like this. If we were like Dan Brugger or whatnot, but I'm just gonna say on my big board, which is mostly of 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounders, but some 5th, 6th, 7ths, I only have 3 players rated lower than him.
Tough.
Asim Richards, Ali Gay, and Mohamed Ibrahim.
That is some haterade.
Yeah,
Though
I think
agree
that
with
is
you.
that's incredibly low on him.
Haterade.
7th rounder.
I like that word.
I feel like Dorian Williams is the whole modern linebacker
Yes.
thing, which admittedly Bobby isn't high on Trent
But he's
Simpson
not like
either.
elite at that
No.
those modern
He's, like,
traits, and
still
he's really
learning it.
bad versus the run.
He's extremely
So-
fast. Like it's his athleticism. He's one of those.
But-
What would you call it? Like the underwear Olympic warriors, right? Where you're hoping to project him. I'm not trying to defend the pick any more than I don't know. I need to. I'm not really getting twisted up over Dorian Williams getting selected at 91. But I know what you like. It's more that I think that's what the NFL is looking for. But to your point, Bobby, I'm just not sure the football player
Yeah.
is going to be there compared to like the special teams value on a 5th round pick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he just cannot get off
What
of
did
a
you
block.
What did you guys think
And-
of Edmonds though?
Like
Tremaine
Which
Edmonds.
From the Bills?
Yes.
Tremaine Edmonds?
Yeah.
Well, you talked to us. You signed him, Robert.
Yeah, he figured it out. My argument would be that like
He's been really good for them.
it's
Yeah.
hard to figure out whether Tremaine Edmonds found it in his last year because it sure seems like it. Like he's a guy that was lost in coverage for 3 years. It's as if the Bills basically did all the development for the Bears, and then the Bears sign a player that's I think isn't he 25? Like 4 years in the league,
yeah, I
and
think so.
I'm pretty sure he's only 25 at this point. Ultra long. Like I've never been a guy that's huge on paying linebackers crazy money. To me, it's kind of like paying a running back crazy money. But Edmonds has all those physical gifts you're looking for that a guy like Dorian Williams just doesn't. You know, I would imagine because I thought the same thing. I was like, well, they just lost Edmonds, so they're probably trying to replace him. Dorian Williams is not near big enough to
No.
replace Tremaine Edmonds.
No, I don't think he replaces him, the player. I think they have to change the way they operate their defense if they're going to try and do something like that. But, I don't know. I agree with you. I think this is more the modern linebacker
Right.
kind of situation. You're going to prioritize athleticism. I also think I don't remember now, and I don't want to like say something wrong, but I have a feeling that he's like fairly new to the linebacker position.
It seems like it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's playing at Tulane.
So
Sorry, Tulane.
no, I mean that also kind of speaks to his intelligence, right? I don't think you can get into Tulane and not be too smart,
I guess so.
right?
Where's the
Cindy
remote?
is like,
Continue watching. Continue watching.
What do we have to do? Which remote?
Idle
There's
service.
6. There's 6 remotes.
Help!
Just press OK on all of them.
Production.
They're all just talking.
Help!
They have no idea.
Help.
Help!
The draft's about to turn off.
Gonna
Help!
shut off the TV.
All right.
Help!
Ronnie.
We can't see the
Ronnie,
pick.
I need my hockey
Help!
game.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Put the stars on.
There's just a room full of 4 content creators that can't figure out remotes.
We don't know.
Number 2.
Two of them, actually.
Number 2.
The Yankees game is over.
Number 2.
Yankee
Click
game's
a
been
button.
over.
Yay!
Yay. Now get the hockey game on the bottom screen too. And that's
Oh,
really gonna kill it.
wait. TV number 5. Could we get hockey?
hockey.
Let's get some hockey.
The Lakers game.
Don't do this to me.
Don't do this to me. Very serious RKS.
Nope, that's the wrong game.
That's the Islanders,
All
which
right,
is
no.
all right, all right.
much more local.
Okay.
Chiefs are picking.
All right, we have Craig Thurber. Craig Thurber
Is that his
picking
name?
here. That's his name. I didn't just make that up.
Wow, Wanya Morris. I love Wanya Morris.
Yeah,
I
I
think
love
this
it.
is a pretty good.
Okay.
I probably would have had him in the top-ish of the 4th round, but that's basically a compensatory 3rd-round pick. Same shit, right?
I thought he was actually going to go the bottom of the 2nd, and I really mean that. Like, not because I thought his tape was good enough necessarily, but we're talking about crazy athlete. We're talking about former 5-star, relatively young. Wanya Morris had a really good Senior Bowl while he was at it. I feel like this is a really, really, really sound pick at 92, and good pick by a team in Kansas City that just needs to keep loading up on offensive line to make sure that they keep their $500 million investment perfectly comfortable. You know, if Wanya doesn't develop, he doesn't develop. The Chiefs don't need him to, right? But if he does, you're stealing for cheap.
And if you do, well-built
At
tackle
this
with a
point-
solid base and anchor, strong upper and lower bodies. A lot of times, what we see with offensive linemen, and we talk about guys need to increase strength. It's usually in one spot or the other. Sometimes it's upper body, and you can see it at the combine with the bench press reps. It could be in the lower body, and you can see it with the anchor. You can probably visibly see it with the size of thighs and things like that.
Yeah.
I think he's
Thighs.
solid right there, upper and lower body. He's at the right build and can just increase it to the NFL level. His feet are a little slow laterally. I'll say that much. And I think he needs to work on landing better placed punches, having some faster, more active hands, but they're not bad hands or anything like that. Just he's at a spot where it's really just get better now.
Yeah.
You do everything just about right. Now just do it better. So this is a solid pick. And at the end of the 3rd round, I think that's a good spot for him.
Were they also able to?
Julian, can you get the that last tweet I had up on the screen about the trade? We could talk through that as
They also had.
as we close up.
Oh no, idiot! That was Kansas City.
So we got the whole 4th round tomorrow
I
to not have a pick. And our 5th round pick is a comp pick. We have to go the first 2 rounds without a pick tomorrow.
And the worst part is the moment
Hey,
that
we might
you-
trade up.
That sounds exciting to me. We're just going to get to hang out to start the day.
Okay. It's
That-
gonna be great.
I'll be able to I don't know, understand what's going on a little bit more. I feel like a lot of this was just catching up.
Missed playoffs for the first time since. Oh, I read that as the Pittsburgh Steelers missed the playoffs for the first time ever in 2019. I don't know why we're getting in silly hours here. I can't
Oh,
read.
your Stars are already up 1-0 there.
Can't
Rob.
speak.
Thank goodness.
Everyone's ganging up on Frank in the chat.
Oh, come on, leave Frank alone.
What'd Frank do?
What is he saying?
He's just trolling.
I did see that
He's
Frank.
saying
did-
last year's draft was really Gettleman's draft.
You know what? You know what? I can't.
Well,
disagree.
that's actually a common trope that so my understanding is
That's a
that when-
horrible view of us.
Yeah, please don't. I
No.
don't
I don't
like my stomach.
Let me be clear.
in
Oh,
there.
that kind of view. Yeah.
this kind of view.
What I was saying is my understanding is that when GMs get get hired, they basically don't have the time to hire their own scouting staff and for that scouting staff to get functionally anything done. So they work off of what the last GM had. Now, it's never been particularly clear whether or not those scouts tailor anything to the new GM or the new team's vision on things. I imagine that it's not as big an ism or a talking point as we make it, right, Justin?
Yeah.
But it is still a thing that usually then you see the exodus of scouts after the draft when Shane brings his dudes in.
The difference with the Giants specifically is Joe Shane came in and said, I have my top 100 done, basically, coming over from Buffalo.
Right.
And they basically only drafted top 30 visits, so they
He straight
they
up
may
just
have
didn't
they may
trust
have limited their pool of players, but they went and got their guys. All right, so as we close out, as you can see, is this big ass tweet in front of me. So let's just kind of talk through what the Giants have done, because it's like you talk about, okay, this trade. So the Giants have had 11 picks coming into the draft after comp picks were announced. They will draft, unless there's more trades, 7 players. So they've received Darren Waller. We traded round 3, pick 100 for that. I love that, especially because Darren Waller's contract, I know they've restructured some of it, but is basically no risk at all, right? Unless the guy tears his ACL early in this season, there's really no risk to that. The Deontay Banks. So you traded away 5/160 and 7/240, and then obviously pick 25 to move up one spot. Deontay Banks. I understand the philosophy on it. Me personally, I wouldn't have done that for that player. And then the Jalen Hyatt one was probably the most you gave up for anything, right? Like that's probably the riskiest one. You jump 16 spots in the third round, and then you give up your third round pick 89, obviously, and then round 4, pick 128. I like the idea of this. Like, again, we talked about, even though, like, Jalen Hyatt in the first round would have been crazy for the Giants, they get 3 guys that were projected there, and Jalen Hyatt, who, you know, even though I have him as a top third, like, you see the ability to become a really, really good wide receiver. So I actually like that trade. So my rankings of, like, the usage of the draft capital to me would be the Darren Waller trade, the Hyatt trade, and then the Deontay Banks trade.
Yeah, the picks got to become players eventually, right? I know, you know, I am all for you got to have as many bullets as possible, but the way that the Giants roster is constructed right now, you need good players.
Yeah,
and
but you also need darts too.
Yeah,
Like
and they still have darts,
like,
absolutely.
Like losing the 4th and 5th. Again, is the likelihood that those players become good
No.
more than 50%? No, but you know, you could have just traded away Julian Love and Darius Slayton.
Yeah. Luckily, they still have Darius Slayton. I understand your point.
But no, that's what I'm saying is like I'm using Dave Gettleman, who was the worst day 3 drafter of all time.
Yikes.
Drafted those 2 guys in 2019. You know, his second draft. You know, so you know Robert was talking about having your full scout. So this is the first draft with the full like Joe Shane
Michael Wilson
in here for a year.
Hive.
Michael Wilson to the Cardinals.
Oh wow.
So we'll finish. Let's finish this, and you guys can talk about Michael Wilson because I know you guys love Michael Wilson. So the idea, like, so when I disagree when people are like, oh, those guys aren't going to turn it in anyway. It's about having darts that, hey,
Yes.
you may not hit on 4 of them, but you hit on the one. Like eventually Joe Shane, unless he's a horrible GM, is going to hit on a 4th round pick. He's going to hit on a 5th round pick, right? And maybe even get a serviceable player in the 7th round. Okay, so you hire a GM because you think he can do that. Not every time, but eventually. So I don't like the idea that like, oh, these guys aren't going to turn in anybody. But I do like what the Giants did. Outside of, I don't like the Deontay Banks trade. That's a personal thing because I would have been happy with whatever player that was best player available at pick 25 to move up one spot. I like the Jalen Hyatt one. The Darren Waller one I really love because you have a bona fide great player on your roster.
For sure.
And it was an extra pick from the Tony. So
For sure. At the end of the day, Joe Shane's judged on is the players that he draft good. So
Right.
the trades will look great if Deontay Banks, Jalen Hyatt, and Darren Waller, if they're good players, and Joe Shane will look bad if, you know, especially I would say 2 out of the 3 don't work.
yeah.
Right. And I mean, you talk about darts, Bobby. Look at some of the players still on the board. Like, we're closing up the 3rd round, and guys like Ricky Stromberg, he is going to fall into the 4th by the looks of things. I mean, may eat my words here real soon.
I mean, the Giants are going to go 90 picks without making a pick.
Right.
Right? Like, there's someone there that they probably would really like to have, and they're not going to get the chance to get it.
Adetomiwa Adebaware is still
there.
there.
That's pretty wild to me.
Like,
So this is crazy because I was like 3rd rounder. I don't see what everyone sees, and now he's going to go to the 4th round, which is kind of crazy for an athlete like him.
Right.
But I get it because he has average film. But I feel like at the end of the 3rd, I could someone's got to take him in these past
And
picks.
like the Bengals could
So-
use him. Like
His Senior Bowl was very good.
yes.
So let's use Javon Dexter as an
Very
example because I think this will be interesting.
Yeah, like okay.
Javon Dexter has a lot of these reps, Bobby, where he tears an opposing offensive line open. He just can't get off the snap. With the Adebaware, there's like 4 of those red flags. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Stands way too straight up when he's inside. Like, doesn't work his leverage correctly when he's on the outside. Doesn't have near the no bend. Pretty much no bend at all. As a defensive end, there is a ton of question marks at the Adebaware. and a huge ceiling. Like, even in the 5th round, you could end up with I'm not saying you will, Bobby, but like 6th round edge rusher James Houston is hitting ghost moves for the Lions. Like, anything's possible when you take shots on some of these guys with your darts. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, I agree 100%. So, all right, Bengals selection. So how many picks are left in the 3rd round?
103 is the last pick.
Okay.
I really hope they don't make this guy have to pronounce Adetomiwa.
102 is the last pick.
Yeah.
Dude,
That's going to be funny if it's a guess.
bad.
Like, don't do that to
Yeah.
like
This poor fucking guy.
yeah, like you got
He's a
to
Bengals fan and a retired Nom vet.
well, I would feel bad for Adetomiwa because like you want to hear your name
Well,
pronounced
there's
correctly.
that too, yeah.
Bengals selection.
Is she crying?
He threw.
That could be like
you know
his
what?
daughter.
This is a special moment, and we're thinking like,
No,
why is she crying at this draft pick? That's
She hates the pick, bro.
That's where my
she's like, I fucking cannot stand A.T. Perry. He's 24 years old.
Payne Durham in the
Oh, no,
third?
that looked like a happy cry where she was like, I'm really glad
right.
they just drafted A.T. Perry.
It can't be.
Thank God.
It can't be a Debaware, right? Like, they got too many guys on the inside.
Oh,
They took
yeah,
Miles
they got
Murphy.
DJ Reed
They
or
did, yeah.
BJ Hill.
At Tomiwa, at Barre. Jordan
Battle.
Battle.
That
Battle.
actually makes sense.
This
Well,
is-
wait, didn't they take a safety?
This is dead on where I had
They
it.
took
I got it. Hold
they
on.
took the DJ Turner.
Yep.
Yes,
DJ
that's what it
Turner.
was.
Yep.
And he
So-
should be like an
Jordan-
inside nickel.
Jordan.
All 3 defensive players so far this draft for Cincinnati.
Jordan Battle's this rare guy, Bobby, that when I watch him, he is such a good safety and so well coached that
He does nothing wrong.
Yeah.
he will go entire 65 play snap games pretty much without moving. Like, because he's in the right spot pre-snap, and then he just shifts a couple steps over, you know what I mean, Bobby? And there he is. And then in the Tennessee game, it's like, because you only get like 1 or 2 plays of this, they'll throw a swing pass out to Jalen Hyatt where you can tell Battle's his guy, and he will not get there at all.
Yeah.
Like, major athleticism questions with a guy like Battle, but all the instincts that you could want to see.
Yeah, it's like never out of place.
Never out of place. You could argue, Bobby, that he's such a strong scheme fit in that Saban scheme. You're sitting there wondering, okay, so what are you going to do in a normal scheme?
Yeah, I agree. I did have him as the second safety in the class. Did Anthony Johnson Jr. out of Texas A&M go?
No,
No.
not yet. And I
And he
have
shouldn't
him.
have.
I had him.
Good. Agree, because I didn't like him. I didn't understand what the hype was on him. Broderick Martin, this was a top 30 visit for the Giants out of Western Kentucky. Small school guy who had some really good film. I actually had to watch broadcasts on because I didn't have all 22.
I want to Grump. Can we go over who's left of? Now this is the point of the draft where, like last year, the Giants in top 30 visits. I don't think it mattered, but can we
No.
just for shits and gigs?
Belton, they met with Belton and Zudu, all those guys.
But for shits and gigs, can we just go through top 30 visits, and I'll also have just like regular, maybe like pro day combine visits, whatever, up here too.
I believe on offense there are only 2 guys left. They are Payne Durham and Clayton Tune.
Okay, Payne Durham's gonna be a Giant.
Please don't draft a fucking quarterback with one of these picks.
Shouldn't even be drafted, in my opinion.
Payne Durham will be a Giant.
Who's the
On-
current backup?
Tyrod
Tyrod
Taylor.
Taylor, who's getting paid a lot of money to be a backup.
That's true. I mean, the other thing that I never think helps. Look, okay, I think that there are some people in the chat that may really disagree with this because I don't know. Quarterback is the one position that I'm willing to just baby the guy. You know? Like, if it's a distraction to have a second young quarterback in the room, like the quarterback's coach has to spend time with, say, Dorian Thompson-Robinson to try to develop him into a decent backup quarterback. No.
Yeah.
Our quarterback coach is hanging with our starter,
Yeah.
who we're paying $240 million
Yeah,
or
for sure.
whatever it is. And so, to your end, I do actually feel like for as many people are like, why wouldn't we draft a young guy? What's the harm? I think there is more harm than you'd think.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you draft a young guy and he does just okay, Bailey Zappi suddenly creates a quarterback controversy. Now everybody's mad.
Can I give you a priority UDFA?
All the Giants running backs that they visited with are off the board. I saw Tanks Bigsby went to the Jaguars.
Can I give you
No,
a
he's gone.
UDFA guy that we may target, or even a 7th round pick? I don't think he's going to be a 7th round pick, but do you know who I'm going to say? I went to high school with them.
Oh,
The guy from Notre
Jason.
Dame?
We talked.
Jason Adamiola. Yeah. They had a private.
I think I texted you about him.
Yeah. Was he also a top 30 visit?
I don't have
I
him.
think it was a local day visit because he's high school.
Okay, so it was a, but I mean they did, apparently they have labeled him as bringing him in for a private workout. The Jets did too, so maybe it was just like a local thing.
Yeah, the local the local colleges and high school guys are allowed to bring in.
But I mean, I am rooting for that since
Right.
I went to high school with this guy, and he also was the most dominant high school player that I've ever seen. I
Did
guess
you guys check
you're
out
making the NFL.
the Old Dominion corner they met with? Trey
no, I
Hawkins?
need to. Do we have? Do we? Let me see if I have.
I did. I
have
did
it.
some work on him. Hang on. I actually was
Trey
surprised.
Hawkins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
I'll
surprised.
actually watch
He
him in
was-
the morning.
How
little bit.
decent? How decent is the corner depth on New York?
It's not good.
I only ask because while they totally might double dip at CB, I mean, especially
I
now
don't
that
have
I'm
any all 22 on him.
especially now that I'm saying it, Justin, you know this is exactly what's going to happen. I can envision Wink Martindale basically saying, "I want Deontay Banks and a lot of these other corners.
Nick
I'm not really as into them." Like Banks fits to me the Martindale system in a world where you see his the tools manifest a little bit more than we currently have.
Yeah.
In a way that Emmanuel Forbes, Cam Smith, a lot of the guys that I like don't. And so it makes me wonder if they were kind of Banks or bust, which is, I mean, they traded up.
Yeah,
So
it seems like they kind of were, or else they would have let the board just come to them, and taken best player available,
Right.
interior D line, Brian Brzee, things like that. So, Andre Ivashivas was a local guy out of Princeton who was at the Senior Bowl that just had a really bad week, but he's like fast as hell. Christian Izzian was another local guy, Rutgers. Kind of just naming local guys here since that seems to be a theme. Rakeem Jarrett, is he gone? Like what's
No,
his?
he's still on the board.
So
I didn't know they had a private with him.
no, they had a. I'm talking this. Well, this was combine.
did Yoshivas test?
I think he did.
Yeah, I thought so.
I mean, I'm stunned that the Senior Bowl was what undid him. Because truly, I remember a lot of hype about his name going into the Senior Bowl, and
Oh
I
my God,
remember
yeah, he tested all right. He ran a
but-
4.43, 4.12 shuttle. I mean, he
People
was
thought he'd run like a 4.2 something. Though.
that. Yes,
But I
It's
mean,
so
he's
similar.
also
Huge.
He's 6'3", 200 pounds.
It's the Johnston thing where it's like 4.5-ish is really fast for a guy that big. But
Oh,
anyways,
that sucks.
This
Dang it.
sucks on so many levels. One, sorry, Nick. We love you, Nick Gates. Wanted him to be the starter there, and he will be for now. But Commanders get Ricky Stromberg.
This is going to be a pain in the ass for a while. Washington's still clear third in competition in this division. Not counting the Giants, since they're not their own competition. But all four NFC East teams are loading up. This is the first non-reach pick for Washington, right?
in the fourth round or third round, excuse me.
Yeah, you could make the argument that this is a reach pick. I'm not going to make that argument.
because we hate the Commanders, their draft sucks. They're the okay. How much?
But
how
they
much
just drafted a replacement for the guy they just signed, who's our closest friend that's an NFL player, Nick Gates.
How much true vitriol do we spit on this podcast? Because I'll be honest,
We don't really shit talk the opponents too much. Like we talk about them in a real way. We're not like, I mean, you've been part of the preview
Oh, yeah.
pods. Like
The
we don't.
only
we really
thing is
do.
Philadelphia. I'll
I-
shit talk
I-
any day of the
Well,
week.
the only thing is like on 8 a.m. on Sunday mornings, we will tweet out a video of us murdering their mascot.
It's true. We do. This
It's-
With
doesn't
the
happen.
Jaguars,
To
the
Julian's
and the
mom's
Lions,
chagrin.
people really didn't like that. So
Well, we are retiring that.
we are retiring
Why
Why?
would
Julian
you
quit.
retire that?
because we would lose like hundreds of followers
Dude,
on Instagram
like
on game day.
I actually did like an in-depth look
Siaka
at.
Ika.
I did an in-depth look
didn't
at
love
like
him.
what are
Me
the
either.
repercussions of us posting
He doesn't
videos
do
of
what
killing
he does
animals.
as good as he does.
And it
He's a
turns
follower,
out
but-
He's
that
just big.
we would lose more followers on game day than gain because
Oh shoot!
of one
They
video.
took Siaka Ika and they
Look
took
at
him at
that.
a great value. Everybody kept projecting this guy at 50, and I was like,
No.
what?
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing.
I like Ika, but he's not as
Yes.
dominant as people make him out to be the type of player he is.
I
So this
feel
is a good
like
spot for him, though.
I feel like Bobby, he's dominant in his two gaps. But the biggest problem I've seen, I don't know if you had the same problem with him, is Ika's one of the only players I've ever seen. He will win a pass rush rep clean. I'm talking Bobby. He'll chuck his guy off him in a second, and then he starts running towards the quarterback. And a second later, Justin, he's still chugging, and then he's still chugging, and then the quarterback sort of just steps away from him. very, very easily. You know what I mean, Bobby? Like, you got to be able to close for your pass rush to really hurry the quarterback.
Well,
and Ika doesn't do that.
he's just a 2-down player. Like, he's not. You're
Yeah.
never going to put him on there. And I think those players, like, those players have value in the league.
49ers are about to take Adebaware, aren't they?
I can't understand. Darius Rush is still sitting around.
I get it. I mean,
I understand why Rush is not being taken, even though I'm higher on Rush than everybody.
Dude,
I was going to say,
Grump.
he's just getting to the point now where he's like near the very top of my.
A kicker!
Stupid.
It's
I don't know
over.
anything- I don't know anything about
The
him.
dynasty's over. The 49ers are bad now.
There will be no three-peat.
Committing to Purdy, like drafting a kicker 3rd round. I mean,
Why?
like, this is fantasy football.
This is their second pick, right? That's it so far in this draft.
Well, they have pick 38 too
And the worst part is,
in the 3rd round. Excuse me.
I will never understand why, but this always seems to get into the kicker's head. You know what I
Being
mean?
drafted?
Like, yeah, Matt Gay,
What about Eddie
Roberto
Pinheiro?
Aguayo. Eddie Pinheiro is terrible.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Like, I mean, he's certainly nothing special.
right.
Like, when you look at a lot of the guys who really find themselves, it's Jake Elliott. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's straight up UDFAs that just have it. I don't know. It's
What the fuck are you clapping about?
Why would you celebrate
How could you
that?
not? Well,
Did the
how
kid-
is
they
that?
had to give the
kid made
kid
the
the
pick.
ticket. They had to give the kid the
kid
ticket.
made the
Oh,
fucking
okay.
pick.
That's
Makes
the
sense.
only.
That makes sense.
That's
Hey,
it.
son.
All right.
Hey, son, we're the San Francisco 49ers, and we really don't even need a quarterback to win
Every
13
scout in that
games.
room's like, why do I work here?
Yeah, that's it.
But
That's
this guy will be playing
We have the
quarterback
best-
at some point.
that is a ridiculous.
We have the
draft.
best head coach and like one of the best head coaches in the National Football League that doesn't need a quarterback every single fucking year. Who do you want to pick? A kicker named Moody? All right.
I mean, that's one of those like Shanahan is running the team, and sometimes you're amazed that it's still working. for
Shanahan's
him.
not even in the draft room right now.
I mean, I don't believe
He
it.
went home.
Man, I just look at that and I'm like, they're gonna take a guy who, okay, so Purdy got drafted Mr. Irrelevant, and everybody knows that. But like, Bobby, did you watch any 49ers offense film?
I mean, in the playoffs.
What'd
yeah.
you think?
What do you mean?
Look, I'm not trying to go full hater mode, but his weapons.
Who,
do-
Brock Purdy? Are you talking about Brock Purdy?
Yeah, we're talking about Purdy.
So I don't like to take away all credit from him, but
He deserves some credit.
like-
you can't manage the offense to 30-ish points.
like I think he was better than Jimmy
Terrible.
Garoppolo, right?
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
he was better than Jimmy Garoppolo, but Jimmy Garoppolo was bad. Like,
does an
people gave
amazing.
Jimmy Garoppolo so much credit when he was just not a good quarterback.
Purdy
at
does
all.
an amazing job getting the ball out on time and trusting his guy. You know what I'm saying, Bobby? Like when Kyle says that window's going to be there, he throws the ball anyways. But man, did Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk do so much heavy lifting throughout those weeks? And I just keep wondering to myself, like when defenses take the time to look at the tape, are they going to just say, we're going to dare Purdy to make a 35-yard throw? I don't think he can do it. And and just push the whole defense up, try to clog up those like intermediate areas. And I mean, the 49ers may respond by just running the snot out of the ball. They're really good at
Yeah,
it.
probably
But
they will.
I don't know, man. Like to me,
I
taking
just
a
trust that they have something up their sleeve for that. You know?
I have seen this movie before, and it's when the 2018 Bears made the entire 2019 offseason about how they were a kicker away, like after getting bounced in the wild card round. And the moment you decide your team is good enough is usually the moment
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
that's a
you
good
make a
point.
mistake.
Wait, never mind.
Oh.
I was thinking this was the end of the Kadarius Toney trade, but I forget that we.
Up.
Never mind.
Never mind.
So
You want to make a coconut video about the kicker video?
who did the Raiders take with
Never
the
mind.
pick we gave them for Darren Waller?
we didn't get
Pick
it
is
yet.
in.
I think he was asking like, what do we do?
Did y'all
Oh.
see? Did y'all see the Lions take another guy that I've never heard of?
Sure.
Hundreds of hours of film study.
Broderick Martin?
Yeah,
he was
Broderick
a top
Martin.
30 visit with the Giants.
Western Kentucky.
Do you like him?
Yeah, I mean, I only got to watch broadcast
I
film
thought
of
he
him.
was a Senior Bowl guy. Was he not? No, I guess he's not. No. I'm thinking of Western Kentucky from last
Come
year.
on.
That
He was
was,
a Western
uh,
Kentucky defensive
Grump.
tackle.
Can
that
we
was,
get
uh,
it right, please?
What was his name?
Wasn't D'Angelo Malone was Western
Yeah,
Kentucky,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Oh, he was an edge, right?
Yeah.
That's
Grump.
what I was thinking of. My
Fast
bad.
as shit, man.
Grump, can we
He's
get
on the
our shit
Falcons.
together, please?
I'm sorry, my shit's all over the place.
Yeah,
It's
pick
that Ricky Stromberg pick, man. It pissed
Pick it
me
up.
off.
That's
Yeah.
what Odell said.
Yeah, it's shit's all over the
what
place.
Odell-
Put it
it's what
on my
Odell
chest,
said.
please.
Bobby, if you were gonna hire an actor to play you in the movie biopic about your life,
a great question.
which actor do you want playing Bobby Skinner?
That's a great question.
Robert from Everybody Loves Raymond.
That's a pretty good answer.
Yeah.
What about you, Justin?
I've been told that I'm like John
Not I've
Candy.
been
I'm
told.
like John Candy's son. So,
Yeah, you have to. Even though he's dead,
so I would like John Candy to play me, even though he's dead and he's older than me.
What if would you want like a weekend at Bernie's like with John Candy?
Now
or
you
is that
see,
taking
I've
things
never,
too far?
never seen it. Don't know what you're
When-
talking about.
when my hair was long, our profile picture for a little while was Hulk Hogan and John Candy.
Bobby, I remember those days.
Those
were
are good
great
days.
See
That's
if I can
good hair,
find it.
man.
I mean, that's like Simple Man, like
Radio.
Genesis times. You know,
Simple Man Radio.
I'm
Remember
gonna-
that?
man.
Search Talking Giants hashtag new profile pic to see if I can find it. I'll send it to Julian.
The Las Vegas Raiders select. Boom, 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 boom.
Ray Guy.
Boom, boom, boom. Another kicker.
Trey
Not
Tucker.
Trey Tucker.
Going before Tyler Scott is stupid.
That is
This
dumb.
is stupid.
It
Big
is stupid.
dumb.
This is fucking stupid.
Don't
Raiders.
like it.
I hope that this
We
gets all
traded-
cakes exposed, but
We traded Darren Waller for Trey Tucker.
Okay.
I
Or
feel
other
like,
way around. Julian, I sent you a picture if you could put it on the screen of our old new profile pic.
man, if I wasn't officiating a wedding, I would be such a champion for in day 3, we either have to act like we love the pick or we hate the pick with no in between.
This is like actually stupid though to take him over.
I think so.
Trey
Tyler
Scott or Tyler Scott. Yeah.
Now it's a punter. Gotta be. Maybe it's a long snapper.
long snapper. Yeah.
Holder. No, the punter.
Gunner. Gunner
You need the
only.
two-way player. You need the guy who's going to be able to punt for you and hold for you at a Hall of Fame level.
Their long snapper is Tabor Pepper, former New York Giant. Casey Kreider beat him in the semifinals for that long snapper pool. Big part because of us and a license plate guy, and then they fucking rigged the election for the Jaguars.
Rig the election?
For the Jaguars long snapper, they did because they did it retweets, and then they started buying.
What was he elected to?
I don't know.
I think it was
the
just
best
a
long
vote.
snapper?
Is a vote the same thing as an election?
Yes.
It's a joke.
Quite literally.
What, you mean a
It's
poll?
a for
Poll.
no, it wasn't. They didn't do a poll. They did it by retweets, and so like some guy who knows him just like bought a bunch of Korean bots to retweet it.
Man, I wish I had somebody with the power of Korean
Wish
bots
I had
behind
Korean
me.
bots.
All right, last pick of the third round.
Nope,
the
no, it's
49ers
not. It's
select
the
Second
second to
one.
last.
That's a
Cameron
good pick.
Letu.
That's a great pick.
Okay, so there's a bunch of misnomers in this tight end class, and Cameron Latu is a good player. He had some of the most fluid reps at the Senior
Very
Bowl.
smooth.
Like, I hate using this because it's the worst way to scout possible, but all I can say is that when you watch him, Grump, you see an NFL tight end that you've watched your entire life.
It's a very John Gruden way to talk, but I
Right.
completely agree with you. He's not super flashy. He's just pretty much your standard tight end, does everything. And I think for that reason, he just doesn't get talked about because
Yep.
with tight end, we're so obsessed
boring.
with, oh, he's an amazing blocker. Oh, he's the most athletic guy I've ever seen. Can you see his catch radius? He's 6'7". It doesn't matter. He can do this, that, and the other thing. That you forget that this guy's just a normal tight end and he's good at
Just
it.
a good tight end.
Sam Jenkins in the chat makes a great point. Why didn't the Niners take the kicker at 102 instead of 99?
It's a brilliant point. Why didn't they take him in the
Well, they had to make
7th
sure
round?
they had to make certain that the Raiders didn't take him.
What?
There you go. That's analysis. That is
All right,
Venmo
last
me,
pick of the third round.
Venmo me $5.
This is only the Vikings' second pick of the draft. They took Jordan Addison in the first
Clayton
round.
Tune.
This
Clayton
is their
Tune.
second one.
This is only their second pick.
With the last
They
pick,
gave their second round pick to the Detroit Lions for T.J.
Let's see.
Hawkinson.
fuck
my-
Minnesota.
Who are they gonna
Win a
Who are they
game.
gonna draft?
Losers.
Minnesota's been through enough. Can't we direct that energy at the Packers?
Fuck Minnesota. We whipped your ass in the playoffs.
No, we have like another year of.
I hate your state. I hate everything about you. And with the last pick of the third round, the Minnesota Vikings, if this guy will ever stop talking and shut his big fat yapper,
Are they gonna draft Adetomi
this guy's giving a freaking monologue for
pretty
the
smart.
for the last pick of the third round.
Let's see. They drafted Addison.
You are not funny. We do not like you. You do not get to talk shit like this when you got your ass whipped by the Giants, who were projected to win 5 games, beat you in the playoffs.
Keyshawn
Daniel
Boutte.
Jones owns you.
No way. Would it be? Is it Booty?
I forgot that he existed.
No,
I-
I
if-
don't think it's Booty. I'm kidding.
Man,
I could see somebody like
that
Blue
pick
Kelly
would
maybe.
be Booty.
I don't know.
The Minnesota. Oh my God,
Here it
dude.
is.
What is this guy's name? Because I want to go like tweet. I want to
He's
go
a former
harass him
running
on
back.
Twitter.
Mekhi Blackman.
is a
Blackman.
good player.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Completely underrated. But I remember he came to the Senior Bowl truly last minute, and I was like, this guy's hanging around. I mean, like, you want to talk about like it, love it, gotta have it. I swear, Grump, at the Senior Bowl, all of the corners were either like only like it or full on gotta have it's, and Mekhi was the only one that like existed in the middle. Like,
So he was a love it.
he was a love it, maybe one of the only ones.
That's
And
my
so,
analysis.
That's big. That's big analysis.
I think
I like Blue
this
Kelly
is
more.
this is the classic. I watched Jordan Addison, and then I might as well watch the defense too. And Mekhi Blackman, it is. This is 2 back-to-back USC picks for the Minnesota Vikings.
He's big-ish. He's long-ish. Like, you can play him in outside corner. Probably not immediately, but like, I don't know. I saw good things on tape, and I was like, why is he so low?
All right,
That's
so
it.
let's go through. We'll finish. I guess we can do this at the start of tomorrow. I'll just do one quick. Keely Ringo did not go on
Yeah,
day 1 or day 2.
That's pretty wild.
I'm
Like,
alright
and
with that.
again, okay, is
Really?
Keely Ringo's film?
That sounded like something in reverse. What did you say in reverse?
I'm about to give a reverse backhand.
Bears on the clock.
Keely Ringo is like so talented, and if there's thoughts of him moving the safety, I think it's kind of crazy not to go on day 2. Like, we just saw a kicker. Like, is Mekhi Blackman's film? Is Mekhi Blackman better than Keely Ringo? Like, I don't know. I didn't watch him.
So
I'm pretty shocked that nobody took a chance on that talent that Keely Ringo is.
what I kept seeing when I watched Ringo's film, I had Ringo at the top of the third. So I'm not about to say that I thought he was this bad, but I always, if you don't mind, Bobby, every
Did
time you pose,
Adetomiwa go?
no. Every time, Bobby, you pose one of these questions, I like to try to answer, so I hope that's not an issue. Anyways, with Ringo, there's not that many corners that you can look at and say, how well supported are they by their defense? But, Bobby, I mean, Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, Bear Alexander, the Georgia defense is going to rush the passer. So are you going to see those longer coverage reps where the corner is really tested? Not normally. And then the moment that they finally got tested against Georgia, I thought he had his worst game by far. Or not Georgia.
Yeah, he got
tested
he
against
got
Ohio State.
Yeah, he
Like,
got smoked by Ohio State.
he got smoked. And I wonder if teams are just worried.
But like, I agree they're being worried. Like, again, like the idea that he was a first round pick, but like, I'm surprised he didn't go in the top 3 rounds. Adetomiwa, I had him as I actually had him and Keely Ringo only separated by one player, and that was Keanu Benton.
Ben's a stud. Pick 49. Probably should have been there.
So yeah. All right. So we will be back tomorrow at noon.
Let's give I want to give a shout out again.
Hold on. We're not going to shout out yet. Subscribe to the podcast. I put it in the pinned comment. Leave a 5-star rating review. We will have a full recap of the draft out on Monday. Film breakdown will be out at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Sound good? Even though it's on a Saturday. 8 a.m., 9 a.m. or so. We want to get it out before the draft. It's be a quick one, a very easy one. Go check out the John Michael Schmitz breakdown, and then Robert, you are heading back. You got to do a wedding.
I'm going to be officiating the wedding.
Priorities.
What can I say? Again, you can call me Father Robert if you'd like to.
Sure.
Padre Roberto.
I would like to bless the Giants' rest of the draft with my with the powers vested in me by the state of Texas and the internet. So go Giants, go Big Blue. Obviously, thank you guys so much for having me. Seriously,
No,
jokes
thank
aside.
you. It's been a great
been
week
awesome.
doing content with you. Very much appreciated. You add a lot to this, so we are very appreciative. So go check out at Robert K. Schmitz. Go find his YouTube, Second City Gridiron, and hopefully you see him around a little more with some of our channels. So
Would love it, man.
Grump, you're back tomorrow, so you can fuck off.
That's right. I will too. I will fuck off.
We will see you guys tomorrow at noon. Check out YouTube, podcast, everything.
John Michael Schmitz breakdown is already on the JM Football channel.
Yep.
So go subscribe to that, like the JM Football channel, and what we're doing over at JM Football. That's kind of like our next step of content. We're kind of like being judged on it and what we do like with our jobs. So if you like us, that's the place to be. Check out even some of the other film breakdowns if you wanna. I think maybe is there a possibility that there are some guys that have not been drafted yet, or has everybody been drafted? Do you think? I think everybody might be drafted.
Yeah.
Not on the top of my head, but JM football, kind of a big deal for us. And also, I mean, the Giants drafted Michael Schmitz, and the Michael Schmitz breakdown is on the JM football channel.
Let's see. I'm going to go
Didn't you
real
do a
quick.
breakdown on Ringo? You just go.
No, we don't do breakdowns of secondary players. The sky view is not a good camera.
Yeah, I think
It's very
DeJuan Jones didn't go, so that's the only
There
one
you go.
left. So.
Yeah, that's pretty surprising.
Yeah.
All right, we appreciate you guys. We will see you tomorrow. Until then, let's go Big Blue.
Dallas up 2-0, Rob.
Love it. We needed that.